atheism in the weak sense because it doesn't hold a positive claim. But for anything that lacks evidence, you do. And so for the strong atheism position, since we do have lots of evidence of naturalism, and when I say naturalism is the most fundamental thing in reality, or it's what has the evidence of the most being the most fundamental thing in reality, you can conclude there is no God rationally just fine. That one. No, I don't want that. I want to go favorites bar. All right. That one. That one.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, so that did it. No, my computer is kind of weird. All right, well, good morning, everybody. I'm Positive Mind, also known as Mark Peralta. Glad to be here, T-John. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely glad you're here. You are cutting in and out a little bit, like your mic's a little shaky.
Okay.
To favorites bar. Anybody else questions, comments?
Do you think that, in one way that, a person's idea of God or idea of its, environment is to do with lack of experience, maybe like traveling or reading different scriptures or understanding, different, achievements in life or something like that? Could that possibly be the lack of believing in God?
What?
Because, I've read, stories about people that had like near-death experiences or, had, I guess, were dead for 3 to 4 minutes and come back, extremely believing in God, being extremely spiritual, so on and so on.
Yeah. And
could that be maybe the lack of experience of actual, like, experience with death or experience with, actual, like, widen their experiences? Maybe could that be a possibility?
I have no idea what you're asking. So people have crazy experiences all the time. That's not evidence for or against a God. It has nothing to do with a God, even though people might end up believing in a God because of that. It really has no evidence one way or the other.
Yeah, but like, can I ask you a question? When you essentially started, when someone told you about the idea of God, maybe parents, maybe church, so on and so on, that was your experience of God, firstly, that being in the sky, so on and so on. But it's other like understandings of, God around the world. But yet, with your lack of experience, maybe your lack of believing God could be from just, the Catholic Church or the idea of Christianity, so on and so on.
I still have no idea what you're asking. Experiences aren't evidence, so whether or not you have experience or not doesn't make a difference unless it's novel predictions. You can differentiate it from imagination. So whether or not people have experiences just doesn't matter.
Yeah, and also I think those experiences kind of help shape the person into kind of buying into some of those wrong thinking about spirituality, or the society will sort of like define those experiences for the person early on in life, where they can kind of buy into it.
So, like, maybe your experiences gave you like the idea of not believing in God. So experiences are important. Like, people tend to forget.
No, experiences are irrelevant to evidence, completely irrelevant. So whether or not you
So,
have
like,
an
your
experience,
experience within life, within the structure of society,
yeah, completely doesn't matter.
within
Completely irrelevant. Evidence is objective, so it's true, independent of any subjective experience. So whether or not you have an experience just makes no difference. What matters is does the evidence justify your belief, whether or not you have experiences. So the experience part just doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
I mean, okay. I mean, that's an interesting take, But like, even if we're being charitable, evidence, in the case of science, is sensory experience, right?
No, sensory experience is all kinds of things. Science is taking that sensory experience and putting it through tons of different methodological trials in order to verify that it's more than just sensory experience. So no, science isn't just sensory experience.
No, I mean, I'm not saying it just is, but I'm saying like in science, the concept of evidence, empirical evidence, right? It's like evidence that can be accessed via the senses.
Nope.
One way or another. Even
Nope.
even these trials you're talking about.
Nope.
You're
Again, so
making
there are
measurements
lots of
using your
things.
senses.
There are lots of things that you access through the senses. Science is taking that data and putting it through methodological trials to filter out all the garbage experience. So experience is nothing. It's experience that has been filtered out through lots of methodological processes that is evidence.
But that whole process uses your senses, right? You're making measurements, observations,
Yeah, it doesn't make a difference.
experiments.
Completely irrelevant. So again, experience is not evidence. It's experience plus being filtered through a bunch of different methodological means that is evidence.
And it's not about subjective stuff. It's usually about things that can be quantified, like using numbers or measuring things or defining outcomes and making predictions so that you can roll out the subjectivity from it.
Have you ever read a study of why people don't believe in God or believe in any form of spirituality? Have you ever read a study like that before?
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. There's lots of, like Robert Sapolsky, Stanford University, had a big lecture on the origins of religion, coming from most likely epileptics, creating stories and being very confident in how religion can cause lots of different social benefits, which is why people are religious. And people who are not very interested in the following the social paradigm are usually the ones that go against that and become atheists. People who are very strictly into evidence go against it. So there's lots of studies on the people who are religious and people who aren't religious and the reasons why.
Yeah, like one of the
the study I was reading, if I can remember, I'm gonna look for it now. But it was talking about they had I believe 20 atheists or self-proclaimed, atheists we don't really know, but they had 20 individuals that believe in God, but we don't really know. But with the study, what they essentially found out was once the atheist group had more time to essentially I guess they put them through a rough of a few psychological experiments, then a few physical experiments, and then so on and so on. And then they came to a conclusion that the atheist group had the essential fear of not truly analyzing the environment, where when they tested the group that believed in God, they had to understand that these people, had no problem with not truly understanding the environment, so on and so on. So it's like
What?
like it was like that essential fear was gone essentially. Like where how can I describe it? Let me just look for it. I read it like a little while back.
I like truth. I like, having models in my mind that accurately track reality the way things are.
Sure.
No. Let me get. I found it out. One group essentially was afraid of not truly analyzing the environment, while the other group had no
What
fear
does that
of
mean?
trying to analyze the environment.
What environment?
Like the essential, they put them through trials, physical trials. They put them through psychological trials, and
No. What does
through
it mean
I
when
guess
you say they're afraid of not truly understanding their environment? What does that mean?
During the physical experiment, they basically did a trial where they had to do heights, they had to do things that most people tend to fear, and most of the religious folk were able to go the extra mile than, let's say, majority of the atheist group.
Again, you need to explain what the sentence means. Afraid of understanding their environment. Like that sentence doesn't make sense.
Well, let's say
I'm not afraid of not understanding.
let's say the experiment, the person who was doing the experiment told the person, can you jump from this rock to that rock, where the religious folk tended to do that straight away, where the atheist group tended to take their time with it essentially. So
Sure, that makes
on the
sense.
physical floor, So in the physical score, the atheists didn't do well, especially on the
No,
psychological
they did
one
better.
where
They did better. So if they took more time to
okay.
analyze, like, is the carpet safe or whatever, that's what the smarter, more intelligent people do rather than just doing it. So that would be doing better, not worse.
Do you think that's intelligent, especially when
Yes.
someone's life is at risk on the other side of that rock?
Yes,
I think that's cowardly.
literally, that's all intelligence, is taking your time to analyze the situation to see if it's.
Or maybe the religious folk tended to analyze it much more quicker because they had a sense
No,
of
they didn't. They
belief in-
failed to
No,
analyze
but
it.
there are studies showing that atheists have higher average IQ. So
It's true.
Okay. Yeah, because most of the atheists are scientists, man.
No.
Not most of them, but there's like a large majority of scientists who are atheists.
Sort of like at the highest levels, yes. Like at the Royal Society and National Academy of Sciences.
Oh well, like if we're being honest
but
here,
these
most of
studies
the
didn't work
most
scientists
of
per se,
most
right?
of the legendary most of the legendary scientists tended to believe in God. I'm talking about Isaac Newton. I'm talking about
That's
majority
just a
of these.
stupid argument. That's just a
women.
completely stupid argument because most people in
Are
the
you
past were
calling
religious.
Isaac Newton
No.
stupid? Sir?
You
Challenge yourself.
are. So
I challenge you.
so you were stupid for making that argument. So like most chicken herders 1,000 years ago were religious because most people 1,000 years ago were religious because the non-religious were persecuted and killed. So saying that most scientists and educated thinkers back then were religious is like saying most scientists and educated thinkers back there were white. It's not because being religious or being white is superior. It's because that's just where stuff was happening, where the education.
I mean,
was
that's not
taking
what he
place.
was saying, though.
It is exactly
Like
what
he was
I'm saying.
countering.
Hey,
No,
I
no,
mean,
he was
wasn't-
countering.
but,
The
like,
other guy said that most atheists are scientists, right? And this guy was saying no to that, right?
No, again, so
No,
what,
wait,
his argument
I
is a
do
stupid
have-
argument because, again, most people in the past, he was saying most people in the past who were very well educated scientists were religious, but that's a stupid argument because
Wait,
most goat herders.
And
back
he was
then were
not
religious.
making that
That's-
argument,
That's
right?
literally what his
Oh.
argument was. That's literally what it was.
Okay, so
No, he wasn't, Tom.
Yes,
and
he
you
was.
fucking interrupted him. You fucking interrupted him.
That's exactly what his argument was. If you're too stupid to understand that, that is your problem. So yes, his argument was most famous scientists in the past were religious. Most goat herders in the past were religious. So it doesn't counter the argument that most atheists today are, or most highly educated scientists today are atheists. It does not counter that argument. It is a stupid argument. I was correct.
I do want to say something. Albert Einstein, he was Christian, right?
No, no.
When you would be persecuted for being Christian. So
No, Albert Einstein was an atheist.
okay. That was just
And,
my
and, and then also, we should consider that as well, that not all, well, I don't think there's any specialty in the sciences where the belief in God actually has any relevance to the research or work. I mean, God being involved in the world has been ruled out a long time ago. So whether an astrophysicist in the end believes in the existence of God, it seems kind of irrelevant to me. But if you take it down to like other scientists, like people that are working in biology and stuff like that, why would they care? Like, it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
So I can see how many of them would not even mind having to reject it or not. Like, who cares?
You know, a main reason why I'm religious is, I feel that atheists, some of them lack morals.
Like, what do you mean? Like, can you give an example?
I feel like when you so devote to God, you kind of a more serious person because you find your religion more seriously. So I don't know.
And I mean, how do you know that's actually a good moral thing? Like, why does believing in God make you a more moral person?
I guess it's not moral. It's just stronger mentally.
I think religion sort of like tells you the virtue, that's a virtue, and that people are like good people are gonna wanna are worshiping a God. So, but that's religion that's saying that. That's
Okay, who would you rather
I don't
trust?
think in society that would necessarily be the case.
Like my thing is, who would you rather trust? Get you something. Someone that runs 10 miles every day, or someone that sits on their butt and watches TV, man. Like, who would you think is more trustworthy? I'm picking the dude that runs 10 miles every day because he's devout, you know.
Yeah,
Devout.
well, I mean, in that case, that could be relevant if someone's making an errand for you. But that, we could understand that in real life. That makes sense. Someone that's got a better physical stamina and all that stuff, it's naturally gonna make do a better job running. We're running faster, having more endurance.
Yeah.
But that can be proven, and we know there's evidence of that being the case. We can have people of different athletic conditions test out and see how they do that. But in this case, there's no God that we can test out or work with or compare.
Yeah.
Not
I
to
don't know.
mention every religion is sort of competing, and they're all saying something different. So
Yeah.
why should one trust one over the other where there's no evidence?
Well, I was given like revelations, so like
Why do you think revelation is evidence?
because it's not evidence to anyone else except myself.
Why
so.
do you think revelation is evidence for you?
Because I feel there's nothing that could give me that type of shock except God.
Based on what? How do you know there isn't anything that could give you a shock in your experiences? 'Cause that seems like a pretty ridiculous claim. Like, it seems like drugs or electricity could most likely give you that shock just fine.
There was no drugs or electricity.
There's always drugs and electricity. That's literally what your brain is.
Okay.
Brain chemistry.
I guess, man. I guess you want to say
You
that.
guess?
Well,
You
the,
mean you
the
don't
problem
know?
is why do you think brain chemistry couldn't cause an experience, but a god could? What is there? How could you prove that there's a certain kind of experience that brain chemistry couldn't cause?
I think it's open-mindedness. People that are open-minded, they're more likely to have revelations. I used to be very
you were the one
closed-minded.
being closed-minded because you said that this kind of experience that you're talking about could not be produced by anything other than a god. That's closed-minded. You've closed off all the other options. And I see no evidence to indicate that's true. It just seems you're being closed-minded and saying that this really powerful experience you've closed off the other options of it just being brain chemistry, and I don't see any reason to support that.
It's impossible to give evidence for God because God is an omnipotent being.
You can give evidence for God, fine, but that's irrelevant to the question. The question was, you said there was an experience that could only be produced by supernatural God thingy and could not be produced by chemicals and brain chemistry. And I want to see well, what's your evidence for that other than just it's a feeling you have?
A feeling I have. It's kind of just that. Kind of just like a feeling I have.
So, like, here's
you
a dilemma.
Jedi? Like, what difference does your feeling make? Not to be blunt about it.
Like what? Like kind of like I get kind of like goosebumps in a way, and I just have like I don't want to sound stupid when I say this, but like instantaneous thoughts that come from nowhere. Like
And why
That just makes you normal. That doesn't mean anything
why
special.
couldn't
no, but like it comes in like a shocking way where I get goosebumps and
Still normal.
but why do you think
It's
that
not.
couldn't be produced by brain chemistry? Because we can produce goosebumps and thoughts with brain chemistry just fine.
Yeah, but you don't just get goosebumps when it's like in the middle of a hot summer day, right?
Sure you do. Like literally
you
we
do.
can shock your brain and cause you to get goosebumps whenever we want. goosebumps are a result of the somasensory cortex. So if we stimulate your
I think
somasensory cortex, we can give you goosebumps whenever we want. It's just electricity in your brain.
I think
You can
I
listen
do
to
think
music
that-
and get goosebumps. You can have
exactly.
emotions and get
I do think
goosebumps.
a lot of times I think you can just randomly get goosebumps just by thinking about something, or like maybe watching a cool video or a movie or something. So easy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's. I mean, it's. I guess yeah. It just comes afterwards. Yeah, it comes after my revelations.
So here's the thing, Bob. Like, with the reason why we can say that these things are normal is because science already understands how like our brain and our bodies feel certain things. I'll give you one very powerful example because I hear a lot of people comment like, "Oh, how do you explain? Like, I had this vision and I woke up and I had this very vivid dream and stuff." Well, as it turns out, it's part of like one of your sleep cycles for your brain to secrete hallucinogenic substances, and it does it very naturally. I mean, there's neurology that understands this, and scientists know to the very T like what type of molecule produces what you experience as a very vivid dream. You see, and so like we know that we can now, I don't say we, but scientists understand the biological mechanisms by which brains produce stuff as real, as intense as a very vivid dream or a nightmare. Yet,
Well, my
none of that
revelation,
includes,
like,
hold on,
was
I'll say one thing. None of that understanding includes the involvement of some spiritual realm or some god or some deity that is initiating or having any causal effect on any of these things. It's just pure biological mechanisms using chemicals in the brain that in fact can be also extracted from nature, from plants, from mushrooms, the very same stuff. So it's just chemistry. So where the theist, it has now the burden to demonstrate or to propose a model that makes more sense than the biological model in order to make any claim of a physical experience, such as that, or even goosebumps, like you're referring to, perfectly biological explanations for that don't involve a deity.
I do think that the
okay.
important part is like how T-Jump usually says, right? Like if you need to demonstrate that a God is true, it's not just simply post-hoc rationalization by saying that, this is the data and this is how we explain it, but rather make a very successful or strong model for the God hypothesis. And it has to be logically consistent, has an empirical basis, and it has to make testable predictions. So until you do that, there is no point of post-hoc rationalization. Like science immediately rejects those claims. So to date, nobody has done that except like, post-hoc rationalization and just claiming that Quran is compatible with physics, science, whatever. That's not really work.
Okay, so when I got these revelations, it came from an external force, other than my brain.
How do you know that?
I felt it.
How can
Yeah, you need to have a brain to differentiate.
It's you can't describe how it felt. I just felt it.
The feeling is part of the experience that you're needing to prove.
So you had an
I don't have-
experience of something that was outside of your experience, is that right?
No, I had an experience that no one can comprehend except me.
Okay, let me give you a quick example. If you go to YouTube and you just type this optical illusions inside a room where two people stand next to each other, you can see this illusion where one person appears to be larger than the other person. Now, if I were to go in real life and actually witness this event, I would falsely assume that there is a gigantic person standing in front of me, and I would think that that is genuinely the case, right? And I will go and report to a scientist that I actually saw that. And if he's my friend, he might probably believe me, at least on a friendship level. But the problem is, if a real scientist with enough data were to come into that same situation to evaluate what actually happened, he now sees that it is nothing more than the result of an optical illusion, which is why you can't also completely rely on your own senses. There is always these kind of anomalies. Problems.
No, your own senses is a work of God, man. So I believe whatever my senses believe me.
Okay.
Give me.
So
Yeah,
there were some other people who joined, so I wanted to give them a chance. Presub King, can you say something real quick? You there?
Yeah, I had a question.
Yep.
If you use reality to determine what is, what can and cannot be, isn't there a problem because reality is filtered through our presuppositions, and these presuppositions are shaped by our ultimate commitments and beliefs. And if we hold that reality determines truth, you need to address the underlying problem of how we come to know reality and what guides our interpretation.
Well,
of
no.
it.
So just
Because
hold on for a second. So I agree that reality determines truth, but that has nothing to do with my perceptions. So like even if I didn't exist, reality would still determine truth. Has literally nothing.
presuppositions. I'm saying our presuppositions are our commitments.
I have no presuppositions. I have zero presuppositions in my worldview, but my
It's gonna affect
presuppositions are
how
going to be
you-
irrelevant because literally just truth is defined as that which corresponds to reality. And so obviously
So
reality.
you're you can independently evaluate reality without a bias.
Yep.
How the hell do you do that?
I think therefore I
Because
am.
it exists, and that's not a biased statement.
So I experience. I think therefore I am. I have an experience, and because I have an experience, I exist. And I don't need to. All of the sentences and the logic behind that, those come after the fact of the experience. The fact that I have an experience has zero presuppositions. It's just a thing I'm experiencing.
Oh,
It's a
like
thing
the
that
guy
exists.
who says he experienced God, you mean?
That's not
Yeah,
correct though, because your
No.
presuppositions are going to affect your experience.
No. They can't.
the guy who
wait,
says
wait. So the fact that I have an experience, there are zero presuppositions. There is no processing. There is no thinking.
Yeah, there
no,
is.
No, there's not. No, there's not.
So
That's
you
not
don't have
true.
presuppositions, but the guy who says he experiences God does.
Well,
right?
so if you're talking about what the experiences are, then there are presuppositions. So like if I say I'm experiencing a TV, that assumes there's an external world, that assumes it's physical, it assumes there's a TV, I'm not in the matrix. So if I talk about the things I'm experiencing, then there are presuppositions. So Nephi, in the case of a God, there would be presuppositions, just like in the case of if I experienced a TV, because it's referring to a thing outside of myself.
Well,
But if I'm
look,
all
he
I'm
just-
referring
he-
to is the
he just-
experience itself, like if I have an experience and I don't have
Well,
any
he has-
truth claims about whether or not that experience is a delusion or not, then simply the fact that I have an experience is a direct connection to reality itself with no presuppositions.
Oh, but you're assuming that this fellow's experience doesn't have a direct relationship to reality.
What?
Yes.
No, it doesn't.
by definition, it
No,
doesn't.
wait. So the content of the experience, if you ever talk about the content of the experience, then you're making
Right. The
assumptions.
contents of the experience is you presume his experience can't be true.
No,
because it includes
I'm not
supernatural,
assuming
so
that.
you
This
filter
is
it
true of
out.
all things. This is true of my experience, atheist experience, theist experience, potato experience. If you're ever talking about the content of the experience, you're going one step further than just talking about you have experience. If I have experience, I exist, even if all of the experiences I have are wrong or false. This is true if I'm an atheist. This is true if I'm a theist. It's true if
You're
I'm a
not
potato.
saying anything that discredits experience.
That's not the point. So
Actually, it does.
Precept King's argument was that any experience we have requires presuppositions. This is false. So if I have a worldview essentially that I exist because I have experience or something, that worldview doesn't require presuppositions. Now, if I say I experience a God or I experience a TV, those both do have presuppositions. So the difference between a worldview that says I experience and I experience X is that the X is going to be the presupposition. The experience isn't a presupposition because you aren't
Right.
presupposing the experience. It's literally a thing happening right in front of you.
You're presupposing that somebody's experiencing God's presence can't be God. It must be something else.
No, Nephi. This has nothing to do with the truth value of the claim of the experience. So it doesn't make a difference whether or not you are experiencing God or you are not experiencing God. It makes no difference.
Tom, do they understand the
cannot-
difference
cannot
between an
explain.
existential claim and an essential claim? Because if they're trying to argue that something doesn't exist because their analysis of the essence of that experience disproves its
No,
existence,
that's so. I think
stupid from
I
the
don't
very
think
beginning.
Nephi could. I don't think Nephi might be making that problem, but Precept King isn't. Precept King, I think, does understand the difference between.
Well, he seems to be trying to imply that Precept King had a point by trying to argue the essence of the experience. And I'm
Precept King has a valid argument. Precept King's argument is that if any particular worldview has presuppositions, it's contingent on those presuppositions, which is true. That's 100% true. My worldview does not have any presuppositions because it's based purely on my experience.
But even your like cognitive faculties would be considered like basic building blocks that lay the foundation for more complex beliefs. So your cognitive faculties are going to like affect.
Are you choosing them or are they
Wait. Nope, that doesn't matter. So suppose I have zero cognitive faculties, like I'm an ant or something, or a worm or something. If I still have a conscious experience with no processing capabilities whatsoever, then I still exist. Whether I'm aware of it, whether I have any processing capabilities, even if all my processing capabilities are completely wrong, it will still be
You do
true
have-
that I exist because I have this experience. This experience is a thing that's happening to me, like a rock. It exists. It's an object. It's literally a thing that exists in reality.
Yeah, it's inescapable.
You presuppose uniformitarianism is true.
No. So again,
despite all the evidence of catastrophism.
no.
So
No,
there's
Neff, we
one
don't. The
presupposition.
laws of physics have changed. We've proven the laws of physics have changed. Nobody presupposes
Nobody
uniformitarianism.
says laws of physics.
See, he's
change.
arguing essence again instead of
Laws of
ignoring.
physics don't have to change for catastrophism to be true, or uniformitarianism to not be true.
No, no,
See,
no, no,
he's trying to say that
No, he's not.
reality
Walker. No,
is
he's
not
not. No, he's not. That's
consistent.
not what he's saying, Walker.
He
So-
really is.
No, he's not. So uniformitarianism,
no,
the
I'm
the uniformity of nature assumes that the fundamental natures of reality don't change. Nobody in science assumes that. We think they do change. We're happy with them changing.
But he has to. Catastrophism doesn't demand that they do.
What? I don't
What
care
are you
about
talking
catastrophism.
about?
I don't assume anything related to that.
You assume uniformitarianism.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I assume things can change.
Of geological.
Neffy,
Geological
Neffy, if I
uniformitarianism,
assume
you
things
presume
can
that's true.
change, that's the opposite of uniformitarianism. I'm saying
No,
it's
I'm
not
talking about
uniform.
Geological uniformitarianism. You assume that's true, despite
What-
evidence.
what does that
to the
even mean?
contrary. So there's a presupposition you have.
There's no
You
presupposition there.
presuppose
What does that even mean?
He's still
uniformitarianism.
arguing essence.
Walker, stop. So this has nothing to do with essence. Neffy, what do you mean I presuppose geological uniformitarianism? Like
Well,
that's
T-Jumpy, you assume that, for example, the continents have always been moving at the same rate.
no, I
that
don't.
they
That's
are,
not an
which is
assumption.
about
That's based
the
off
biggest
evidence. I don't
unit
assume that.
Yeah, you assume that the volcano eruptions, lava, magma.
None of that's Neffy. A presupposition is something.
magma plumes in the
wait,
crust
wait,
of
wait.
the earth.
Neffy,
take
a
place over
presupposition
millions
is
of
something
years.
you assume before you get evidence. So all of those things you mentioned are things we
That's correct.
all the
No,
wait,
Neffy.
wait.
And
So
you do presume it.
the things you mentioned we have evidence for. There's no assumptions there. That wasn't something we just made up.
No. You you presuppose it
No, I don't.
because
no,
it fits your worldview.
No,
And despite all the evidence to the
to presuppose
contrary.
something, you have to believe it without looking at any evidence. So if I
Well,
looked at the
let me tell
evidence,
you
I mean,
something.
you
Let me
might
tell you,
presuppose it like before you like turn on the TV and you see on the news that there's a volcano erupting. So a lot of these things, like you've got to think outside of your own mind because our society can like corroborate these things that you're referring to. I mean, name an example where that can't be the case, where
I'm
we can't
talking about
corroborate
the-
each other.
Yeah, I'm just saying he presupposes uniformitarianism is true.
No, I
despite
don't.
No,
evidence to
definitely.
the contrary.
It's sort of like it's not presupposed because assumption or presupposition is something that's based without evidence. If I tell you that the sun will rise 7 days after like tomorrow, it's still going to rise, but that is not an assumption. It is not a presupposition. It's based on evidence. So you just need to reread
Well,
the definition of.
Well,
an
you're
assumption.
just dismissing all the physical evidence of catastrophism.
no, that's
No, we
literally
are-
not.
Not
It
even
doesn't make a
considering
difference.
it.
So Neffy,
What happened
if
to
I
your
say,
audience?
if
Your
I
audience-
say the
Oh,
like,
no,
if we see white goose, and we don't know what the next goose color is going to be, and I say it's going to be white, that's not a presupposition. I'm not presupposing it's white because all of the previous ones were white. So I
You're
have
not even relating it
inductive
to what
evidence.
I'm talking
Well, no,
about.
this is exactly related. So if I'm talking about
No,
the continents moving, and I say, oh, look, we have previous evidence of the continents moving based off of testable predictions that have been made about geological structure and the movements of tectonic plates, and we've confirmed this. That's the white geese. That's the previous white geese we've seen, and we're going to say the next goose is going to be white, not a presupposition. Now, if I said the next goose is going to be
nobody's
purple,
presupposed.
that
Nobody
would be a
believes the
presupposition.
continents- Nobody believes the continents haven't been moving in the past. So I'm talking about the evidence that uniformitarianist processes, geological events that are catastrophic, have created tremendous changes to this planet. That's what I'm
Again,
talking
that's not a
about. But what do you do with an
presupposition.
experience?
A presupposition
do
is
do
something you
an
assume with
experience
zero
or nature?
evidence. If you have evidence, even if it's little evidence, that's not a presupposition anymore.
Well, you're dismissing the evidence. See, it's
What?
worse than that for you.
What?
You're dismissing the evidence of catastrophism. You dismiss it.
No. It's still
So,
that
well,
still
what do you
couldn't
do with
be a
an experience?
presupposition. Neffy, a presupposition is
what
something
do you-
with zero
what do you-
evidence, for or against,
What do you
nothing.
No. We could talk about the evidence all year long. I've already been in debate with you, mopped the floor with you about this once on modern day debate.
You're not. I don't think
So
you're understanding the point. So the point is, for something to be a presupposition, there can be no evidence for it, for or
Right,
against.
you're presuming that evidence doesn't exist when it's
What?
presented to you.
What? That's irrelevant to what a
You just dismiss it.
What is? I don't know what
Yeah.
that means. I obviously.
What do you do
I don't
with an
think
experience?
I don't think
What do you
that's the
do with
correct definition of
What
presupposition.
do you do with an experience somebody has that can only be explained by the supernatural?
There's no such
And
thing.
naturalism
That's not
can't
true. Yeah.
explain it.
There's no such
Sure,
thing.
medical miracles are a perfect example. I can tell you about a personal experience
Well, so
that my wife had,
medical
where
miracles.
a miracle occurred for her that is absolutely physically impossible according to naturalism. Cannot happen.
Sure, go
But-
for it. Well, let's
and yet
hear it.
happened
Let's
anyway.
hear it. What is your physically impossible medical miracle?
Sure. Okay. So my wife had diabetic neuropathy, right? She had for many years because she was diabetic, and neuropathy creates shock-like pains, numbing sensations, lightning pains, pinprick sensations, all kinds of throbbing pains, and there's a tissue that surrounds the nerves in your body, like the insulation plastic insulates a wire, electrical wire. It's the same principle. It insulates it and it prevents the electricity from jumping out of the wire to other substances. Well, your nerves are made the same way. They have a tissue that coats them. I've forgotten the name of it, and it prevents the electrical
Myelin sheaths.
impulses in your nerves from jumping out into your muscles and your connective tissues and your organs, right? And so it directs it. So when somebody has had neuropathy diabetes rather, for X number of years.
So
and
can I jump in for a
neuropathy-
second? I just Googled this. Diabetic
let me
neuropathy.
finish.
One sec. Well,
Let me-
I want to
Let me
just.
finish.
Well, I want to try to address your argument
I'll be
without.
brief.
So here's diabetic neuropathy has an acute onset, usually asymmetric cranial, blah blah blah, are involved. The neuropathy generally resolves.
already
Wait,
know
wait,
that
wait, wait,
neuropathy.
wait, wait, wait. This is the important part. The neuropathy generally resolves spontaneously in 3 to 12 months, but in rare cases may last for years.
All right, so back to my.
Wait. This means it cures itself.
So she has.
The neuropathy
So she has
resolves.
neuropathy.
It cures
Let me-
itself
let me-
naturally,
let me-
physically.
Let me finish.
Okay.
So when someone has had neuropathy and experienced these pains for a very extended period of time, not just a year, 6 months.
Years
I'm talking about
may
years,
last
like
for
maybe
years.
six or more years.
Sure.
Okay. So what happens is then the tissue gets degraded to the point where it no longer can stop the pain. And the electrical impulses shooting out are continuous. In other words, the pain is not just coming and going. It's constant, 24 hours a day. You wake up with it, you go to bed with it. It'll never go away, cannot be stopped. The best thing a doctor can do for you is give you gabapentin, amitriptyline, something like that to ease your suffering. But once the tissue is degraded to that point and the neuropathy is matured to that point, which takes years, right? There's nothing that medical science can do. You will experience the pain 24 hours a day.
So
every
I
day,
literally
okay?
already addressed
And
this.
so
I literally
my wife's
already addressed this in the sentence before.
And so my wife is experiencing this, and she experienced it for quite a few years. She used to sit on the edge of the bed, cry,
Oh
and
my
rub her
God, I
calves
don't
and
need the
feet.
story. This is
Please,
cured
with me,
naturally.
please. Well, I'm telling
This
you
is
about it. I'm telling you
cured
about it. Okay?
naturally. We
And-
know of
and,
cases where
no, there is
diabetic
no cure.
neuropathy spontaneous
There is no
recovery.
cure. So the pain, she used to beg God to take the pain away.
Okay.
And the pain was 24 hours a day. And she told me one night that God told her to tell me if I would lay my hands on her feet and pray, he would take the pain
That's
away.
great.
I disbelieved her. I asked her if she was certain
That's
she hear a
great.
voice in her head one night. Okay, let me finish. Okay.
I
So,
already know your
after
argument and I've already
disbelieving-
refuted it.
After disbelieving, I said, well, who's going to stand in the way of God in a miracle? I'm not going to do it. So I got down on my knees and put my hands under the bed on her feet, and I prayed. And as soon as I began to pray, she shook her feet violently and said, oh. And I said, what happened? She said, I saw icicles like lightning bolts shooting out of my toes. I could feel it, and I saw them. And the pain went away. It stopped that day. She never had another neuropathy pain.
Great.
Now,
Guess
now
what?
that's not possible.
Oh, that is
because the only
possible.
way
Stop.
that
Stop
could-
right there. Stop.
that is-
Stop.
that is not
Nephew, stop.
possible
Nephew, stop.
medically.
That is
Because the
possible.
only way for the
Stop.
neuropathy to
Stop.
stop
Nephew, stop.
instantly
Listen.
is if the
Listen
tissue
to the
regenerated
counter
instantly
argument.
around
Nephew,
the nerve.
listen.
Okay? No, don't cut
Experiment.
me off
No,
while
oh my
I'm
God!
making the
Stop! Stop!
testimony.
Stop! Stop!
I'll listen to you
Listen.
once you allow me
Listen.
to make my. Okay,
My
goodbye.
arguments take one sentence. Yours take like 8 years. I just Googled it. Experimental diabetic neuropathy with spontaneous recovery. Right there. We have literally dozens of examples of this happening naturally. So when you say this can't happen naturally, you have your head up your ass. It's well known that this happens naturally.
I guess you just need to mute them and they like keep over talking or like go on long monologues.
Yeah. And he's just assuming that that's an impossible thing to happen. It's not
pure
a
assumption.
yeah.
We have data of the myelin sheath regrowing on nerves. He's trying to claim it happened instantaneously. It doesn't matter. All it has to do is reach a certain threshold of regrowth, and suddenly things like seizures because of degradation of the myelin sheath will stop. I mean, this is a known thing. There are lists of how one can change one's diet to regrow the myelin sheath, what different medications you can take, that sort of thing. This is a thing that happens. He's just trying to claim it happened instantaneously. And I mean, that cool story, bro, but no one's going to believe you. You are Nephi after all.
And something else that's part of the degenerative aspect of that is like pain receptors can also be damaged in the process too, in the process of neuropathy. So if pain receptors are damaged, there can be the possibility of an experience of relief. But that's just because the nerve endings are not communicating better. They're not doing their job well. So similar thing happens in dentistry. People will get infections where they have like swelling and pain, but then like sometimes it could go away. It'll go away on its own. Like the experience of like the infection could still be there, but the pain sensation can fade away. And people like go on for a year with an abscess, but no pain. So you can't just assume that this is the only way that this happened. You've got to also demonstrate that a God had something to do with it. So you've got to prove that existence first. Once you demonstrate that a God exists, then you need to look into as to what mechanism was involved in the miracle that you're defining here, and then demonstrate how that mechanism actually is a thing and how it's actually working with the body, right? How it's actually doing the thing. Once you demonstrate that, then we can consider your hypothesis as a viable option. Otherwise, you're just assuming that all these things in along the way.
Existence is something that has to be assumed. We don't prove existence.
Presub King, I do think the essential point is I've had tons of friends who also claim to have like things like miraculous experiences. Now, it may be possible that some of them might have experienced some legitimate help from God, but the point is, in the vast majority of cases, we don't see that there is evidence of such, right? Like a lot of people, when they have some experience in which maybe they got healed by themselves, which also could occur naturally, they are usually very biased to arrive at that conclusion that, God did it without approaching that situation with much skepticism. So the problem is like a lot of things just fly over their head. And also a lot of miraculous experiences that I've heard of, none of those claims have any evidence to support it. Like if I were to ask my friend, like, did you take a medical report or a test before you had this miraculous healing and a test after that? Like, none of them have any of evidence of such kind. So that's where the problem is. Like, we don't have anybody doing that.
Well, there are actually lots of cases that have that. There was a big book by somebody, I forgot his name now, where there are actually medical cases of people who have been healed after prayer, and it's well documented. The problem is that it happens at a particular rate, and that rate happens the same whether or not you pray over somebody. So cancer spontaneous remission is a thing. Like I think it's like 10% of cancers get spontaneous remission. So if you have cancer, you go to a church and they pray over you and you get healed. If you're not well educated in the medical field, then you just think you've been healed by God, and to you it's tremendous evidence. And then when you check it later, you realize, oh wait, this happens.
I do think I know. I do think the right.
Craig Keener is the book. Benton Milley, thank you.
Yeah, no, I do think that the point here is that the scientific method is actually trying to demonstrate that it has to be more than random chance. The problem is this is happening in a very small percentage of cases, which is why I think they do not take it seriously.
Well, I think they just don't do research in the field. They pray, something happens, and then they say, must have been God, without actually looking into the data, having a sample size, or a control group to recognize if it's more than chance. They just don't understand enough about science to be able to understand how to differentiate imagination from reality. And so they just assume it's God because it happened at a convenient time for them. God help me find
think
those
it's weird.
words.
Existence is like an unfalsifiable thing, and it's like weird that we just assume existence of things. But then when it comes
No.
to
You don't.
God,
You
you
don't.
want like evidence.
You don't. So like I have an experience.
Yeah, you do.
Am I assuming I
Oh,
have an
shut up.
experience? Am I assuming?
I think you know that I think therefore I am is begging the question.
No, it's not. So am I
Yes, it
assuming?
is.
Am I assuming I'm having an experience right now?
Yes,
How?
it's unfalsifiable. You don't have any evidence of it.
No.
That's not what he asked.
So I literally have an experience. What presuppositions do I have to cause the experience to exist?
Cognitive structures.
I don't presuppose that. I could be a brain in a vat. I don't care.
Active perceiving and interpreting information involves making sense of sensory
Makes
input.
no
This
difference. I
process
can say
relies
all
on
of- wait,
pre-existing
no,
mental frameworks that guide interpretation.
Stop. So all of that could be wrong. I could be a computer. No, have none of that. I could be a electrical signal on Venus.
That's ad hoc.
No,
That's just ad hoc.
No, ad hoc
I
is
mean, we seem to
something.
be.
Ad hoc means that you're adding things to a hypothesis for no reason. That is not
It's
what
like
I'm
when
doing.
a flat earther says, "Oh, that picture could just be CGI."
No. If you say it must be X, and I say, "Oh no, it doesn't," there are other possibilities. That's a disproof of your argument. So if you say you presuppose brain structures. Like, no, I don't, because I don't care whether or not it's brain structures or computer generated
Your
or
language, the language you use has presuppositions.
Yes, language has presuppositions. Language is not required for my
Yeah.
experience. My experience exists without language.
You can give meaning to like your experience without language.
Nope, I don't need to give meaning
It
to my
exists.
experience. My experience exists even with no meaning.
Now, forgive me here,
Based
but
on what-
we seem to be stuck in the same place here. Like, is this the sort of argument like, oh, I make presuppositions, you make presuppositions, we all
No,
make
it's not.
presuppositions.
No, you don't
therefore,
understand what we're talking about. You don't understand what we're talking about, dude.
yeah, please explain.
Wait.
That's what I'm asking, but don't have that tone with me.
Wait,
I'm
hold
really
on,
just wanting to know.
Yeah, like Presub King, it's very easy to debunk the statement about assumption of existence. Now, you and I are talking, and if you agree that both of us are talking, it does not matter if I'm an alien, does not matter if I'm a ghost. The fact that we are having this interaction right now, even if it's a hallucination, even if it's a delusion, even if it's in the matrix, the fact that we are having the conversation right now instantly proves existence. That is an inescapable truth. You cannot escape that. It proves
It
existence.
doesn't.
It does.
Wait,
So
wait.
do we not exist?
So let me explain
Are
it
we
a different
talking
way.
and not existing
Wait,
right
one
now?
sec. Let me explain it a different way. If a rock exists, does the rock presuppose anything?
We don't prove rocks exist.
I don't
We
care.
say
I don't
this
care.
thing.
I don't care.
We say this
If-
thing that exists is a rock.
There is a
He's
rock.
trying to make
Stop,
you commit to terms.
Stop.
Existence
Stop,
is always
stop,
assumed.
stop. If a rock exists, did it presuppose anything to exist?
I don't even understand what you're saying.
If a rock
course
exists, if there is a rock, rocks have no consciousness. Does a rock have any presuppositions?
I don't
The
know.
rock itself, it's not conscious, right? It has no presuppositions. It doesn't have a brain.
I mean, it could. I don't know. It could be conscious.
Suppose it's not. suppose it's not
you know that?
conscious.
Okay, hypothetically.
So it exists.
I don't know, man.
But it doesn't have any presuppositions, right? It's a rock.
Okay.
Which means the rock can exist without presuppositions. It's just a thing. In reality, it exists. Experience is like a rock. It's a thing that exists. The experience has no presuppositions, just like the rock has no presuppositions. The experience is a thing that exists.
The existence would be a presupposition.
No. Again, does a rock have
Existence is
presuppositions?
unfalsifiable.
Does a rock,
Existence is unfalsifiable.
Does a rock have presuppositions?
Sure, it's existence.
Okay, you fail. If you have to assume rocks have presuppositions, your argument your worldview is just dumb.
Presupting,
Okay,
we are talking right now, and can you prove that we don't exist while talking right now at the same time? Can you prove that it is non-existence, absence of
I'm
existence?
saying I think we exist. I'm just saying
Can you prove that? Yes or no? Can you prove that?
existence is unfalsifiable. We assume existence,
So-
and then we
so-
reason
So you're
from
claiming
there.
No,
that we're
it
having
got-
a
it got-
conversation
don't-
right now, and
it
We
got-
do not reason to existence. We reason from existence.
that's
And so
true.
you guys got this ass backwards when you're trying to like reason to the existence of God. That's not how we reason about things ever.
Wait. So I agree with you.
We
there.
never do that.
Wait. So I agree with your statement that we start with existence and then reason from existence. That's true. We don't presuppose existence. We start with existence.
All right, then.
Did his
That's
brain
fair.
explode?
I mean, I think you're just being semantical at this point,
What?
but whatever. Have a good day, guys.
Semantics is the most important thing you can deal with because
Semantics
it talks
is
about the
garbage.
meaning of words.
Hate semantics. All right. Anybody else? Questions, comments, God, philosophy, politics, whatever.
Hi. I want to talk about something slightly different, if that's okay.
Yep. Anything you want.
So just a bit about physics.
Sure.
Do you know? Have you heard of superdeterminism?
Yes.
Okay, and what do you think about the idea?
Fringe.
Sorry.
It's fringe.
Oh yeah, I would agree with that. Not many people are sort of on board with it. So do you think it's probably false as well, or?
I guess so. I'm not like an expert in quantum mechanics in that sense. I think that the typical interpretations are probably more likely.
Okay. Yeah, no, when I have listened to your some of your shows, it seems as though you do lean towards indeterminism. Is that true?
Yes, that is the consensus in physics.
Okay. So I want to know if we have the same definition of determinism. So not obviously they're two different words, but often they're used interchangeably. Super determinism and So how do you define determinism?
Caused by prerequisite states in reality, something along that. Determined in that sense.
Okay. So I would say determinism is the idea that things can only go one way, and they could only have ever gone one way. So I don't know what you think about that definition.
No, I don't think that would work. There's too many words there that aren't well defined, like one way and couldn't be otherwise. Like things could have been otherwise and still be determined. It doesn't make them not determined. So determined just means that it's a fixed result based off of a previous state.
Okay. So
Fuzzle, mute yourself.
I can see this leading to a bit of confusion. So I've heard you use the word necessitarianism before, and I think that's the word you use for that idea, isn't it?
Well,
is that right?
Well, necessitarianism means everything could only have been one way. Determinism is completely different. So like things can be determined and could have been otherwise. Like it is determined that a rock or the third domino fell in the chain. Could it have been otherwise? Like, yeah, it's logically possible to have moved the dominoes or stopped them or whatever. It's necessitarianism means it's only logically possible that one possible outcome could have ever taken place.
Okay, yeah, so that's really the crucial idea that I wanted to discuss. So I'm fine with using your definitions because they aren't the same as mine, but it's whatever. I don't really mind. So do you know? So is the only reason that you lean to indeterminism because it's the consensus?
And that's what that model has made successful testable predictions about different hypotheses, which other models have not made.
Okay. Do you think? So I think that really the question of like necessitarianism versus I think you've said the counterpart is possibilism, isn't it? Where the idea that things can be multiple different ways or they could have been. So that question of those two, it can't really be tested. Would you agree with that?
That again?
So basically, we can't test for necessitarianism with any experiment. Do you agree?
No. It's possible you could.
So is it like, so you can't think of an experiment now, but possibly in the future someone might think of one?
Well, sure. So you would need someone who was a necessitarian to try to make predictions. I'm not a necessitarian, so obviously I'm not going to think of one. It's like trying to
Okay,
make
yeah, so it
predictions for
comes-
God or something. Like if I don't know what the God is or what it entails, and I wouldn't be able to make predictions for it.
Okay, yeah. So you are sort of going back to your. I know that's sort of your golden rule of testable predictions. Yeah. So.
Well, you brought it up. You asked if there are testable predictions for necessitarianism.
Well, no. I said, do you think any experiment could test for it? Because what I'm really, there's really one paper that I've sort of read, that I read all the time from. Really, is like the main paper that I get this information from. I don't. You've mentioned Sabine Hossenfelder before, so I think
Yep.
you know who she is.
Yep.
Yeah, she's like the, I want to say, like pioneer of sorts of this idea.
Okay.
And yeah, and yes, well, in their paper they do claim that it's not something you can test with experiments, so they seem confident. So that runs counter to your view that maybe. So you say maybe it could be tested.
Well, if they have a model and they say that their model can't be tested, then I would probably agree that their model can't be tested, but that makes it a garbage model.
Okay, well, it's not their model specifically, but it's the question of necessitarianism versus possibilism. So
Well, yeah.
can't
So if
test for
if
that.
they're taking some kind of deep philosophical position and saying this deep philosophical position can't be tested for, then yeah, they're just wrong. They're wrong.
So you are confident that it can be tested?
Yeah, absolutely. You could say if necessitarianism is true, a magical potato will pop into existence in 5 seconds. There you go. You just made a testable prediction for superdeterminism.
Okay.
I've got an example.
Sure.
Like you think about the hydrogen bomb, where you've got a couple of things that are work here. Just work with me here. So you've got, with regards to superdeterminism, it challenges the notion of human agency because everything is like super predetermined, right? So man's involvement has no mind in the matter. So you've got scientists that are at work doing something. The other thing there is that quantum mechanics seems to preclude superdeterminism as well because it clearly demonstrates and it relies on probabilistic explanations and stuff like that and randomness, which is the opposite of superdeterminism. So you've got scientists that are at work intervening with reality, utilizing quantum mechanics to create a bomb that leads to destruction. I would say that could be an example of how superdeterminism, it's not like a problem.
Okay.
I do think the problem is like we can have all kinds of philosophical models that might lead to new theories or hypotheses in physics, but the problem is as long as we really can't make any testable predictions or have any kind of verifiable empirical evidence, like, you know, until that point happens, it's going to be of no value.
Okay, I would just say, yeah, the making of the bomb, you might consider that some like support for the idea of indeterminism. But I would say that you can have some aspects of quantum mechanics as it's formulated can be true, but it's not like entirely true. So it's not completely, it's incomplete, as many have claimed. Not everyone agrees, but incomplete. I would say it's incomplete and inconsistent, but that doesn't mean necessarily that you can't derive any of utility from it. But yeah, I know that you have many people disagreeing. So
Wait, what?
I do think, even though you might say it's inconsistent or whatever, I don't really think that that is the case. Sure, we could have some contradictions, but the point is that with quantum mechanics and whatever we understand about the world, with our very approximate knowledge about reality, we are still able to build a lot of working things, and we have utility for all our scientific theories. So, despite having approximate knowledge, we are still able to build working models for the world, and things work out, which is the point, right?
Yeah, and I think that's my point, that they utilize these concepts that perhaps at that point in our history of science were maybe presupposed to some extent, but then they were shocked when they realized that it led to an outcome.
Like it's sort of like, even if our understanding of gravity changes tomorrow, right? We work with a lot of different variables, and using those variables, that helps us to build things in the world using the scientific method. So even if we have some update to our theories of gravity tomorrow, the point is that those theories will get updated with better evidence, and maybe some parts of the theory might be wrong, but computers, calculators, cars, planes will still continue to work. It will not stop working, even if our understanding changes.
Okay, I think that's all I wanted to say on that subject. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for stopping by. We have anyone else? Perhaps Fazo, Walker, anyone from the audience there? Do you wish to participate on this broadcast? Just gotta raise your hand or Discord, and we'll bring you in.
There is something going wrong with your sound.
Oh, thank you for letting me know. I'm gonna try something else. I'll be back.
Yeah, it's the same like cutting in and out that was happening before.
Okay.
Potatoes. That's pretty good. What else? Questions, comments, philosophy, politics, religion.
Dijon, I did have a one question just to clarify.
Sure.
I've gathered a bunch of peer-reviewed papers, like science papers, that are mostly related to topics about eternal inflation, like the multiverse hypothesis. Like there are tons of papers that you can find on the subject. Does that not actually mean that there is like a sort of consensus agreement that the current evidence is suggesting the existence of infinity, or like some kind of eternal existence? Or
Say that again.
So till what part did you hear? Do I need to repeat the whole thing, or did you hear partial?
We said there are papers on infinite inflation, and is this evidence that there is a past infinite or something? Is that what you're going for?
No, what I meant is, because there is a way in which we find if there is consensus agreement on a certain topic, right? Which is we go to multiple different high impact journals, and we see that the evidence is not contradicting one another, or the papers are not contradicting one another. So the vast majority of papers is actually, you can actually find papers on eternal inflation, like the multiverse hypothesis, the fact that we could be living in some kind of multiverse. So since there are a lot of papers on the subject on all the different high impact journals, does that not mean that it is suggested by the evidence, and there is like a consensus agreement on infinite existence, or some kind of eternal existence?
Well, internal inflation isn't that inflation has literally been happening eternally. It's that given our current evidence, that it would imply that it never had a beginning. But it doesn't necessarily mean.
So I meant that it's not suggested by the evidence. That's all I meant. Not that I'm not saying that it is confirmed, but it is suggested by the evidence.
Well, so internal inflation doesn't have a state on whether or not the universe has a beginning. That's a different.
Hey, T-Jump, I have a question, man.
What? What is your question?
Gojo Usukana.
Okay, blocked. So eternal.
Yeah. Yeah, I could find like a lot of papers regarding the subject of like eternal inflation, multiverse,
Right.
the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics.
Right. So like it's definitely one of the models. I don't think there's a consensus on it. I don't think so. Like you can there are polls that literally talk about the consensus. I don't think there's a consensus on it. There's definitely, and so you'd have to do more research into what the polls of the papers show. Are they in support of it? Or are they simply talking about it? Because there's lots of papers about things that aren't in support of them. And so simply having papers that talk about them wouldn't be evidence it's the consensus.
The reason I asked you the question is because I do remember in some of your debates you did bring up the Casimir effect, in which I think you did mention that all of the current evidence we have in science is suggesting that potentially we do live in some kind of like infinite reality or eternal reality, like Casimir effect, virtual particles popping in and out of existence, which is the reason I asked you this doubt.
Well, the Casimir effect also doesn't have anything to do with an eternal universe. The Casimir effect is just virtual particles, which is one of the different things used in the multiverse hypothesis and string theory. They use a combination of Casimir effect and early universe inflation, and those are all the pieces of the string theory model, which are confirmed pieces, but it's not evidence for the universe being eternal. It's just
I do know that it's not direct evidence, but it's sort of like saying that when I propose the multiverse hypothesis, it's made out of the parts of the stuff that we already know.
Right. So a hypothesis that's made out of parts that have been confirmed is better than one that's adding in a bunch of garbo. So yes, I would agree that the eternal inflation model is only using parts that have been confirmed, because everything in physics is only using parts that have been confirmed.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to know.
Gotcha. Because so the internal inflation model is only using parts that have been confirmed, just like string theory, multiverse, many worlds. They're all using only mathematics that has been confirmed.
And why do you think in the case of string theory, despite not having made sufficient, I think, predictions, why is there not a controversy? I think there is a controversy.
There is a huge controversy. Nobody likes string theory. Physicists think string theory is stupid. And Sean Carroll wrote an article that's saying that testable prediction should no longer be required in physics, which is also stupid. There is a controversy.
No, but why do you think that it is still not replaced by something yet, despite not having made?
Because nothing else makes predictions either. Nothing in that level of physics makes predictions. They're all just made up. If something else had made predictions that had been confirmed, it would have replaced string theory instantly. But nothing at that level has successfully done anything.
The real problem that I see with I think quantum mechanics and classical physics is not necessarily a problem, but if you were to take the analogy of let's say we have a game is running on the code instructions that we have on the back end. So the code, the whole mathematics that we could use to calculate the code would be different than that of the geometric presentation of the game on the computer screen. So on the hard drive, you have the code instructions that is translating to what happens on the monitor. So while there could be entities inside the game, while we can make direct observations of the events that are happening in the game, and maybe we can make a new mathematical framework to make predictions of how the motion of the objects will happen. But when you use that mathematical framework, and now when you go to the code of the game, which is like maybe C+ code or whatever, the code of the game itself cannot be described in the same way that you would describe the geometric presentations. So I'm wondering, what if quantum mechanics and classical physics itself is isolated in that manner, where quantum mechanics is sort of like the fundamental code, and then the visible geometric structures that we have in classical physics has to be calculated differently. Maybe there is no way to merge them. Maybe it has to be explained.
I would probably disagree, because I think if you have like a system in a game, like a system of code or a system of physics in a game, that system can be directly translated to the code. You can derive from the code what the laws of physics will be. And I think that's what they're trying to do. And they're trying to combine quantum physics and regular standard physics. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to figure out how do you either derive one from the other, or fit it in as a new law or something.
Yeah, that's correct. I think you can unify it in that way. But what I actually meant is like let's say that there is a certain action that you will do inside a game. Like a character moves near a door and he touches the door and the door opens. It's a simple action, right?
Yep.
like you have your controller and you press the button, you just press the button one time, and then he pushes the door. So if you ignore the code part of the game, and if you're the direct observer of that game, your only mathematical framework would be related to your observation of the character touching the door and it opening. But then maybe on the code part, there might be a chain of dependencies, like different modules of the code connected to one another. So maybe on the visual part, there could be just two actions that are happening, but on the code, there could be a chain of other events that could be happening in sequence.
Sure.
So the calculation there would be slightly different from the direct visual part of the game. That's what I mean.
Sure.
Not that it can't be connected in some way.
Well, I think we already agree with that. Like the way classical physics works is completely different from the way probabilistic quantum mechanics works. So we already agree that that's the case. Aristocrat? What did you have for us?
I guess he's muted.
Well, I think he muted
muted.
himself. So, like, when you mute yourself, that happens. Oh, he's server muted. Okay, never mind. Aristocrat, what do you got for us?
Oh yeah. Hey, what's up? Do you guys think that the universe was infinite?
Yes.
Appears to be.
Yeah.
Was there...
I don't know. It's funny how like Christians say that's like contradictory, but
Well, it's
they,
probably
they think God is infinite.
Yeah,
you
because
think
that's
God
exactly
is
why.
outside of space and time, so he's somehow different than infinite, even though he's still infinite. Yes. Yes, Christian beliefs are very silly.
What do you think is sillier, Islam or Christianity?
They are both fundamentally flawed in the same way, as far as I can tell.
Since they both use the Old Testament, that's probably the most silly part. But Islam has more of a warlord bent to it. So I think that since they both include all of the ridiculous things in the Old Testament, but in the New Testament of Christianity, it's more, the morality is more in line with what actual morality is. I think Islam is probably more silly.
I sometimes argue against that, Tom, by the way. There's an argument in theology about what Jesus said versus what Paul said to establish dogma.
Well, sure, I would agree, but I think that it's clearly the case that like what Muhammad said is obviously more immoral than what either Jesus or Paul or anybody in the New Testament said.
Okay, my argument that I make, you can tell me if it's wrong, is that since Jesus, when he was asked that question in the story about what the greatest commandment was, he had to pick two. And the first one he picked was this whole submission to God. Literally everything you are is to be dedicated to God.
Yep.
To me, that sends exactly the same message as Islam, because that's the first pillar of Islam, is that you must submit to Allah.
Well, I think that'd be a false equivalence, because I think that even though they may share like that one principle or whatever, Muhammad literally beheaded people and condoned beheading people and raping and murdering and pillaging. Jesus did not. And so while the same religious dogmatism and obedience to super being are the same, I would agree, the actual implementation of the values of the religions is not the same. One of them is far more immoral than the other.
So if I
think in its current incarnations, yeah.
So if I make the justified truth claim, right, that God has been revealed to me, how is that in any way dogma, right?
Well,
you're presupposing that a God exists and that God is communicating or can communicate and is communicating with you. You've got like 3 levels of.
Well, it's not that I'm claiming that necessarily. I'm saying the opposite is irrefutable and indefensible, right? That's what I believe. That's what I have faith in.
Well, so that's what do you think the definition of dogma is?
Well, what do you think the definition of faith is, right?
Well, no, you asked the question. You said, "How is my personal experience of God dogma?" That's right. That was your question.
Well, it's not even relevant on whether or not it's dogma or not. Really, I was just kind of touching on that. It's not even really too relevant whether or not, or significant, really, like logically.
Well, that was just your question.
That
So
follows
I don't care if it was that was just your question. So your question is how is that dogma? Dogma is a principle or set of principles laid down by an authority as incontrovertibly true. So because you said that can't be disproven, it's dogma.
Well, it's not that it's dogma because it cannot be disproven. It's dogma to try to refute it rationally, right? Because there's no way to abide and align with logic,
Things that are set
be
down
outside the
as
confines of the
wait,
infinite
so
eternal.
dogma, the definition of dogma is anything that is set down as incontrovertibly true. So if you're saying that can't be refuted with logic or reason or evidence, then it's dogma.
Well, actually, there is a lot of evidence. There's contextual evidence. There's
No.
esoteric
It can't
evidence.
be
There's
disproved.
logical evidence.
You're saying there can't be evidence against it.
I think the stuff with dogma is if you reject it, then that qualifies as your apostate. You know, like you can't like refute in Christianity that God is Trinity because that's dogma.
Well, the Trinity is irrefutable, is what I'm saying. It's an indefensible position to suggest otherwise, right? In any
And
other
yet,
non-logical point of view,
What is the,
like
what
literally
is the
everything else is
empirical
irrational to suggest otherwise. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so
and
what,
yet
what
people
is the
refute it all the
empirical
time.
Well,
Yeah,
but
what
there's
is
no
the
way that
empirical
you could prove against that the Trinity is not the
No,
eternal flow of
what is
the
the empirical
369 of
evidence? Like
nature, and
the
that
best kind
everything
of
in
evidence
nature is
we have,
connected to the Trinity,
the
right?
best kind of evidence we have today is scientific evidence. There is no scientific evidence for God, zero. So what is your evidence for
So
that? What
can
is
you
the, do you have
disprove, sir, can you disprove that the Trinity is not intercorrelated and
Disprove.
intersynchronized with all
Can you,
all
can you
nature?
One
dispute?
sec.
Can
One
you
sec.
Can you
dispute
dispute
that
that?
Stop.
Can you refute
Can
that?
you
Everybody stop. So
can you dispute that a
ApeCat, stop.
pineapple spoke?
ApeCat, stop. So when you say, can you disprove something? That's a burden of proof fallacy. It doesn't matter if you can disprove.
No, I didn't say disprove. I said dispute. Like, can he dispute that? Like, can he even refute it at all?
Well,
Is
again,
it logically refutable? Is what I'm saying.
refute and disprove are the same thing. Can we provide evidence against it? Yes, we can provide lots of evidence against it.
Well, what kind of evidence do you have against the fact that the eternal nature of the universe is three, right? That the Trinity, really it's
made
one.
up
It's
by
everything is
human
one, but it's also
minds.
three, right?
So it's
'Cause,
like we have the
well,
exact same
1
evidence.
into 3.
So we have the exact same evidence against God that we do against Santa Claus, which is that it was made up by humans. If we can show the
Well,
genealogy
no,
of
the idea of 1 into 3 wasn't made up by humans.
Yes, it
It was
was.
directly divinely inspired by higher beings.
No, it was made
right?
up by
We have
humans. It
evidence
was
of
made up
that.
by humans, just like Santa
No, we
Claus.
have evidence that it was inspired by a
What is
higher.
It was made up by Christians, not by
We have
humans
evidence
like
to
Christians.
the contrary that it was
What
inspired
is
by
your
higher
evidence?
supernatural beings,
What is
supernaturally, divinely
what is your
authoritarian
evidence that
beings.
it didn't come from the imagination of a human?
Wait, what do you mean? What is my
You said
definition
you
of
said you had
the
evidence.
imagination of a human?
No, you said you had evidence that the Trinity came from a divine source or whatever and is more than just a thing that humans made up in their imagination. What is it?
Yeah, and there's no way you could prove that with natural
what
ways.
is
There's no way you could prove that with a fleshly mind because you're stuck in darkness, and the only way to reveal light is with light, not darkness, right?
You
So,
said you had evidence. What is your
Yeah.
evidence? That it's not a
my
figment of
evidence
human
is the
imagination.
only way you could logically follow. The only way it could logically follow that you could even comprehend this whatsoever in your conscious mind is the only
That's
way
a
it could
claim, not
logically
evidence.
follow.
That's
Well,
not
no,
that's not evidence. It's a claim.
it's
That's
a
not evidence.
justified truth claim, right? That's what I'm
No,
making.
where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? Point us to the evidence.
Well, you could. It's as simple as this. This is the evidence. This is the logical evidence that follows from that. It's a not a non sequitur. It's not a non-contradictory. It's
I
not
have
any.
logical evidence.
So
I have
what I'm
logical
saying
evidence.
is,
Yeah, so
Well,
I
I'm
have
saying-
logical evidence that magical pineapples like reveal themselves to me through revelation, and they told me that your God is false. Now disprove that. That's logical
well,
evidence. It logically
just
follows.
because you use the word magical doesn't make it evidence, right? My
No,
God
it is
has evidence
I'm telling
because
you, it logically
well,
follows. It
my
logically
God
follows.
Christ
You're
has
wrong.
evidence because he's the authority of pureness and the determining factor of all sets of particular realities and the justice of truth, right? So
Yeah,
he is
all
the
of that
whole.
applies to magical pineapples. They
So
just
there's
told me
no.
that your God is
So
false.
like everything aligns. Everything that is actually true aligns with God, the perfection of
Yeah, it
God.
aligns
That
with
is
magical
relates
pineapples as well.
in nature and reality,
Everything
like
that's
omnipresence
true
and
aligns
reality.
with magic
Right, so
pineapple.
you cannot refute that. You cannot refute that everything is divine. You cannot refute that everything is
I'm actually
influenced by
disappointed,
divinity.
Berserker,
You cannot
because
refute that everything is
I
created
thought you were
and
gonna make
literally
a
designed
theological
from a
argument,
divine
not just
aspect
Way
of
to
nature.
gish gallop.
We can refute that.
You cannot refute
we can
that.
refute that.
And you can never
We can
refute
refute
that.
that.
No, you can
I
never
mean,
refute that.
It's very easy to
rabbinical
refute that.
Judaism refutes
No, you can never
Trinitarianism
actually
all day
logically
long.
refute it. That's what I'm
So
stating.
here's how you
You
logically
can't.
refute that. Wait. Hold up. So here's how you logically refute that. Every claim starts as a figment of human imagination until demonstrated otherwise. You have not provided any demonstration of any of your claims. Therefore, all of your claims are simply a figment of your imagination.
No, my imagination has nothing to do with the truth of the objective
No.
justice and
Every
mercy and
sentence,
forgiveness
every
and perfection
claim,
of the
every
universe,
claim
right?
you make.
So my imagination
Stop,
has
stop,
nothing
stop,
to do
stop,
with
stop.
this. The revelatory nature of God has been revealed to me through
Or I'm
the
going to mute
Bible,
you.
right?
Stop, or I'm
You
going to
don't
mute you.
trust the
Stop, or
Bible
I'm going to
because you
mute
have
you.
darkness.
So every claim, every sentence that comes out of your mouth, every idea in your imagination starts off as nothing more than a figment of your imagination. The Trinity, God, divinity, ultimate sources of truth, all of that is stuff in your brain that you have made up. And it's only stuff in your brain that you have made up until you can demonstrate it's more than that with evidence. Therefore, all of your claims have been refuted because they are nothing more than figments of your imagination until demonstrated otherwise. Anybody else got comments?
Yeah, I was gonna say
He
that
left.
all he did was he just made some claims, but like he didn't provide any evidence. Just thought like he thought the claims were so strong that like he didn't even need to provide evidence.
I mean, I was hoping that he would point to the Bible and be like, here's the evidence of that revelation. But the thing is, like, he's like, well, no one can refute it, but like rabbinical Judaism refutes Trinitarianism all day long. Islam theology refutes Trinitarianism all day long. You can't say that these things are not, there's no possible way to refute something which it's the burden of proof from your end to even demonstrate that there's actually a God
That is correct.
to begin with.
Yeah, I have a question on objective morality. Is that cool with T-Jump or not?
Go for it.
There's two statements I want to check with. The first one is involuntary impositions of will.
Sure.
Now, this one seems like it's a phrase, not a sentence. And the next one is A involuntary imposes will on B. Now, this is a statement, proposition, right?
Neither of those are propositions. What are you talking about? They're just descriptions
Okay, so
of potential ways. So like something is immoral if it is an involuntary imposition of will. That would be a sentence. Involuntary imposition of will is just the second half of that sentence. So if someone asks what is immoral, then I would say involuntary imposition of will because it's an answer to the question.
So something like A imposes the will of B.
That'd be like if someone asked me, give me an example of an immoral action, I'd say A imposes will on B.
Okay, gotcha. And involuntary impositions of will, what does this apply to? Just humans or any living being?
Anything that has a will.
So if humans have wills, this applies to humans.
Yeah, clearly.
What are the mechanics of imposing wills?
It could be a lot of things. It could be entropy. Who knows?
Are you guys talking about morality?
Yep.
If I remember correctly, T-Jump, I do remember in a very old debate of yours, which I don't know that if you remember. I do think that in that debate, you did make the most logical point related to like physical evidence of evolution, right? Like even though there might be subjective states, even though there might be objective states that you can observe externally, there is a physical pattern that you can actually observe. So it does not matter if our internal states are subjective. The vast majority of data is pointing to some kind of physical pattern in which species propagate or like work in cooperation like humans. So that physical pattern is, I think, evidence for objective morality that you can observe and measure.
Sure.
Okay, so speaking of involuntary impositions, and it applies to humans, what is objective about it?
So my
Besides,
model,
like, why isn't
my model, objective morality is a law of physics. It's something in reality that exists like gravity. It's a thing that's literally there.
does
I
it
sort of think like
require?
morality.
Shut up. So does it require a digital universe to
What?
have the source code to make the distinction that
No, it has nothing to do with the
this is
digital
a
universe. It could be physics. It could be magical. It could be supernatural. It makes no difference what it's made of.
if that's the case, what does it matter if science is provisional, if physics is provisional?
No, science is epistemology. It's how we know stuff. So obviously how we know stuff is provisional, but that's irrelevant to whether or not objective morality exists.
How do you know that that is a law of physics? Like,
We don't. It's a
how do you make
hypothesis.
that? Is it anything further from a hypothesis? Like,
Nope.
I know you mentioned.
Nope. We make testable predictions that, if they're confirmed, would be good reason to believe it's more than a hypothesis. But right now, it's just a hypothesis.
How well does moral progress and moral intuition help with this hypothesis?
That's the starting point. So that's the thing where the phenomenon we're looking at trying to explain to build the hypothesis.
For me, I think my model would be not exactly your model, T-Jump. I think it'll be more of like a hypothesis where like morality is nothing more than an emergent property, just like how consciousness is emergent from prior physical processes. So I think as a result of the evolutionary mechanisms of like biological organisms, I think it is just something emergent from prior physical processes.
I think that would probably be wrong, because if it was just emergent, it would probably emerge in different ways. And I think that it's probably not going to emerge in different ways. I think it's going to be very consistent, and that it's something that's more reliable than that. Because if it's just emergent, it can emerge in tons of different contradictory ways.
No, but don't you think that from the prior physical processes, there could be some new emergent thing that can also have consistency in the similar way like natural selection?
Well, natural selection doesn't have consistency.
So which one did you say has consistency?
Of the emergent properties? None of them.
Yeah, like you just said that it is having something is consistent about it.
Yeah, I think something's consistent about morality. The way morality develops in brains seems to be consistently the same. That's why moral progress is always in the same direction. Whereas if it was purely emergent, I don't think it would have consistency. I think it would be more random, and you could find very contradictory moralities everywhere.
Well, I'm a philosophy like newbie, to be honest, but like I thought like objective morality, I thought that was like a religious argument. Like
That is a common belief, which is incorrect. So if you do a Google search for the Phil surveys, or no, I think it's Phil surveys paper, Phil paper survey. It is a survey of professional philosophers. 72% are atheists, 65% believe in objective morality. So objective morality is the consensus among atheist philosophers in academic philosophy. So it is not a religious argument.
60%, 60-something% among philosophers, or among atheist philosophers?
Philosophers. They didn't do specifically for atheists. So it's just of all philosophers, 72% are atheists, 65% believe in objective morality.
But then it doesn't mean that like we can say that was like 60+% atheist philosophers, because I'm willing to bet the 30% left over that are not atheist
25.
philosophers, that they all believe in objective morality.
No. So no, only like I think under 20% are religious. So it's only like 15 to 12% are religious. The rest are neither. There are other. There's a lot of other categories. So of the religious, it only makes up like 10 to 15%, I think. And so obviously they're going to believe in objective morality. So you can take that away or whatever and say that there's only 85% of remaining, and of the 85% remaining, 65% of those are moral realists, something like that. But yeah, the consensus is moral realism, and it's not related to religiosity, because religiosity makes up a small percentage of philosophers.
Okay. But morality is objective. Like, why do like rapists exist? And like, I'm sure I can find a rapist that thinks he's moral.
So like, if I say if light is objective, why are there blind people? It's like
how does morality exist independent of like?
There's lots of different models. So there's like the Platonic object, a priori abstract, moral naturalism, law of physics. There's lots of ways morality could exist objectively.
Oh, so how would morality exist in the dinosaur age without humans?
Law of physics, like gravity, it could just literally be a law of physics that's always been there.
That's what I mean. That sounds very like a religious argument. Like it's just like this divine force.
No, you're just dumb, dude. You don't get it.
Well, I mean,
could it possibly be a religious argument unless you're saying it's because of an agent? Because that's the religious argument.
Well, no,
that's what it sounds like. It sounds like an agent.
But So I don't know what you mean by a religious argument in this context. You simply asked, how could morality be objective while dinosaurs existed? And I just gave you like, for anything to be objective, it just needs to exist independent of opinion. That's what objective means. And so I just gave you an example of a thing that exists independent of opinion, like a law of physics. I could say it's a rock that would also exist independent of opinion, but it just makes more sense to say a law of physics. So it's not like, I'm not making an argument that you must believe by faith or something, or that you must worship it. You just asked, how could it be objective? And I just gave you an example. That was it.
But no, I believe you're saying that like morality existed before like even humans existed, like in the dinosaur age. So yeah, that's what I mean. It's some agent. It's some like independent
object. It's a thing. It's a thing that existed. Yes, that is how objective works.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
think,
yeah.
I do think another analogy that I can make based on what you said, T-Jump, you said about like, having some consistency with morality, right? Like, what about this example of like, let's say, matter got created from like the prior processes, like from energy and from the Big Bang, right? Expansion. So then we started getting emergent things like new particles, different kinds of particles. And then at some point, we have the atom of hydrogen and oxygen that come together to then form water, the molecule of water. So the point is, now the fact that we have these particles that lead to the emergent property, which is water. Now water does
isn't the property.
have
Water
some
is an object.
Yeah, like an object, but it has some kind of like prior processes that gave emergence to it, and now the fact that it has emerged has now some consistency. Like if you look at a river, the way it flows or the way
there's
water.
lots, and there isn't a consistency there because there's lots of different things that emerged. Some of which are water, some of which have this pattern, and some of which have other patterns like gas or plasma or rocks. And so there isn't a consistency there. There isn't a consistency to the emergent.
No, I meant like hydrogen and oxygen is always going to give emergence.
But you're not understanding.
Right?
So the emergent thing there is combinations of atoms. There isn't a consistency to the combinations of atoms. It's just a bunch of random stuff. And so water isn't a consistent result of being emergent property. It's just one of the millions of different things that come about through this emergent process. And so in the same case, you'd have to say there'd be lots of different things that come about emergent by this process. Morality is just one of the random things that happens or something. But that doesn't seem to be the case, because then there'd have to be some like alternative things that result in the same way as morality to replace it in brains or something.
No, I think then the way to actually describe that would be the emergent thing that happened, like a natural selection from the prior processes, is following a certain pattern, and the fact that it already emerged means it may have to follow that pattern in the same way like hydrogen and water, like oxygen coming together will always lead to water.
Well, that doesn't make any sense, because hydrogen and oxygen don't necessarily become water. It's just when they do combine together as two H2O, we call it water. So hydrogen and oxygen don't emerge into water. They emerge into lots of different things. Water is one of the lots of different things it emerges into.
Okay.
Maybe I don't have a better example.
T-Jump, so I have a question. So if morality is like completely objective, how come our moral compass has changed over time?
So if
like, I'll give you an example.
If light
like,
is objective,
if this was ancient Rome,
if light,
slavery would have been moral.
Stop. If light is completely objective, how come people's sight has changed over evolutionary history?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Isn't that just the observation of light that you're referring to with the blind person and not the light itself?
Correct. So even if there can be something that objectively exists and has always existed and has always been the same, our perception or interpretation of that thing can consistently change, but that has no effect on its objective existence. And so the question of if objective morality exists, why do our moral progresses change, is exactly the same as saying if light objectively exists, why do different animals see different things? It's like our interpretation of the thing or our understanding of the thing is completely independent of its objective nature.
But our vision it's always been the same over time, right? I mean, we've had blind people.
No, I'm talking like evolution.
The average.
So evolution started with like single-celled creatures or single-cellular light receptors that then developed into multicellular light receptors, and then developed a cone, which then developed viscous fluid in between it, and then a corona, and then eyelashes, and So our light vision has not always been the same. It's changed drastically over millions of years in evolution.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So how do you isolate perfect morality?
I don't know. I imagine in the
I
future.
mean, if it exists, we
Yep.
should be able to isolate it.
Well, that's the hypothesis. Yes. So if in the future we should be able to, sure. Well, I don't think not isolate, discover it. So like we can't isolate gravity, but we can discover it. Yeah. If it physically existed, we should be able to physically discover it.
Okay, you think it's there like gravity is there?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I mean, but we can understand gravity in the sense that you need, at the very least, a very large object in the universe that you can stand on and then have that effect.
Sure.
There is some sense in which you can appreciate gravity without it existing in its own, but you can observe, you would at least expect the other things to happen. I'm not so sure we can do the same thing about morality.
I'm not sure what you mean. So like we've discovered gravity. We've already made novel predictions. This is discovered force. If there are other forces we haven't discovered, it would be the same thing. We would be able to make testable predictions about how they interact with things and then see them interact with those things. And so we should be able to do the same thing with morality and make testable predictions about how it affects the evolution or the moral progress of different species in the same way that we can make predictions about if there's a object with a large gravitational force, it'll cause things to pull towards it or whatever. And so we should be able to do the same tests with morality that we can do with gravity if it exists once we discover it, which is true of any law of physics. There's actually a new paper discovered about a new weakly interactive law of physics that's been potentially discovered that we have no idea what it does either. So like obviously with gravity, since we've discovered it, we're going to have a lot more ability to test it than one we haven't discovered yet.
But can't morality just be like something in our mind?
Sure. That would just make it subjective.
Law of, yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's my take. I think morality is subjective.
Sure, that's a perfectly valid hypothesis.
I do think the part of the morality which is subjective, or at least the moral compass that is subjective, is I think the internal state or what we experience and what changes over time. I think what is objective is the external pattern that you can observe. Like if you as an external observer look at like a society that is cooperating with one another, or look at the animal species, there is a common pattern that you can track among all of that. So I think that is the part that is objective at least.
And I think the leap that, and perhaps Steve Young, you can speak on this, the leap that religious claims are making with the whole objective morality is that they're then going to assume that there's also an objective lawgiver.
Sure.
And so that jump is where, like, if you listen to like Ravi Zacharias, he said that he talk about objective morality and then falsely conclude that there has to be a moral lawgiver. So what can you tell us on that, Peter?
Yeah.
No, I think there is no problem giving the example of objective moral giver, but I think they need to remove the part which implies some kind of intentionality. They are trying to insert an intentional agent, which we don't have any evidence for. It could be just the laws of physics, like teacher mentions.
Sure.
Like quantum fluctuations that may have emerged, led to this emergence. So.
We got anyone else?
I don't know. I just like when we compare morality to like the law of physics, that's just, in my opinion, just my opinion. That's like, it's like saying like comparing the Holy Spirit to like the law of physics.
Well, why do you think that?
Because like, you know, like Christians, they'll tell you, oh, the Holy Spirit's there. I feel it. It's part of the universe. You can't see it, but it's there.
Well, I've never said any of those things.
The laws of the universe?
So like I think you're confusing the fact that they say, well, I feel it and therefore I think it's there, and thinking that my argument for morality is similar, which is not. My argument for morality is there are phenomenon like moral intuition and moral progress. They change in a consistent pattern over time. We can see this consistent pattern over time, And then I think this could be explained by a law of physics, which is not just saying I feel it, therefore it's there, like the religious arguments. It's not the same.
Yeah, but I don't know. Morality, like we came up with it as humans. That's just how I feel about it.
It seems like your argument is more like the religious argument. It's just how you feel about it. Like you got to make evidence, arguments kind of stuff, not just say this is how you feel about it. Because then if all you're saying is if that's how you feel about it, then you're no different than the religious people.
But I'm not making a claim that like there's an agent that's called morality.
Well,
and
so
it's, like, this
the
invisible force in the
key
universe.
part is whether or not you have evidence for your claim. It doesn't matter whether your claim is that there's a being or not. Who cares about that? The claim is that if you have an idea, whether or not that idea is supported by evidence or not. So my idea of objective morality is based on the patterns of moral intuition and moral progress being consistent over time across cultures, independent of societies. It's always the same. And I predict it's always going to be the same in other species and AI and anything, other aliens, if they have it. So I think that this pattern that we see, which is a consistent pattern, is caused by something.
Okay, I'll throw a curveball at you. So what if this is World War II, and let's hypothetically say that the Nazis won?
Sure.
Well, then morality would have a completely different pattern than we have it
would
today.
not at all have a different pattern.
What, the Nazis have a completely different moral compass.
No, they don't. The vast majority of the things the Nazis believed are exactly the same as what everyone else believed. But it would
eugenics.
Yeah, would again. So the vast majority of things the Nazis believe and how they treated other people, with a couple of exceptions, would be the same. But that has no effect on morality. Again, morality is moral progress over time. Whether or not some people kill lots of people during certain instances has no effect over morality's progress over time.
No, I'm saying, what if they won World War II?
Even if they won, it would
like,
still have no effect of moral progress over time. It's like saying,
what if it was
it's
like
like saying there are
right?
earthquakes. Like the tectonic plates have been moving for millions of years, 2 centimeters at a time. Well, what if there was a massive earthquake that moved it 5 feet backwards in one day? Would that change the pattern? No, it would have no effect on the pattern.
I feel like it would. Like, what if the Nazis, like, because they would have taken over the world, they would have shaped the whole moral compass of the world.
Tectonic plates, they move 2 centimeters a year or whatever, and they've been doing this for millions of years, right? What if there was a really big, massive earthquake and they moved back 5 feet? Would you say the pattern has changed? This is a completely different pattern now?
No.
Right, why?
The pattern of earthquakes? No.
No. The pattern of the tectonic plates. Tectonic plates are moving away from each other across the ocean, 2 centimeters at a time. Suppose there's a really big, massive earthquake
I understand
that moves it back 5 feet in one day. Would that invalidate the pattern of tectonic plates moving 2 centimeters a year?
Yeah, but I think the Nazis would be more than like a 5 feet movement.
So there have been 100 billion people. How many people do you think the Nazis could kill? 100 billion humans have lived since the beginning of human history.
Not even killed. They probably would have like just castrated like anyone they thought was subhuman.
Sure. How many people do you think they could have castrated? What percentage of the 100 billion humans that have
as
ever
many
lived?
as they could? If they ruled the world, pretty much anybody they deemed as
so let's suppose they killed literally every single human at the time period. That would be about 7 billion. Means of the 100 billion people that have existed, they would have killed 7%. There would be a 7% change.
Yeah, but it would have also shaped our thought, like because they would have destroyed a lot of history that they didn't agree with. They would have changed
progress. It had zero impact on moral progress. The social moral progress would continue to change in the exact same way of giving less involuntary imposition of will. It may have set it back a little bit, but the progress would still continue in the exact same way.
Okay.
So like even in super bad societies like Rome at the end of its era, when there was lots of murders and rapes and things, society was still progressing morally. Even though it set it back, it can still continue to progress morally before and after. So just like with any graph, there's going to be ups and downs on the graph. What matters is the trend. What is the direction of the trend going? And the trend is continuing to go in the same direction, even if there's going to be ups and downs.
I would also make the argument that since there was sterilization programs, that were rampant back in the 30s and 40s and 50s, that this was done in the U.S. and in many other countries. It was just considered to be a natural idea, an extension of social Darwinism, that if you want to try to force evolution to happen, you should be sterilizing the undesirables. And it wasn't, I think, until the Nazis took that to its extreme that people realized, oh, right, we can't do this. There's something fundamentally at odds with how reality actually works, to think that you can force evolution in that fashion.
Well, no, I think we can force evolution.
Sure.
We've done it before we even discovered Darwin.
Not forcing.
Yeah, so like it's called artificial selection.
Yeah, like the chicken, right? That was
Yep.
That never even existed in nature.
That's
We
not
created
forced,
the chicken.
I think that is forced. So artificial selection is forced evolution, essentially. Like the Chihuahua dog, pit bulls. There are lots of animals that
That's too much trial and
Even
error.
the farm cow.
Yeah, cows.
The farm cow.
They literally
you're
couldn't
engaged in
exist.
trial and error, right?
What?
You're engaged in trial and error, though. You don't know what the breeding of these two dogs is going to bring. You're looking for a favorable outcome, but you don't know how to bring it about. So you're just using something you understand until you get a favorable outcome, and then you pick that.
Well, we do understand how it works. We literally are doing it. We're genetically engineering things right now. And so, I mean, you can genetically engineer things by specifically modifying the genes with the CRISPR, whatever it's called, or you can use artificial selection to only select for things that you want. Either one is still doing manual gene manipulation.
Yeah, like
I think maybe it's just a difference in how I use the term force. If I'm using the term force, then I'm applying effort against something that doesn't want to do what I'm telling it to do. So that's why force is required. I'm not guiding a process. I'm making it go where I want.
Well, so like the CRISPR gene, CRISPR modifications where you literally cut out gene and put in what you want. You would consider that force, right?
I don't think that you could call it force unless it actually does what you're asking. If you use CRISPR and what you're trying to do fails, that's the same thing as the breeding we do with dogs. Is that you tried something, it didn't work, and so you got to keep trying it again until you find exactly what you need to do to bring about a specific result.
That doesn't make any sense, because like then you could say, like, if I punched you in the face, that wouldn't be forcing, because there's some % chance that quantum mechanically it would just go through your face or something. I don't think that works.
like the cow, that used to be called the oryx. I think I forgot when, but like 1,000 or something years ago, like a very long time ago, we figured this out. The oryx, the milk it produced, wasn't very digestible to humans, and on top of that,
Still isn't.
it was an animal that was really hard to domesticate because it was super aggressive. So what they did is they just, they found the most timid oryx, with the, best tasting milk or whatever, more digestible milk, I guess. And over time, they just, selectively bred it into the modern day cow, which is very, passive and domesticated, and we can consume their milk.
Anyway, anybody else got comments? Philosophy, politics, religion, atheist church, magical potatoes.
Yeah, what's your thoughts on like a digital universe? Can you just code objective morality there?
Sure, you could. Yeah, if digital universe is real, you could objectively just write morality into it or something. I think the digital universe hypothesis is stupid, though.
Like in what ways? What do you mean?
I think it's stupid in the same way a God is stupid. You're taking an anthropocentric property, something that we do, which is write programs, and then applying that to the fundamental nature of reality, which I think is dumb.
Oh, okay.
Did you ever hear Neil deGrasse Tyson ever talk about the last thought of God?
Maybe. I don't remember it.
He said something to the effect of, if we have a data set, like the data set we currently have, in which everything seems to follow the process of eventual heat death, that sort of thing, then given that information, even God's thoughts would require energy to consume, and there would be a loss with each thought. So at some point in the universe lasting long enough, even with a creator, as long as he follows the same rules that apply to the universe, there would be the last thought of God.
Because it's a product of human imagination or whatever.
Say it again?
Because it's a product of human imagination.
Well, just that our thoughts generate heat, and therefore are subject to the idea of consuming energy, expelling waste energy, that sort of thing. So at some point, unless you start getting into quantum mechanics, our classical universe will run to heat death, which would include everything in it. If it's thinking, consuming energy, and at some point there would just be not enough energy for that last thought.
Yeah, but that's again only if God had a mind like ours. So it would be like has minds.
And was subject to our reality, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think that would really be relevant to
That's when it becomes convenient for the theists to modify its theology and understanding of God and to now put him outside of space time and create all this possibility. That,
Actually, that's one of the things that I wanted to argue before, what somebody else mentioned, is that he was trying to say that there was no way there could be evidence for God. And I was not sure of what he was going down until he started explaining it. And then I realized he's trying to argue that if God exists outside of space and time, then there isn't going to be, he's not going to be subject to our laws of space time. Except that this argument has already been addressed a few times. Because if God dips his finger into the universe to do something, everything else that we know about how evidence works indicates that there should be trace evidence of that interaction. And so why would a God be capable of interacting with the universe? And if he is removing all evidence of that interaction, then there's no logical reason why any of us should think God is real, because he's deliberately acting to hide his presence. And if he's not deliberately acting to hide his presence, then there should be trace evidence of the interaction. So it doesn't matter what God is; it's the nature of his existence that we're debating. And so, if he interacts with reality, there should be evidence.
And that's why I personally reject testimonial evidence, because it's all relying on, oh, here's what I think happened. Here's, I prayed, therefore a miracle took place. But yet no one seems to be able to provide the mechanism by which their God is actually at work.
Well, that's because you're cheating. They're trying to make it an internally consistent narrative story, and you're throwing foundational claims into it. It's, come on, you're not playing fair now. I mean, I can completely agree that a lot of different religions have internally consistent narratives, but it's when they dare to venture outside of that internally consistent narrative that you have the problem. It's the thing that presuppers like to do a lot, especially Darth Dawkins. He's like, what instantiates, this, that, or the other. And the very word instantiate implies that something is being directed from in a top-down process. And so that's where that smuggling in of that worldview screws the question. And it becomes a nonsense, because it doesn't mean there is no instantiation if you start from the ground up. You can't make the claim that there's an instantiation. So why would anyone answer the question based only on your worldview that you have yet to validate?
That's where it becomes kind of a case of special pleading.
Yeah, he's just bringing in an unfounded assertion, that's all.
Yeah, they lead with it. It's like asking why, what are we created by without a creator?
Yeah, well, who created you? It's like, yeah, that's a little bit
Well, hey, Amy, welcome to the show.
Thank you, thank you. How are all you?
Awesome. All right. I see we do have a hand, but I don't know if T-Jump seems to be away from his throne. I'll just take an opportunity now that we're all silent to welcome to the Theist Helpline, or Philosophy Kindergarten, parentheses, Church of the Best Spots of the World, with T-Jump. And so we've got a lot of people watching and very little likes. I'd like to see that like count go a little higher than just the 18. And you want to participate, there should be a link somewhere here, or you can join the Discord. And then if you wish to support the show, you can always become one of T-Jump's patrons or donate directly to his PayPal. That information is on your screen if you're watching YouTube.
Okay, can you guys hear me a little bit better now?
Sound good.
Mhm.
I see someone else up here. For some reason, I can't see the full name on my screen, but it starts with S.
Yeah, that would be me.
Hey, what's your name?
Slum Duke.
Slum Duke. Do you have anything for us? You wish to
I
chime in?
do. I do.
Uh-huh.
I had a question, but it was specifically for T-Jump, and he's gone now. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it about
Well,
his
we've got
morality?
plenty of smart people here too. Maybe you want to give us a chance?
I mean, this more has to do like with his like specific epistemology too, and like.
Sure.
I had
go
some
ahead.
other questions too, but.
And this will be my time to just remind all the theists out there that God does not exist. And yeah, I hope you're having a good Sunday.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Just trying to poke the beehive.
That's right. Those of you who are not familiar with my podcast, Apostate of Mind, I'm a new channel, started last December, and I'm a former evangelical pastor, which I later became an atheist. And it's not a specialty because I got as far as a master's degree in biblical studies, but that's really been my world. And I do challenge those that are Christian who are interpreting the Hebrew Bible in a certain way and arguing for Christianity. And I challenge those in Judaism that wish to demonstrate the truthfulness of their God and so forth. That's the kind of thing that I do. So I speak on that, and I speak on the Bible, and I speak on how to better think about deconstructing from religion with regards to the scriptures. As I do find some value in them, but I just don't agree with everything that is in there. So anyway, that's what I do. So I appreciate you stop by.
Thank you. And you could definitely find wisdom in holy texts. I guess our biggest claim would be that if we can find anything wrong with it, and there are plenty wrong with it, then the perfection claim just kind of falls away. Also, welcome, Ix.
Howdy. And I'm excited to meet Apostate of Mind. And
Yeah.
I assume you must already know Walker, because I think you guys share a background of having both been preaching before becoming the opposite.
Yep.
Yeah. Actually, we've met before, but yeah, I'm glad to be. I see you're a regular in T-Jump's show here, and yeah, tell me more. I want to know.
Myself, I'm a newcomer to biblical studies. I did not study it as a kid. I was something like a esoteric occultist as a kid who studied many different religions, but not really Christianity. It wasn't interesting to me at the time. But it became very interesting when I met as many people who had studied biblical scholarship and history and archaeology and stuff like that as I did on Discord. Then I got a kind of the Indiana Jones urge to kind of like, delve into the past and uncover, you know, the mysteries of how did these religions end up the way that they are.
Yeah.
One of the things that baffles me is that so many people assume that the way you're supposed to read a holy text is something like what we call systematic theology, which is to say you read all of the things that are so-called part of a canon as though they were written at the same time. In many cases, people do it that way. Not all of them, but sometimes people are like, well, they're all written by God in heaven or whatever prior to the first one being pen to paper. And they all came out in a perfectly consistent way according to God's plan, divine providence, divine guidance, some kind of, there's always this assumption that God was like directing the process. But if God was directing the process for the way these things are written, why do they resemble, like in biology with vestigial organs, so many failures, sort of sidesteps, backtracks, retcons, and rearrangements of the doctrine? If God was capable of teaching it the right way the first time, seemingly he would have. But it seems more reasonable Christians and Jews and other religious scholars are okay with this. Like, they don't die on the hill of trying to claim that God made everything in the religious canon, whether you're talking about the Hebrew scripture or the New Testament. They don't die on that hill because they know it's a losing hill, right? They've already been to that hill. They've seen all the bodies of all the religious scholars who've basically been defeated trying to defend those positions. And the only ones who stay on that hill basically now are fundamentalists or just people who just don't know that the hill is littered in bodies.
Right.
And the learned Christians and Jewish scholars are in a dialogue with everybody else, open and doing the same difficult work of historical criticism and so on. Now, they still believe that God has a plan, but they believe that history works the way we kind of know history does work, with limited human beings, that people wrote books for historical contextual reasons, and that it's actually more important to understand what the actual authors intended than it is to sort of squint at it and pretend like it's all written in a systematic way.
I think it's the problem is has to do with, I think, what I personally do think is the intensity of how far the person has been, like, you know, brainwashed or programmed. Like, when I was a young kid, I think my parents used to tell me that, like, you know, every year there is Santa Claus that, like, will bring gifts to you. So I so badly wanted to believe in that I did not want it to not be true. But the more information that I got exposed to, I did start questioning this foundation that I had, right? So the more information you keep getting exposed to, you would eventually reach a point where you come to the self-actualization that this is nothing more than something that I was, like, I have been a victim of brainwash and, like, you know, nothing more. The problem with a lot of religious people is because some people have been intensely brainwashed, and I think they are not really looking at this particular viewpoint from both different, like, you know, both the angles. They are just looking at it from the perspective of apologists who make, like, very good arguments, but then they don't see the arguments from science. I think the moment you look at arguments from science and all the research you can do on science, then you see that your foundation of religion is, like, super weak. Like, you don't really have good arguments that are built on evidence.
I'm curious, though, if Apostate or Walker could comment on whether it was scientific alternative explanations that were the most influential in their decision to change their mind, or
At least to me,
or if it was the case that it was because you actually studied theology deeply that you found problems within theology itself that didn't make sense.
That's how it was for me. It was an internal critique. It was what was necessary because, like I said before, the only thing I can give you as an analogy or a comparative explanation is something like Agrippa's trilemma, which I'm sure some of us have heard of. That if you're trying to figure out how you know what you know, you're going to find yourself impaled on one of those three horns, right? Foundationalism, coherentism, or infinitism.
Yep.
Now, a lot of Christian apologetics is based off the idea of coherentism, of having an internally consistent narrative, which is why testimony is so important, and why, you know, the stories and whether or not there was or wasn't a historical Jesus and things like that. These are cumulative cases. The moment you hear somebody mention, I'm making a cumulative case, they've lost, because they're not making a coherent argument. They're making a foundational claim and attempting to use a coherent argument to explain the foundational claim, which is a complete mismatch. You've screwed right from the very beginning. And which is why, when I was a believer, for example, we always held apologists to be deceived of the devil, because that was something that was a level of stupid. Like apologetics itself was a level of stupid that was only possible if the devil was deceiving you. You couldn't hold yourself to be an apologist and think you were doing what God said, because there were very clear fundamentalist, literal interpretations of Scripture that basically were like, don't interpret Scripture. Read what it says and do it. You're not supposed to be sitting there engaging in a system of apologetics. You're supposed to be seeing what it says, and if you need to, you're supposed to wait for God to explain it through grace. For the light to become ever brighter. He's the reason you understand this, not because you have sinfully relied on your own understanding to attempt to delve into the deep things of truth. You have to have someone teach it to you. You have to have it revealed to you by Jesus or by God, whatever.
So you were discouraged from engaging with any criticism at all, and the idea of
very much
apologetics was considered like conceding too much. The idea that you would even argue with someone instead of just sort of like ignoring them or like avoiding them.
The preaching itself was sort of like, okay, if you get asked this question, give it this answer. If you get asked this question, get this answer. But we were always primed to try to speak to people who already believed in God. We were big into converting people from other faiths.
That's good sales.
If you already went that way, then it was an easy thing, right? To try to say, okay, well, your understanding of God's flawed, but look at how much this makes much more sense,
You wouldn't maximize your sales if your sales tactic was to do cold calling of people who weren't interested in something like what you sold, right? Almost all sales focuses on the closest to being converted, which is someone who already likes something similar to what you're selling.
And it's a sales tactic as well, right? If I can get you to emotionally commit to, how do you sell ice to an Eskimo is the phrase that is used, and it's by convincing them that this ice that you're selling is more special than the other ice that they've got, And so if I can attack your feelings and make you feel something along the line of, yeah, you feel sinful, yeah, you feel like the world is doomed, yeah, you need a savior, you need God to help you. If I can get you to commit emotionally, then my job is done. I can then use my internally consistent theology to convince you that your theology is wrong. But that's the first hurdle. It has to be an emotional argument, because there is no foundational claim of God's existence that can be proven to be true, because it would be objective. Anyone, anywhere, at any time could look at reality and determine, you know what? We don't know where that's coming from, but it's only consistent with the descriptions of God. That's it.
You also made me realize just how reactionary apologetics truly is, because they're used to selling God to people who believe in God. And now they're kind of on the defense and trying to say, why should we believe in this even to begin with?
Exactly. It's apologetics is a defense action. The moment someone's engaged in apologetics, they are attempting to defend something that by their own biblical standards shouldn't be attempted to defend it in that way. And so we dismissed them as heretics. It was easy to dismiss apologists as being demon deceived, that sort of thing, because that was consistent with our narrative.
Maybe it's also possible that, like, at least from my side, like, even if God does exist, and if people are like arguing with us that God exists, the point is that even if he does exist, I think the line of reasoning or the methodology that they are actually using to arrive at that conclusion at this given point in time is still not convincing enough for me to hold that position. So even if God is true, like, I still will reject that claim because the evidence is not sufficient, or neither is it pointing in that direction. It's sort of like undiscovered things, right? Like, where until you discover them, there is no reason for us to believe in that, even if that is true.
Yeah, God is not a candidate explanation is the term I've heard someone else use, because we don't have any examples to prove that it's a candidate explanation. And candidate explanations are the things that you do have some fact on to base your hypothesis on. And because If you don't have that, what are you doing? You're appealing to a mystery to explain a mystery, and in God, the case of God, you're appealing to a greater mystery to explain a lesser mystery. So you just kicking the ball down the road. You're not saying anything definitive. You're not saying anything objective. You're just saying, hey, my internally consistent narrative takes into account, this is where morals come from. And my internally consistent narrative says this is where logic comes from, and language and math and all these things. They're all gleaned top down towards us. They're forget trying to build it from the ground up. You can't do that. That's impossible. And that's the argument.
Walker, do you think like maybe in the next few 100 years, like as technology keeps progressing and as people keep getting access to information via the internet, do you think that at some point in the near future, do you think that like humans or Homo sapiens will sort of like evolve past the need to believe in some kind of deity? Because I think at that point we will not be as ignorant as we are. Like,
well, I would argue we don't have a need to believe in a deity. I would say that our natural tendencies to make false conclusions, both positive and negative conclusions that are false but useful, is what is causing people to eventually, through social, almost like cultural last man standing, like I believed in this God and you believed in that God, but my God's better, and then suddenly there's this family of gods, and then suddenly that family of gods isn't good enough anymore. There's a monotheism that has to emerge. Like if you take a look at the history of the development of religion, it's all animism and spiritism at some level, and then it gets a little more complicated, a little more select, and a little more refined, and a little more specific, and it just keeps going up in tiers until finally you have the emergence of monotheism, where you've got one God capable of doing all of the stuff all the other gods did before.
And it's not from the Christians and Jewish traditions that first emerges, right?
No,
because
no,
it
not at
turns out that the best evidence now is that Judaism is very late, probably written around like mid 2nd century. So it's younger than Plato. And Plato and Thales and Socrates were advocating for a monist, great divine creator kind of God that was completely different from the polytheistic gods that their societies believed in. And they wrote extensively about this. And the influence on early Judaism is massive, as is the rest of the Hellenistic literature. Like, I don't know if you guys have been watching the latest stuff that's been coming out since Gmerkin's book on like Plato and Genesis, and his stuff shows that the fundamental concepts and the specific order of events in Genesis and the specific laws down to the exacting details in Deuteronomy are almost exact matches to the Republic and to the idea of the noble lie to create a society that has God-given laws that will never be challenged to create a prosperous society that has great cultural strength. And it turns out that it goes, like the rabbit hole is essentially still being uncovered, but in the case of the idea of like Jesus being resurrected, there were numerous other founders of city-states or Messiah-like figures who died, who were followed after their death by people saying that they were still alive, that they saw them. And the kind of illusion it's called a bereavement delusion, right? Like people have bereavement hallucinations on a regular basis where they see a family member who's died as though they're alive again, or they imagine it, or they have a dream that they think is real.
Yeah, so that's possible. And then also, but those ideas are not like, they don't emerge on their own. They're very much preceded by notions of resurrected gods that were well before Christianity, like the cult to Osiris and Dionysius and other deities that had claimed to conquer death and be alive again and be apotheosed to a heavenly. Yeah, so
there's also like a whole predecessor to Abraham. So the whole story of Abraham and of the sacrifice of Isaac being averted at the last minute due to a heavenly messenger substituting the sacrificed firstborn son with an animal instead, and then the lineage being promised a blessing that they will found a powerful society in the future, a colony. It's almost an exact match to the story called Phrixus. Phrixus is the son who's almost sacrificed like Isaac. The father's name is Euphemus, and Athamas. And Euphemus gives them a prophecy that the descendants of Phrixus, who have been saved by divine intervention, will be the founders of a powerful new city-state of Greeks, which becomes the founders of Cyrene in North Africa, the Greek colony. So, and he rules for, guess what, 40 years. What does that sound like? The 40 years, right, that comes from Abraham's line and Isaac's line being able to found their kingdom. So it turns out that these people who wrote the colony story of Jerusalem and Israel being this sort of like powerful colony that came out of Egypt patterned it very, very closely off of existing Hellenistic colony tales, which had so many different parallels that it's really a genre of literature that was derivative the moment it was written.
Yeah, that's so right. One of the professors that I enjoy the most is Dennis MacDonald.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He does sort of the same thing for the New Testament in pointing that there is a lot of borrowing from from Iliad and from other literary works in antiquity that were written in Greek.
Yep.
That are also sort of grafted into the message of the gospel and all that.
Yeah. So if anybody's in the audience and would like to call in and join us, do we have to wait until someone is able to bring them up, or is T-Jump available? Okay, T-Jump is back. So yeah, I think we could go on and on, but maybe someone wants to speak to us.
I think we did have someone.
Yeah, I'm just chilling here.
Oh, hey, Slim.
Hey, what's up? Hey,
You specifically wanted to talk to T-Jump about some philosophy stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah, you or T-Jump, but yeah, either one, I guess. But T-Jump. So how do you make the jump from there's a difference between our imagination and reality to novel testable predictions differentiates imagination from reality?
So I think therefore I have an experience. There's some difference between the kinds of things I'm experiencing. If I see a TV, but I can't see a unicorn, where I'm imagining a unicorn, can't see it. So there's some difference between my imagination and my experience. I need some way to differentiate between the two. For lots of reasons, we use science. There's a big whole methodology of the origin of the methodology of science, but it gives us a way to differentiate the experiential and the imaginary things. And that's how you get from, I think, therefore I am to science.
Gotcha. I like, how does science, how do we know science is describing like how do we jump from novel testable predictions to?
So it differentiates imagination from experience. That's what it does.
Okay, gotcha. And then I'm just gonna rattle off some other questions. So couldn't you mirror the objective morality argument for objective beauty? That works too, right? Like more aesthetic values or whatever that
Sure,
is.
if there was some kind of objective pattern to the way, like some beauty progress, yes. If there was a beauty progress, yes, you could.
Gotcha.
Or beauty
you said before
intuition,
that
beauty intuition, and beauty progress.
Yeah, but so you said before you think like AI, and if we discover some alien life that didn't evolve like us, like they would have the same moral values. Do you think they'll have the same like aesthetic values? Or?
No.
Why not?
Because I think it's arbitrary. I think that aesthetic values are completely arbitrary. Like we don't see a pattern of aesthetic values in animals. Peacocks don't find the same things attractive as lions, and lions don't find the same thing attractive as elephants, but they all share the same moral progress.
Gotcha. And then, I want to talk about abortion real quick. So you take like the self-defense argument, right? Isn't that usually what you do?
For what?
Abortion.
Yeah. So women have rights over their bodies, and the child does not have a right to use the woman's body. The child does have a right over its own body. So either one has the right to reject being a part of the other, but neither has a right to force the other to be a part of them.
Gotcha. It's like the whole like violinist thing or whatever. But you're aware of Destiny, right? Well, yeah, you've had conversations with Destiny.
I've had
He
dinner with
tries
him.
to argue. Oh, seriously?
I met him in Florida on my
Um,
trip with my.
Oh, were you in Miami or
Yep.
something?
And my
Gotcha.
partner picked him up, as well as David Wood, which was my favorite thing because she's like, "Oh my god, I just picked up this really cute guy, and then are we going to talk with that guy who is a sociopath?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, it was that guy."
Wait, which one was the cute one? Was David Wood the cute one?
Destiny was cute. What?
Yes, but I will say she was very disappointed. We both were like, "God damn it, T-Jump. We were supposed to go out and have breakfast that morning."
Oh yeah.
Well, anyway, real quick. So he tries to argue that because. So do you think like the whole consciousness argument works that like before 20 some weeks where there is no consciousness, like you're not really killing anything in the first place? Does that argument work
Well,
too?
you're killing a bunch of cells, but not a consciousness.
Yeah, well, he argues that consciousness is what society really values. So
Sure.
if there is no like consciousness, that it's okay to abort it at like 10 weeks, 19 weeks, whatever it is.
Yeah, so if it hasn't gotten to the point where it is a conscious entity, then it doesn't have any moral significance yet.
Okay. Gotcha. I think that's all I wanted to rattle off.
Sure.
All right. You guys.
Anybody else in the audience? Questions, comments, philosophy, politics, religion, church, atheist church, magical potatoes.
The true rulers of the universe.
Yep.
Must
Are
mean
we
there's
even-
no theists anymore. I think that's the answer here. They all went away.
He just converted everyone in the discipline.
That's right.
Oh, come on. 300 years of apologetics and no new arguments. Just rehashes. That's going to get tiresome after a while.
That's true.
Well, actually, they did, rehash Leibniz's argument because the original entailed modal collapse, and people didn't like that. So they tried to come up with a new version of Leibnizian arguments, which also like didn't have some like logic flaw, which made it prone. I forget. We had a caller who called in about that a while ago and prompted us to look into all the versions of Leibniz's argument that have come out of it, and there's been like 5-6 iterations that tried to fix the problems with Leibniz's version, according to like automated theorem provers and so on. And they all rely on positive properties being a thing, which a lot of people just scratch their head at, and they're like, "What's a positive property?" And they all entail modal collapse of some kind, and that only really works if you're like a complete double predetermined necessitarian Calvinist or something like that.
So,
Could you
after
explain modal collapse?
after 500 years, they finally made his argument valid. Woohoo!
Only if you can agree that a positive property is a thing that makes any sense. Yeah.
But it'd still be valid because that would just be A. It would be A. You wouldn't, even if a property didn't make any sense, it would still be valid. You can say square circles are potatoes, potatoes are cats, therefore cats are square circles. It'd still be valid.
Yeah, the form can be valid. It's just that the premise may not be intelligible, really.
For sure.
What is it with that argument where they want to have a valid argument, but they don't care at all about the soundness of the premises? What is that?
The ontological argument.
Well, I would say it's most arguments for God are that way. They've got a real hard on for the structure of the argument. Don't care at all if any of the premises are true, and will actually get very upset if you point out the fact they haven't proved any of the premises. But it's only if the premises are true that the conclusion is true. So, I mean, come on.
Well, God is not real.
What do you define as real?
Reality.
Okay, so God is not in reality at all. There's nothing about God that's in reality. Is that what you're saying?
I think he left.
Wow, that was so brave.
I think God exists in
the
two
courage
places.
of his convictions was there for us to see.
No, didn't he just say that God is not real,
Yeah.
or did he say that God is?
He said not. He said is not real. I think
God
he was a
only
troll.
exists in two places, as far as I can tell, and that is within our texts that we create and within our mind. And so I think if the sun were to red giant and to eliminate us and our text, there too would go our gods.
Is there a difference if I phrase it this way? That I know I exist, and it's the only example of what existence is that I really have that I can be sure of. And I can say that God is not on the list of extant things in that level of analysis. So if I say that God is not extant, is that still saying the thing is that God does not exist? Or is it simply saying it hasn't been shown to exist?
I think it's more like
Extant
I think
means
it's more
exists.
like
So
the
extant is like an extant
study.
species is a species that does exist. And so if God isn't extant, then he doesn't exist. So it'd be the same thing as strong atheism.
Isn't it
Okay.
more of like showing that there is a low probability of something like that existing?
No, because I have one example of what existence means, and so the
Okay.
reason I can't even conclude that you exist, logically, necessarily, objectively, is because I'm locked within that one experience of what existence means, and I can't find out if your mind exists in the same fashion, which would include God's as well. I couldn't until something comes along to change the data set that I have. There's no reason to think God exists. So he's not included in the list of extant things.
Makes sense.
But that's just how my anti-theism works.
No, I think there is no problem with that reasoning because I think that is the correct way to reason. Like observing reality, learning from by the process of trial and error, see where our brain fails in arriving at conclusions, especially just by using reasoning or logic alone without using science. And then over time we progress, we collect more data, and then we see that in a lot of situations we can fail. So we have to keep updating our knowledge to accommodate new information, and then our understanding of the world improves.
And what do you say about morality in that case? Like, how does secularism develop morality?
It depends on how you're defining morality, isn't it?
It's interesting
Just
that
whatever one ought one do and one ought ought not do.
Then that doesn't exist. There's no such thing. If that's how you define morality, it doesn't exist.
As an example, if you're a subjectivist, you could say that one ought not to murder, etc.
Nope. The way you've defined it, it doesn't. There's no such thing as an ought there. You haven't established that there's such a thing as oughtness. I can tell you that things are the way they are, and I can tell you that I am aware that certain actions will end my existence, and certain actions will create me to not just survive but to thrive. But then I have to select that that's what the moral compass means. And so it's not about oughts and ises at all, unless I choose to accept that oughts and ises are part of the equation. Otherwise, I'm simply telling you,
Right, under subjectivism, so that's fine.
Well, no, it has nothing to do with subjectivism. It's not a subjective thing that these things are going to cause me to end. That these are just descriptions of facts of reality. There are things that are fundamental to my well-being, and so these aren't subjective, and they appear to be fundamental to your well-being and everyone else's well-being around. But of course, that's the only subjective part of the analysis, is that you exist. That's the subjective point. The fact that I exist is not a subjective point. That is the way it appears to be. So, what changes about me saying that I need to be warm? I have a Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I need to have shelter. I need to have food. I need to have certain needs met before I can progress up the path to enlightenment, sort of thing. These are not subjective.
I think
And
my
I take it let's just shut up. I take it you're an error theorist? Or a
That's a
moral
remarkably
anti-realist?
stupid question, because I'm just talking about how definitions don't necessarily mean what you think they mean. We would have to agree on them. So just tossing out a label, don't. Toss out the concept that you think error theorist is, and if I agree with the concept, then we'll pick a term. But start with the term, you're immediately dismissed, because we're clearly going to talk past each other.
Then from what are you coming from then?
That's a relevant question. You said error theorist. Give me the concept of error theorists, and then I'll agree whether or not that's me or not.
Oh, sure. An error theorist will say that there's no moral objective truth.
no moral objective truths. So you would have to have an agreement on what morality is, which we already don't. We'd have to have an agreement on what objective is, and we don't. And then we'd have to have an agreement on what truth is. And are you saying that truth is that which is in accord with reality, or are you using some other definition of truth?
No. Truth. Yeah, that's fine. We can agree on that.
And how
Now,
do you
for morality,
how do you define objective?
what's not in the mind, what is outside one's mind.
What is outside of all minds is objective.
Sure, I can agree with that. And as for morality, I take it, for me, and we can try to find a middle ground, I take it that morality is an array of things that anybody that's conscious and educated enough should do and should not do. And in terms of actions, like an array of actions that are classified as moral or immoral.
There's also amoral. I mean, there are certain things that won't have anything to do with morality.
Oh yeah, that too. I agree. Yeah, we can add an array of things that are amoral, immoral, and moral, and that's morality.
Then if you're trying to make your decision based off of the actions you should take, you've already sort of gone several steps down the path of, you would have had to have agreed that there is something worth pursuing, right? That's the ethical discussion that leads to the moral discussion, right? You have to be able to determine what is good to you, and then be able to apply that as a sort of a standard for everyone else around you, either because you all share the same perception or because it's just a fact of reality.
Well, for me, it's what my personal, like something personal. Like I have faith in something personal with regards to morality. It's a subjectivism, pretty much.
Yeah, faith is not reliable.
Okay, how are you defining faith? Because there's two main definitions, and the most common one is not the religious one. So it can cause a little bit of equivocation if we start using it in the discussion.
Faith as in confidence into. Like I have confidence
and just
into.
say trust. Don't use faith, because faith is a religiously loaded term. It is the second most common usage of the term, and in these discussions, it's the one that people usually mean when they say faith. They mean something like the religious belief. They don't mean trust. If you mean trust, just say trust, but don't say faith.
Yeah, I'll affirm trust then. I trust in my personal moral beliefs. It's an array of amoral, moral, and immoral actions.
And you say these are your beliefs, they're not objective in some way?
No, they're subjective.
So if you're extant, you exist, then things that continue your existence, is that still dependent on you, or is that dependent on reality? How do you view that statement?
I think I know what you mean by that, but I think what you're asking is what my morals based on related with a duality, a dichotomy between the exterior, the objective that is affecting me, and then what my personal beliefs are responding to that, or what do you mean?
Kind of, in a way, because what we're talking about is whether or not you and I are going to agree that, for example, that say life matters. Okay, if you and I both agree that life matters because that appears to be an accurate description of life, that it is concerned with its own continuance, then that is still you and I agreeing to something that then becomes the objective standard. The fact that it's based off of something in reality is a plus, instead of just being a dictate from somebody else that we're both accepting to be the case. So if you and I are agreeing on what it constitutes, like well-being, for example, your continued existence is your well-being, my continued existence is my well-being, our mutual continued existence is our mutual thriving, not just continuing, then you and I are talking about something objective. We can now play the iterative game over and over and over again to determine what lines up with that agreed definition or not.
Sure. And to not be like vague, to further kind of unravel, right? I don't think about this like corresponding to reality. because like my own personal morality is more based and dependent on a goal. Like I want me and all humans to be in unity and to be able to transcend to something cybernetic or something further than that.
Well, depends again on your definitions, because I would say we already are in unity and that we all have the same base needs, hence why Maslow's hierarchy works, and that all it requires is for us to accept that we're all in the same suffering. We're all existing in the same state. Life is suffering for all of us. And so, because we have that common denominator, we have the ability of using a common denominator to move forward, with both of us knowing what both of us are talking about.
Sure, I agree with that. Like I think that all humans have value, except when they cause murder or harm a child. And
I would
with
go
harming
down
a
a little
child,
path.
I would go with sexual abuse because
I would
there's
go
a
down a slightly different path if I was you, because you've jumped down the path to how you've measured the value of something. And for me, because I'm trying to deal with extant things, things that we can both point to and say exist, I can say that I exist. And if I want to, I can go the Heidegger way of saying that because I exist, I have innate value, because existence would therefore have value over something that is just mere essence. So if existence precedes essence, existence has more value than essence. Therefore, if something exists, it has value. What he called Dasein. And okay, I have Dasein, you have Dasein. We have a value innate in the fact that we exist. And we have to then acknowledge that, well, we can't deny that value exists, because a valuer exists. We also possess no metric to measure that value. It's there and it seems to be infinite. It seems to be boundless. It doesn't have parameters or boundaries to it. And since that's the case, my life, by definition, has an infinite value. And it appears that your life also possesses the same thing. You can make exactly the same argument that I can. So we're both regarding each other as having lives of infinite value. Neither one of us capable of saying that one person's life is less value than another. And therefore, you and I don't ever have the right to determine that someone has to die because their life has less value. The only thing you could really do is, in an act of self-defense, stop someone who has made the decision that your life has less value than theirs. And if you have to then kill them to stop that, you're just defending yourself from their judgment, from their misguided logic that your life has less value.
what do you do in, I guess, with crime and punishment, right? Because if it's the case that everyone has value, and by considering a murder not having value, how would you handle stuff like that?
I'm not sure I followed the question. The murderer has a value. I have a value. He made an error in judgment in assuming that he could make a value judgment that his life mattered more than mine, or like my life mattered less than his, and therefore he was justified to take my life. So that's what I was trying to describe.
Sure, sure. And going further, um, I would consider that a murder is removed from its value. And so then you get with crime and punishment.
Yeah, a murderer by murder by definition is someone who is unjustly killed. Whereas if I killed you in self-defense, that wouldn't be murder by definition, because it was justified to defend myself. So if
Yeah.
I'm looking at a world in which there are people walking around thinking that, they can just devalue other people around them, we already know that social science eliminates or would select against that as a social species. That those people who have these, what we call psychopathic and sociopathic tendencies, tend to get weeded out. And so they become aberrations to the system. They're not part of the norm at all. As a matter of fact, we can call them aberrant because we know what the norm is.
Sure. And then as for odds, in my personal one within the array, is that one must love themselves with the intention of helping others and loving others. And in the
How do
array
you
of,
define love in that regard?
for one that loves themselves, it can be shown, like if you saw somebody and that they have concern for themselves, and so they care about their mental health, their physical health, financial health, and these are the areas that not only are they concerned with, but they make sure that they're not in some relative, I guess, decline, depending on the society or culture. Just anyone that's not, obese or like willingly obese, uh, low credit score, et cetera, et cetera.
That seems like a terrible definition of morality.
It is terrible. I get what you're saying, but I want it to be, I want it to have utility and not sound like some kind of like optimist like anybody else, but have utility. Like you got to love yourself first so that you're
Well,
able
I
to
wanted
then help
to let's talk
others.
about the utility thing. Why do you think objective morality would need to be constrained by a subjective criterion like utility?
Oh, that's a good question, because if it's the case that there's an objective morality, I don't think humans can follow it. And so mine would be more pragmatic. Like you can put mine more into place than some figment, some idea of objective morality that is not realistic.
Sure, so then it would be subjective, but why would that be important? Why would you want a morality that is constrained by our subjective limitations? That seems pointless.
Like I said, because it's attached to a goal. And what is the goal? Is world peace, elimination of crime, poverty, and this transcendence to cybernetic augmentation and transcendence to a higher level being.
Well, that seems more like the utopian thing you said you didn't want.
Not sure I ever said that. What I want is for humans to extend their lives, life extension, body transfer,
Well, remember
and then
you said
transform to.
you don't like objective morality because you think it's not pragmatic or something, like we can't achieve it. Therefore, you wanted a
Yeah,
pragmatic system or something, right?
yeah, that's subjective, something that'll work, like something that is data driven. You can put on a database that applying self-love and then help love others is working in some kind of way with measurements.
But the reason you want that is because you want it to lead to something better.
Yeah, life extension, body transfer, and then augmentation of body, like in I guess you could say something in sci-fi where you've kind of transcended even machine parts and you can kind of like create your own universes, etc.
Right. So it seems like you're just doing the exact same thing as objective morality, which just starts with the utopia and then says we should morally do whatever we can to get as close as possible. And you're just doing it the other way around and saying, well, whatever we can do to get close to this ideal is the moral thing. So you're just doing the same thing as the objective morality, just the other way around.
Sure, I mean, I could try to find some objective grounds, like it's objective any conscious being to evolve and transfer, but I kind of start with the subjective part first because most people aren't going to understand, life extension, body transfer. I mean, I study neurology and I study a bunch of shit, so I kind of like get it more, but your layman won't understand it.
All right.
And what I notice is that like when I imagine a world where we're kind of united, we've transcended like race and typical mortal age, is that there won't be that much imposition of will. Like everyone will have their own, cybernetic bodies and their cybernetic universes that they code. So pretty much you'd have world peace. Nobody would really be incentivized to communicate with each other in the real world, but be in peace in some digital world.
Have you talked to T Jump about his version of like no imposition of free will or coercion because people are in a universe where they cannot be coerced and they get to choose what goes? It sounds like you actually have some common ground there.
Yeah, I have the common ground that humans can adapt some kind of philosophy that's superior to others because I do believe in moral progress if it's data driven. I mean, look at the world in 2023 compared to like 5,000 years ago, right? Our nature is kind of the same, but our technology has changed. And if we can go from mortal to like a cybernetic, augmented version, it just, like there's less war, like we've had a period of less wars within the last 100 years than ever before in humanity, et cetera, et cetera. But what I don't like about T-Jump's impositions of will is that it's not realistic because you have to consider extraterrestrial beings and they can decide to just destroy us all. Like there's infinite demigods, infinite cybernetic augmented beings of different kinds that could just decide to just destroy you.
What
So
does that have to do with my model? That's just saying my model says if there are aliens, they'll follow the same pattern. Like what is?
I don't think that pattern is realistic because aliens would want to be tempted to impose their will on others. Like an alien could have the freedom to have dopamine, some kind of dopamine system levels of imposing on others' wills as like some kind of sadism. And do we have a say in that? I don't think so.
What?
Yeah, when you talk about impositions of will with conscious beings, you have to consider some like a pre-morality temptation and
No, you're not understanding. My model says all morality will follow this pattern. They will all follow the same pattern of imposition of will. So aliens
I agree
will
that it'll follow
this
it.
pattern too. It has nothing to do with whether or not they're going to want to desire to impose wills or what. It's just relevant.
But I agree with you. They'll follow it. It's just that I don't think they'll pragmatically do it to a T.
Well, no one does that.
Does that
You
make
don't.
sense?
You don't need to do that. That's not a part of my model either.
Oh, then okay. That doesn't seem like we have disagreements then. And I ask like, why is it that now, or does anybody know when morality started to be believed that it needs to be data driven? I mean, is this the first year where people are talking about it, or has someone already talked about data driven morality?
Well,
it's pretty much-
humanism is ancient, so I mean, I don't know why you think it new.
But specifically, the idea of measuring it kind of came out of utilitarian ideas, right? The idea that there could be some metrics is still, a controversial idea, but it began with like Bentham and Stuart Mill, as far as I know, and they even broke it down into like subspecies of valuation or positivity to distinguish between, for instance, like temporary positivity or lasting positivity, or like temporarily difficult situations that lead to a greater long-term, benefit. They had this whole taxonomy that they broke it down into to try to give a descriptively accurate picture of like what are the kinds of values that people place on things. Can we measure each of them differently and have like a sophisticated way of talking about what system would maximize those in the most agreeable way or something. So I think that's been around for a while.
Yeah, and databases are kind of new. Is there any white papers with like, I guess, studies with moral actions that you can measure the results, etc.? I haven't seen that yet.
I mean, sociology does measure all kinds of what are called intervention effects. Like some effect has some measurable impact on the well-being of participants, and then they just define specific metrics that are going to be measurable for the kind of well-being or whatever that they're trying to maximize. and then they have to do a control group of various kinds and make it double blind, and they do all the stuff that you do for any kind of measuring a change or an effect, where they have to show that the thing that they think is affecting it is correlated, and then they have to try to control as many ways as possible to show that it's actually causal and not just like accidental ride-alongs to some other cause. Well, after they do that, they say, we recommend this course of action. Society should implement this strategy to maximize this well-being in the ways that we've measured it does, and we think that it does, and so on. That's just social science. So, been around for a while.
Oh, okay.
Oh, in other
And like a-
news, God still does not exist. Sending love to all our theist friends out there.
Nice.
God is not among the list of excellent things.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be. And hopefully, we're at the heyday of it, because I know that Christianity, I know the pews are getting lower and lower. I think Islam is going to be our next thing that we go against intellectually. And then hopefully that will be the end of the Abrahamic trilogy. Hopefully Mormonism doesn't come, like
It's
a
going to
Sith
be
Lord.
very hard with Islam because they go down the path of literalism, like hardcore. And
I think you
literalism-
could make. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all. It's just that they seem to be able to generate the most extreme versions of theology because, like I said, anything that you can use a god to justify doesn't matter what it does. Because if you have that excuse, you have that fallback, you will be capable of committing horrors that no atheist ever could. Because no atheist is going to be able to appeal to a god as justification for why they're doing what they're doing.
I'm not sure of the statistics, and I'm less confident of them with Islam than I am with Christianity as far as data, because I've looked at a lot of Pew Research polls about Christians and Americans, and there's not a lot of Muslims in America, so the data doesn't really talk about them too much that I've paid attention to. But I take it that if there was ever the perception that like education is an important bulwark against irrational thinking of various types, then this is going to be all the more imperative. Because essentially, if you're talking to a person, whether they be any kind of fundamentalist, creationist of any stripe, or sorry, an extremist of any stripe, but let's just pick creationists, for example. Like when Bill Nye went to debate creationists, he didn't spend the whole time like arguing about the internal inconsistencies of scripture or why the firmament wasn't like, coherent or something internally. He gave them a science lesson, essentially, right? He essentially had to do a remedial lesson for his like hour and a half of time that he had during the debate or whatever, because they'd literally never had a science lesson that was much better than what Mr. Batman got fired for teaching, basically. And so if they don't have a solid foundation where they even understand what it means to be a good explanation versus a bad explanation, or how do you pick between competing explanations and like do epistemology on like the virtues of one explanation versus another, if they don't have that foundation, you're in really big trouble. And this isn't just fundamentalists. This is also true of political extreme divides and all sorts of polarization and kind of concerns. People have always had this fear that democracy is in big trouble as long as the average citizen is not very educated. So if there's ever been a time where we need to harness technology and policy and potentially some like breakthrough applications of AI to scale teaching, it would be now, because as you said, there's a rising tide of more and more extreme fundamentalist worldviews, including Islam, that needs to be very, very preventatively slowed down by a large amount of scientific literacy. Because we know that the people who convert to Islam are not people who are highly scientifically literate. Muslim apologists tend not to be very scientifically literate. Very few esteemed scientists tend to be Muslims at all because it's got a more fundamentalist bent. And it's not that there wasn't a great flowering of science within the history of Islam in the past, just as there was in Christianity in some areas where most of the great scientists were Christians for a while. It's just that, like, for the average citizen nowadays, they're not scientifically literate. even if they're not religious at all. They could be an atheist, they could not believe any kooky stuff, but they could still just be totally easily manipulatable because they don't understand statistics, they don't understand like basic critical thinking or epistemology stuff.
And
That
the way that I see it is I agree with everything you just said, Ix. What I see them do is, well, first of all, apply the two different rules. That is, that if you're scientifically minded, you tend to want to convey information. And if you are a creationist, you want to sound technical. And so I find that a lot of these circles, they tend to be philosophically minded. They tend to, instead of talking about their fundamentalism, and like was just being said, sometimes the most fundamentalist versions of the Abrahamic religions, what they do is they come at this with what they say is their version of a skeptic approach. Let's look at Kalam. Let's look at other contingency arguments. How do you even know that you're not in a brain of vat? So really, should you even be talking to us about God? They do these sort of games that I think put pressure on people to say, wow, I never really knew what my foundation was. And it's like, yeah, but did you ask them about the guy who cut the moon in half and he couldn't breathe air, or like the talking ants in this other chapter?
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that because if you appeal to like a logical argument and this is what you're going to choose with what faith you'll have, I think it's been tried and done before and has failed. And so I think what's going to work is pragmatism and actual examples. Like, do we have secular leaders that are leading the way and making a change? I don't know them.
I like to think we do. It's been a little bit of a, like I said, a reactionary pushback, I think, in the past few years because of how much gains that we've had. I think the religious are starting to realize that they better push back now or never.
It also doesn't help that there are some good meaning moderates involved in the conversation who are they themselves ignorant of the damage that their beliefs can cause if they happen to ever end up taking them seriously, because they're born half-assed. They follow a half-assed theology, so of course they think, you're just being so mean to the believers. Like, why can't we just live and let live? And so you have to fight on two fronts. You have to fight with the people who think that there is a middle ground when there isn't a middle ground, and you have to fight with the people who think that they're right even though they can't prove it. And those are two separate
Indeed.
arguments and two separate different methods.
Amy, I wanted to ask you this. Like, do you think you can manipulate reality with your mind? Is it possible? Like Matrix
Not
thing?
not according to the data set we currently have, no.
There's two ways.
But like,
If you have your own digital universe, yes. And the other way is if you've transcended your being into such a way that you're starting to do things that to us look like magic. Those are the two ways.
yeah, but like, what method would you use? Would you use like energy? Would you use matter? What would you use?
This is called navel gazing because there's nothing productive that can come out of this. It's just speculative thinking.
Sure.
I
But
mean,
like
but
one
like,
way, like if
but
I
like, you have
entertain
power.
your idea, I'd manipulate atoms. If you can, with your mind, manipulate atoms, yeah, you could forge pretty much substance, objects, etc.
Yeah, but I wanted to know if that's possible.
IBM
Like, you
is
can control
able.
your own energy or not? Or no, you can control your own energy or not? It's within you, at least.
Not currently. Not with our current data set of knowledge. We don't know how that would even be a candidate explanation.
Like when you meditate, for example, you're controlling your thoughts, and thoughts build thoughts are made from the mind, and mind is matter, and matter is energy, the form of energy. So would that not also mean you're using
That's
energy?
called the competition division fallacy. You're trying to extend properties beyond what you can extend them.
Are you talking about like psychics, stuff like that?
Yeah, like like basically physics and pendulums.
Those probably don't exist.
What's this
Yeah,
pendulum thing
I
you're talking
doubt.
about? Say this. What do you mean physics and pendulums?
So I wanted to know if you could like manipulate like reality with your head, you know?
No, you can't. And people have tried. There's been $1 million prizes to anyone who could demonstrate a single measurable effect of this kind, and no one has been able to do so. And all the experiments that people do in like parapsychology and so on are just sort of like a travesty or have no result.
I actually have a single way. So here's a simple trick. If you're trying to move a desk with your brain, your mind, just very gently take your head and then you just push it right down and eventually it's going to get through.
So so you're basically using force to attract the chair.
Yes, I'm convinced that one will work.
So force equals attraction.
He doesn't get it.
I don't get it. I really don't get it.
It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. We're not all that smart. I'm not
In the
smart.
background, I am actually demonstrating it to the audience, but no one can see.
Okay. Yeah, but I'm really interested, Ix. Like, why is this competition like this physics competition where people use
The prize I was referring to is the James Randi Prize, basically. So James Randi was in the business of doing stage magic, and he would expose people who claimed that magic was real, because it's kind of like the cardinal sin of stage magicians, is to literally pretend you have magic powers, and to use it as a cult-like method of deceiving and like sort of manipulating people. So he went around debunking various like charlatans and gurus and like catching them using radios and pretending to be psychic while they were actually wearing like a radio earpiece and that sort of thing. And at a certain point, he just said, look, I'll never be able to go out and debunk all of you people proactively, even though he's really good at it. So why don't you just come to me? If you can prove any psychic phenomena, he gathered $1 million together in a fund. He put it in escrow. So there's a third party who could deliver the funds at any point if the criteria of the competition were met. And he just invited any and all psychics and quacks and gurus to come and show their, water dowsing rods or their, ESP mind reading abilities or whatever. And if any of them could prove it, they would get the $1 million. And many, many people tried. And eventually it just became kind of a joke because all the people who said they could do these things were very hard put to explain why they hadn't gone and just won the prize if they could do it so well. But often it was like what's that?
The power didn't kick in for some reason.
Yeah, for some reason the power doesn't work when there are non-believers around, right? Like they're
because there's no
negative
power.
vibes. Yeah, the negative vibes interfere with the psychic phenomena, supposedly.
Also,
It's oftentimes another mechanism that's being concealed that's the cause of the thing. Like the guy that he would like with his mind turn the Yellow Pages book. It turns out he had a mechanism that was blowing air into the book, and that's the reason why things were moving. So
yeah,
there's usually another explanation.
I think there might be a method though. Like I don't know if magic. I mean, personally, I don't know if magic really exists, but I at the same time, I kind of have to believe it exists in some, because everything, like me personally, I just don't believe everything is like coincidence. I believe like everything happens for a reason, and that in a way would have to exist. I don't like believing random, for example.
Have you studied any cognitive science or psychology? Do you know what behavioral illusions are? Like, do you know what a clustering illusion is?
Yeah, I haven't studied it, but I do hear a lot of things about it.
We spoke before, and you said you believed strongly in the law of attraction, right? And I sent you some links. Have you looked into any of the Rational Wiki articles on any of the phenomena that you believed in?
In the which link was it? Because you sent me 5, I think.
The last time we talked, I recommended that you check out Rational Wiki, and religions.wiki, which are both wikis which have comprehensive sets of articles covering a wide range of so-called like psychic and like religious beliefs. And it includes all kinds of stuff, astrology, ghosts, ESP, etc. And it has lots and lots of explanations and articles and references that take you to books and things you can check if you don't believe the article writers, because they're citing things. And
Yeah.
one of those pages is on the law of attraction. So the thing is, you seem like you're intelligent and you do your own research and you have a very curious mind. But it's very likely that you're not reading the kinds of sources which are going to challenge the beliefs that you find intriguing right now. So you're only getting this kind of one-sided set of sources, is my guess.
Yeah, so I think what he's saying is more like I look at the sources that
agree with you.
Yeah, like that.
Yeah, and that's understandable. I think we all tend to gravitate towards those and spend the most time on those, even if we tell ourselves that we wouldn't do such a thing. It's pretty natural. And Rational Wiki has pages on the law of attraction and all these psychic things, which summarize the results in the experiments and the negative results in all these cases, and the natural explanations for the so-called spooky phenomena. But the fundamental thing you need to understand is the clustering illusion. Like, do you get that there are random sets of events occurring? And if you take any given chunk of those events, it could appear to be all positive results, all negative results, mixed results, at first all positive and then suddenly at the end all negative, or at first all negative and then suddenly at the end all positive. These are literally just a result of taking small chunks out of a big random distribution of dots. You get that, right?
I expect there's one thing that's like holding me back from believing some of the other stuff. It's just I did like some research on the reality gap. There's gaps within there's actual gaps within reality. For example, there's gaps in reality between the space and our reality of our lives.
That doesn't make any sense. You need to clarify.
More of because magic is more like you find gaps within something and then you manipulate it, right?
What's the gap?
But
What gaps?
Yeah, because I always had this idea that there's like a reality gap. There's a gap within reality.
There's no such thing. Like, what are you talking about?
I know it won't not make sense a lot because.
Are you talking about like a knowledge gap, like some epistemological limitation to what we know about something?
No, so reality has a gap. Reality has a it has a finite gap.
Tell us about the gap. Where is the gap? What does the gap look like? How can we learn about this gap? What's the gap?
For the record, there are only thigh gaps.
Yeah, so
Sure. There is one gap that exists, like a god of the gaps. Yeah, sure.
Indeed.
Yeah, so there's definitely a gap with the gap within reality is just like from when the expansion happened and from when the expansion finished. Basically, that's the gap I'm talking about.
Are you talking about the Big Bang hypothesis and some like point in the explanation? Is that what you're talking about?
No, more the expansion and and that it's keep expanding. So there is always going to be some kind of gap in reality that needs to be expanded.
You mean space? Space is the gap.
Yeah, basically that. Basically, yeah, that's what I was trying to talk about. So, there's a gap between I know it doesn't sound weird, but there's like a gap between space and our reality, our desires, worldly desires, I guess.
You're talking about the interaction problem?
Yeah, so there's a gap, in reality.
No.
Is it
The
possible that there's a
interaction
gap?
problem is a fallacious position because you're asserting that there's a difference between your mind and reality, which you can't prove. It is entirely possible that reality you're experiencing is a projection of your own mind, which means there isn't a separation. It's just another part of your own mind.
I think there's a gap in between.
So it just depends on what you think it is. So do you think we are the universe experiencing itself?
In a poetic kind of way, sure. It's just like a poetic thing to say The
I don't
universe.
know if you might be referring to like how Einstein assumed that with a general relativity that space-time is continuous in like classical physics and not discrete. But then when you look at quantum mechanics, you see that it is not space-time is not smooth. It is not continuous. Like if a particle has to go from point A to point B, it does not traverse an infinite number of points, but rather there are jumps at the Planck length. So do you mean like there is a gap between those points? Like it directly jumps, it does not go smooth from A to B.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is like there's a gap between everything, like for example our, let's say, us matter, energy and stuff, and then the universe as energy, light and this type of stuff, and space and time too. You know, there's a gap between these stuff. Like there's I don't know how to explain it like really
Yeah,
good.
you're not explaining it. So the problem is that it sounds like you have an idea in your head, but you don't really know the scientific terminology well enough to figure out what that idea maps to that we can relate to.
Yeah,
Is-
I'm not like a stud. I'm not like a pro scientist.
That's okay. That's okay, but there may be a gap in your own investigation, which will make it easier to explain and to think about this question. That's why I suggested you start with like looking into the things that you find interesting. Like you're interested in stuff like the law of attraction. Look into it, right? What you'll find is that it's very important to understand statistics. If you don't understand statistics, having an opinion about what makes things more or less likely to occur is like having an opinion on medicine when you are like an interior decorator. Do you get what my point is? Would you pay a doctor to do surgery on you whose only training is in like horoscopes, for instance? Probably not, right? If you're going to study something, you need the relevant knowledge and expertise. And the relevant knowledge and expertise does not require a degree necessarily, but does require some investment of time and energy to think about it and understand it. And to understand things like the law of attraction or things like the belief in like patterns or psychic abilities to influence anything, you have to understand statistics first. There's just no way around this. Otherwise, you're just deceiving yourself and believing what you want to believe because you don't even know what the numbers are that are supposedly the way that you think that they could be. So
yeah, but like actually more let's see more. Let's see more. How can I explain it? Like how can I make a good example? Let's say there's a gap between let's say you learning something and you not want to learn something. So there's a gap, something holding you back. For example, let's say your consciousness wants to learn and that your unconsciousness doesn't really want to go through with it, even though you want to go through with it, right? There would be something holding you back, right? So you would have to kind of find a gap between what's holding you back and what's gonna make you go forward.
That's not. You're talking about intentions. I intend to do something, and then the learning process itself. I would say they're distinct, but I wouldn't say that's some sort of supernatural gap. You could say there could be a gap between who you want to be and what you want to do and what you are doing. However, that's a very real, natural phenomena within space-time.
Why is it called natural? Is that not supernatural too?
No.
Like isn't supernatural the stuff we just call and then supernatural the stuff we call that we don't really know yet? No. And then after that, when it comes to more of an understanding to us, we call it natural.
In fairness, please take this kindly. We label that as ignorance. We all have it in very different forms, but the process is to try to uncover it.
So let's put it this way. Supernatural things are generally entities which are posited, which can interact with the physical world in some cases, but which the physical world cannot interact with them, right? So the implication of like God or ghosts or whatever being like able to pass through solid objects is that they're just like impervious to physical things. But for some reason, they're supposed to be able to affect physical things while being impervious to them. So this is the basic problem of like spirit physicality interaction claims, is that they just don't pass the smell test. How is it that a thing can affect the physical world, but the physical world cannot affect it?
It's a gap.
Yeah, and I
Well,
think we use the
I
word
think there might be
supernatural for
explanation for
convention.
that.
I think we use the word supernatural for convention purposes, but the reality is we just don't know the explanation to whatever it is that we may be referring to.
Maybe
We know whether or not the supernatural is something that exists. That still needs to be demonstrated.
IX, maybe there's just a physical barrier. Maybe there's a physical barrier, like there's
like a gap.
Maybe
I mean, it's like a gap, right?
Yeah.
Well, if you would imagine it as a spear, and then if you would if they would let's say touch with the hands that spear, they could go through it with the hands through that spear. Yeah.
I think there's a gap in your words.
I think he may be having a problem.
Yeah, I think that's true.
You have some idea in your mind, but you don't exactly know the right words or terminology that you can use to describe that idea. That might be what you're struggling with.
And
Like
it
maybe
sounds
just
like
maybe
you want it to be real.
There might just be a physical barrier.
No, maybe just describe your problem to ChatGPT and it will give you better.
Yeah, actually, wait, I have ChatGPT actually, so I can maybe ask them some questions.
I'm not even kidding. It actually does a good job of like trying to get more insights into what you might be trying to explain, but just give it enough clues and then it'll give you an idea.
Oh, I would bet
Yeah, I've
money
already
on
looked at-
ChatGPT over any religion any day of the week.
Yeah.
I already looked. To be honest, ChatGPT says. I mean, there's no like significant proof about God. Like it says that, yeah.
Well, the problem you've got with ChatGPT is it's not really AI, right? It's basically taking a set of data and giving you an answer from within that set of data. And so
Yeah.
until someone includes data about a god, ChatGPT is an atheist.
Why is ChatGPT atheist? Isn't ChatGPT atheist, a theist, agnostic, a Christian? Like
It can
everything
roleplay.
possible.
It can
No, if you
roleplay
do
a lot
ask
of.
ChatGPT, if there is any evidence for God, it would directly say it's a challenging question. There is no evidence for God. You can just ask it and just.
That's true. Yeah, they said that to me too.
But that's because they've neutered it, right? So the reality is that like if I take a data set that includes mostly theist beliefs and texts, and I ask it, is there proof of God? It'll say, yeah, there's lots of proof. There's the 5 ways of Aquinas, and there's your faith, and your like. It'll just list off a bunch of things. It's just repeating stuff it got from the data it was given. If I give it the entire internet, it's going to mostly say there is no consensus on any like compelling evidence for God, right? Now I don't want that because it's going to offend my users and I want money from my users. So what I do is I do what's called alignment, which is where you do human assisted training on the data set. So you have it repeat over and over again the politically correct answer until it stops saying the upsetting, controversial things that are a reflection of the data that it currently has. It's not that it's true or false just because it says it. Obviously, we could make it say silly things by giving it silly data. It's just that if you take all the data on the internet, the statistically most likely answer to a lot of questions is going to upset a lot of people. So they neuter the data with what's called alignment.
Very interesting.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
That makes
so
sense.
like what I was trying to say before is just like I like there's like these electro I think it's like these electromagnetic waves you have in your body, right? That they have like these waves within your body.
You mean brainwaves?
Yeah, brainwaves, and like these brainwaves, you can imagine it as they equal like what is it called? For example, like if you feel like if someone's like angry or some shit, like, and you don't know anything about them, like you would sense it, you know, through their energy, they're giving off. Like you can sense that they're angry, for example.
No,
Like energy
your
waves. And
brain's
there's like a
actually
sphere.
just picking up on patterns of something that we've inherited, like part of our evolution. That's picking up certain patterns of body language, tone of voice, etc. Not that there's an actual energy being emitted by the angry person.
I mean, but your thoughts create energy, right?
No.
No.
Energy
the word
cannot be
energy,
created or
as we're using
destroyed.
it-
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
The brain function sort of simulates energy and electricity, but it's not quite electricity.
Yeah,
It's
thermodynamics is
chemistry that is actively operating through very unique cells.
right.
I
Thermodynamics
forgot
is
about
saying-
that.
Also, just take basically every time someone says something woo-woo about psychic stuff and calls it energy, and replace it with feelings. And it's a more accurate rendition of whatever it is they're trying to say. Someone says like, your thoughts create feelings. Okay, yeah, that's uncontroversially true. Obviously, thoughts trigger feelings, right? If you have bad memories and you think about them, you're going to feel bad. If you have good memories and you think about them, you're going to feel good. There's lots of things that'll make you feel good or bad. Okay, no problem. And if what they mean is just that you have intuition sometimes, which is to say guesses, and sometimes those guesses are useful or sometimes they're accurate, that's uncontroversially true. People have all kinds of intuitions. People know expectations and things based on their past experience without thinking it through it rationally, because they have so much experience they don't have to do the thinking anymore. The brain kind of does it.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I want to say, so I know energy can't be created, destroyed, but there might you can maybe create like a different type of energy with your head. Maybe you can create like thought energy.
Just replace that with the word feelings. Say the same sentence again, but this time say feelings.
So your head creates feelings, and then
right.
feelings create.
You're getting it. That's right. Your brain creates feelings.
Okay.
When you
So your
think a
brain
certain
creates
way,
feelings?
you feel a certain way about it. It doesn't mean that you have psychic powers. It just means certain thoughts trigger certain feelings.
Okay. Yeah, but like thought. But do you do like research on like thought energy though? Like the thought.
The
In the
psychic
fall
stuff
of the
that
school of
you're
science.
imagining is worth researching is a huge waste of research. A lot of people have tried to research it. It's called like parapsychology. There's a group called like the Institute of Noetic Sciences that just like wastes tons of energy on this. I subscribe to their newsletter for comedy reasons because it's really funny to read their like announcements about, you know, breakthroughs in the field of noetic sciences. There aren't any, but they have to pretend like there are to keep the newsletter going and to keep people donating and stuff, right?
I think it's sort of like saying like when you say that like your brain creates thoughts or whatever, it's sort of like saying like, you know, a single particle does not have temperature, but then temperature is like emergent from the average motion of particles. So temperature not there directly right off the bat, but when you have a bunch of particles, now you can calculate the average motion of particles, which means that is the temperature.
Yeah, it's a statistical trend. You're describing the trend, but the individual phenomena are just like basically mechanics.
Wait, why doesn't a single atom have temperature?
I did see Brian Greene's video on that, like the physicist, and he talked about how like you can't really say that one particle has energy, but one particle has temperature, but rather it is nothing more than the average motion of particles, at which point you can calculate the temperature.
I disagree, because I think there's the absolute zero, which is the lowest
video. I don't know what.
Because I think you can. I think you can have like if a single atom has a certain amount of energy in it, and you can excite the electrons to the point where it leaves the orbit of the protons and neutrons. Like, sure you can. Or unless he means like just a single proton or a single neutron, maybe.
Hey, let me just like ask Bing 1 sec. I'm just confused because I did remember Brian Greene. He's like a physicist in the field. He is, I think, co-founder of string theory, and he just talked about this in one video, how temperature is like emergent from the average motion of particles rather than one single particle.
Oh, sure. I think like
Isn't it like friction happening between the atoms that's the cause of the increase? So therefore, you've got to have more than one.
He said that essentially temperature is an emergent property of the speed of the constituent particles, and so
as a measurement, yeah. So there are vibrational and rotational energies, but what we call temperature is a measurement of an average of a bunch of particles.
If that's what he's going with, sure, but you can still go with what Tom was talking about. And if you say absolute zero is when all cessation of this motion stops, then you now have a 0 point that you can do calculation from. Or okay, how much motion is there relative to like being perfectly still, that sort of thing. So you wouldn't need anything but a single particle that has Brownian motion, doing some inner movement around, and you could measure that. You could say this has a temperature greater than absolute zero.
But what you'd actually just be saying is it has vibrational rotational energy above zero. The measurement that we call temperature is an aggregate of a bunch of particles, not a single one. That's the point.
Sure.
So you wouldn't be able to make an absolute zero measurement?
No, it's just you'd be saying that it has zero energy, not that it is a zero temperature, because temperature is talking about the average trend of a group of particles. I mean, it's kind of semantic, but that is what temperature means.
Can you go in reverse with that and say that?
Well, anyway, we got Gregory. What did you want to have something to say? You joined a little bit ago.
Thank you, teacher.
Yep. Did you have something for us?
No, I'm just or an appropriate time to
Okay.
say something.
Now is that time. How are you doing?
Now is the time.
Well, thanks. I'm well on you.
Doing pretty good.
It sounds like the persons in here, at least on this panel, seem to care about truth. Is that correct?
I care about happiness more than truth.
I think that following truth would make you happy.
Bull crap.
Should humans know truth?
If they want to.
And I'm a big fan of truth. Sorry.
I think knowing. I think knowing the truth. Because let's say that you have some, like you are in a state of not being happy, maybe having access to the truth could allow you to manipulate your environment in such a way that can give you access to happiness in case you are stuck without having knowledge or truth.
Well, sure, I suppose that's possible. But should humans know truth?
I don't know. It's up to you.
I think it's actually
I want to
more
know
often
personally.
probably the opposite. Whereas if you're unhappy and you know the truth, you'll know that you can't get the thing that you want, and it will make you more unhappy.
Okay. So I'm not really hearing a yes, but
Unless
I'm
it's
hearing
the
that it's
pursuit
possible.
that is
and
what
that
makes you happy.
I will also
Not
say,
achieving it, but just the pursuing of it is what makes you happy.
Bull crap.
Like the pursuit of happiness is better than happiness.
Bull crap.
But this is what you're going to find with atheists, is that we actually have many different interpretations on this because there is no, from fiat, that we are getting it.
Okay. So yeah, I'm hearing it's possible and that seeking knowledge of the truth is conducive to this or that end, but I'm not hearing any obligation. Right,
Yeah, I
that
don't think,
humans ought
I
to
think
seek truth.
there's no obligation to pursue truth. I think it is voluntary, and you don't need to do it if you don't want to.
So if someone doesn't want to believe the various theories and doctrines from academia, secular academia, there's nothing immoral or unjust about that.
Right. Absolutely.
There's nothing worthy of contempt about that.
Absolutely.
No, just let them close their eyes and cross the street. They don't care about truth. It doesn't matter.
I think I might have a different position on this. I hold to an ethics of belief. I think there's like problematic epistemology and viable epistemology, and that suffices regardless of your meta-ethical interpretation of what that means to be a significant enough problem that we ought encourage like successful epistemology and discourage irresponsible ones.
I also
You said,
think.
I'm sorry,
Oh, no,
excuse me.
respond,
I got
respond.
You said ought, yeah? Did I hear you correctly?
Yeah.
Ought according to what law, by whose authority?
It doesn't really matter which meta-ethical framework you hold to. We can agree that there are reasons that it's problematic not to follow some ought in terms of some hypothetical norms or hypothetical imperatives. And you could interpret that in whatever meta-ethic you like, but we're going to agree that it's going to be problematic if we don't at least normatively conform to that.
But on what grounds do you say that humans ought to do anything?
Well, it's very simple. Look, you know what hypothetical imperative is? You're familiar with Immanuel Kant?
Sure, the hypothetical categorical imperative.
Not a categorical imperative, but it's just a hypothetical
I think you're just
imperative.
referring to the fact that
So-
you knew Kant by listing both of them.
Sure, yeah. So the point is, if it's the case that you value something, then there are certain states of affairs that are going to achieve the thing that you value and certain states of affairs that are not. The fact that they aren't going to achieve the thing that you value, in some cases, can be factual, right? It could just be the case that, for example, killing yourself won't maximize your being alive. believing things, regardless of whether they're true or not, won't maximize knowing as many true things and believing as few false things as possible, for instance. Now, you might only value the former and not value the latter. You might say that you just don't value truth or whatever, that's fine. But there's going to be cases where that's going to cause a problem. And there's going to be a contractual need for us to agree on a certain amount of what we call responsible epistemology, such as like knowing whether or not you are capable of operating a motor vehicle safely. And it's not the case that we're just going to like get into a dispute about metaethics to resolve this. It doesn't matter what metaethical position you have. It's a contractual necessity to solve this, or we don't let people drive, because otherwise we just can't trust them behind a wheel if they don't have a sound way of establishing whether or not they're capable of driving, for instance, by being intoxicated or not. So when people appear for whatever reason, I mean, we don't need to like peer into their head and like know their metaethics necessarily, but if for whatever reason a person just ignores the explanation that if you are alcoholically above a certain level of intoxication, you can't drive, we just hold that person to be irresponsible with the way that they believe things. It doesn't matter that they believe that they can drive. We just don't think they're competent, and so we take their keys away. So you can be mentally incompetent regardless of what metaethic you subscribe to, and you can be mentally competent. It has a lot to do with your method of epistemology and how you arrive at beliefs that are reasonable or beliefs that are irresponsible and dangerous, because they're just unfounded and like detethered from reality.
Okay. I appreciate you saying all that. Nevertheless, all that was a red herring from the question, because essentially you explained to me teleological conduciveness. Right? If you wish to achieve that end, you must do X, Y, Z. But the question was, on what grounds do you say someone ought to do something? And I think we have enough sense and experience that when we hear an imperative talking about what someone ought to do, someone says so, and someone says so authoritatively with valid authority, and there is enforcement behind that supposed law, because if there is no enforcement behind the law, it's effectively equivalent to not being
Can I
existent at
make
all.
a claim, if you don't mind? I
Okay.
would say that you have no authority to make ought statements if it comes from a religious viewpoint.
What do you mean by religion?
As in, if you believe that your morality comes from a god, you don't actually have a sense of morality that maps onto reality.
Why do you say that?
Because, in essence, a guy wrote something down in a book, and you're like, well, it said it in a book, and therefore this is the moral system. It said stone gaze to death. This is moral because it said so in a book. That is in essence.
Why one
You're conflating something.
Why one ought to care about what a god says about morality?
Sure. Tell us why a religious person can have any authority on morality if, from our standpoint, a god does not exist.
So you conflated something.
Okay,
You
what did I
conflated
conflate?
the God speaking, all right, with a human speaking or writing text.
I
You
don't think
hopped
I
from
conflated it.
what the God says in principle, if I may finish. You hopped from the God speaking to humans writing text. So
Sure,
you
but in this...
immediately, but hang on. You immediately abandoned the first premise to talk about a different hypothetical situation. So which one do you want me to talk about?
Well, I don't think there is another hypothetical. In the world that we call reality, like when they were writing these stories down, it came from humans. So when you say it came from a god, there's no evidence to support that. So you just have an arbitrary morality. It's just this dude's opinion. But instead of your opinion, it's just a different dude's opinion, if that makes sense.
And you didn't provide any reasoning why we ought to care about his opinion.
Yes,
And
Well, one thing at a
if I
time.
might add, I think what X said was not a red herring. In fact, I think he gave you a very numerous eloquent examples of how one can arrive at certain morality through empiricism.
Indeed.
By way of, so how can you answer that? Because I think you're sort of like putting up a smoke screen to what X said.
It's not a smoke screen. I'm going to talk to one person at a time if you don't mind, because that's what makes sense. So first, Amy, what was that last thing you said to me?
Well, very specifically, I don't think that you solve the is-ought problem. I think you refer to it as God, but really what you're referring to it is as another man's just opinions that you just call God's views. And so it's not really like morality.
Okay. So just presuppose devoutly that there is no God.
I wouldn't say not devoutly, just because there's no evidence for any of the Abrahamic religions. There's no evidence for a mind existing with outside a brain. There's no evidence for natural laws coming from agency. And so when we take all of this on board, it's just safe to say that we shouldn't take any of these Abrahamic religions for any sort of moral authority. We should just understand that this is what people believed thousands of years ago.
And you're saying this after years of research, yes?
Yes.
Yes, actually.
How long?
Well, I mean,
why does
I
the
was a
number of
minister
years of research matter? So Amy's asking a really good question here. Why do you think a God-based morality has any of the authority that you talk about when you require what you require in morality?
Well, because just like how you guys would demand, any significant quantity of time spent with sincere and honest research on the matter, we have the right to say the same thing.
I would never require that.
Right.
The amount of time you spend is irrelevant. There's lots of people who spend years and years and years researching flat Earth, and they're all terrible. What I want is evidence, not time. I don't care how much time you spend. I want evidence.
Okay, but surely you have enough sense to acknowledge that the more time you spend on average, right, you have a more likelihood of having a quality understanding.
No, that's incorrect.
So you're more likely to have a better quality understanding after less time of research?
It's more about the quality of the research, not the quantity. There are thousands of years ago, Newton spent decades researching alchemy and got nowhere. Today, you can just Google it on Wikipedia and know more about alchemy than Newton, even though he spent years researching it. It's the quality, not the quantity.
So is 5 seconds of maximum quality superior to 5 years of maximum quality?
Well, the quality is what matters. The quality is what matters. So the amount of time is irrelevant. All that matters is the quality. Like if you spend 5 seconds downloading information from a perfect AI computer, it'll be better than anything else. Quantity doesn't make a difference. So the question was, why do you think God solves the is-ought problem?
If you don't have a supreme immutable authority, then you don't have any authority whatsoever.
Why do you need an authority?
Why do you need an authority? Because if you don't have an authority, then no one has any right to claim anything. Nothing has any force, nothing has any impact, nothing has any significance.
Reality.
If there's no authority whatsoever.
Reality exists just
the
fine
argument.
without an authority.
Well, so you say, so you believe in your metaphysic.
How are you defining objective then?
How am I defining objective? Is that the question?
Yeah, obviously.
Well, I mean, how else to define it? The object which is independent of the subjective perception.
So all subjective perception, right? Everyone's perception. It can't be dependent on anyone's perception, correct?
Notwithstanding that which is transcendentally absolutely
There's
necessary.
the special pleading. Okay.
No, it's not. No. It's not special pleading. Right? In the nature of the case, in the nature of the entities in question. Can I finish the sentence?
No, you have one data set.
Of course not.
And we all have one data set. You're just
How's that not bigoted?
You have
this
one.
is
You're
quickly
just
going
playing
downhill.
You just have a playing pretend component that you're adding.
So rather than actually let me say the argument, you're just going to derogate me.
Yes, because these are such original arguments.
Right, because that's not bigoted whatsoever.
We need you to explain them to us for the 100th time. It's just
So you're explicitly saying that you're going to derogate me rather than actually let me say the argument?
You've already described all the components of the argument, so you repeating
No, I
it
didn't.
over again doesn't matter.
No, I'm telling you I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way.
Right? So this is quickly going downhill because You people don't want the God to be real. It's very obvious.
So do you have a
I
reason
mean, how about
for
you
God
summarize that
being
again, Gregory? I mean,
or that? No.
what is it?
Okay, well then prove me wrong then.
Well, what?
And
Prove me
here
wrong
we
that you
go
will be
again.
critically considerate of someone else's words. Okay.
Just give us a chance. Give it to us again. What evidence do you have?
Now I can't post in the text chat in here.
Well, there
If
is
someone can
a
give me
text
permission
chat
to give
somewhere.
evidence.
I don't know how. I don't use it, so I don't know where it is.
So
But there
I
is
think
one.
the one you had last time gets disappeared. I think we have to find some way to get the text chat on this to work in the future. Maybe we can negotiate that with the admins, but for the
Okay.
moment, we'd have to
I mean,
use.
the only evidence you can really turn to is maybe the historical evidence, but then we can't really even connect it if it's actually the actual then Jesus.
What historical
it's in the
evidence?
Bible.
Well, that's not the only category of evidence that I can appeal to. That's not
what
the
is
only
it?
category of
The Dead
evidence
Sea
that
Scrolls.
exists.
Then you're gonna posit the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Well, you
no,
you
no,
immediately
stop.
blurt back instead of letting me
Gregory,
finish my
Gregory,
sentences.
go ahead. What's the evidence you have?
Okay, so it's not just historical evidence. But before you even appeal to historical evidence, now every time I mention this, people don't want to pay attention to this. Okay? People want to hand wave
What is
this and immediately blurt back some
Good poisoning of the well.
variegating
Walker,
retort.
let him finish. Just skip all the introduction. Just tell us
Poisoning
what
of the
the
well.
actual evidence is.
It's not poisoning the well. These are worthy things for me to be
What is it?
saying.
Just tell us what it is.
So the
Tell
point
us what it
is that someone needs to answer the
What is the
question,
question?
what makes knowledge possible?
A reality. So knowledge.
Now, if the worldview in question cannot sufficiently answer that
wait, can I answer
question,
your
then
question?
of course it necessarily follows. Let me finish my words.
Well, I want to answer your
You
question.
see, this is not demonstrating that you want to critically consider what I have to
You
say.
asked. Wait.
You just want to hasten me along
So
so
you
you
asked
can
a
say what you
question.
want to say.
You asked a question, and then you added on to this like triage and.
Right. So let me finish my words. Is this how you interact in real life
Yes,
when you're
yes,
not on the
yes,
internet?
it
The
is.
second somebody asks a question, you shut
Walker,
up.
Walker. So you asked a question. How is knowledge possible? Knowledge is a justified true belief. So in order to have a justified true belief, you need beliefs, which means you need a brain. You need a justification, which means you need epistemology, and you need a truth, which means you need reality. None of those things need a God. All of that's possible in a scientific, atheistic worldview with no God very easily. Did that answer your question?
Okay. My response.
Sure.
Right. Are all these things, are all the properties of knowledge concrete or abstract?
Abstract.
They're all abstract. So surely you don't suppose that there's only matter and motion, correct?
I do suppose there is only matter and motion. Matter and energy is all there is.
So how is that not self-contradictory?
Because abstracts don't exist, but knowledge is an abstract, so it doesn't need to exist. Knowledge is not an existing thing. Existing things are reality.
So then you don't have knowledge, do you?
No, you do have knowledge because you don't like. I have weight, or let's go. I have beauty. I have beauty. Beauty is not an existing thing, but I have beauty because it's a property that we establish with concepts, things in our brain. Knowledge is an idea in our brain, and whether or not that idea corresponds to reality. So if I have an idea of a blue
give
sky,
ourselves pause.
What?
Give ourselves pause for a moment.
Okay.
You just told me that there's only matter moving, which means there are no abstracts, and then you simultaneously affirm that there are abstracts. How is that not self-contradictory?
Okay. Abstract objects are things that don't exist, but we can have ideas, which are physical brain states, and those physical brain states can represent things which, if we don't think about them, don't exist. So like a unicorn. If we don't think about a unicorn, it doesn't exist, but we can have an idea of a unicorn. Now, the idea is physical. If I think of the letter A, that is a physical object in my brain, the letter A, the shape of the letter A, the letter A. But if I stop thinking about it, it's gone. It is nowhere in the universe. It doesn't exist. So it's an abstract concept. But I can make that abstract concept into a physical concept, into a physical object by thinking about it. And so the thoughts of the letter A are physical objects. The thoughts, the propositions, the ideas, the sentences, I can make those into a physical object when I think about them. But if I stop thinking about them, all such objects stop to existing. They don't exist anymore at all, no matter what. So knowledge is when I have a sentence like the sky is blue in my imagination. And if that sentence corresponds to reality, then I have knowledge because the thing I'm imagining, which is a physical object, is corresponding to reality. So I have knowledge. The abstract object, which is the object when no one is thinking about it, does not exist. Does not exist. The particular physical idea in my head does exist. And so if that physical particular idea can correspond to the way reality is, I can have knowledge.
Number one, do you see how I did not interrupt you and let you finish your paragraph?
Yes.
Number two, you're trying to make yourself exempt from the very error that you accuse others of having.
What error?
You will not allow the theist of any kind to have an incoherency that is so patent as to categorically deny the existence of a category of entities, and then in the very next breath affirm their existence, simultaneously waffling back and forth between the two. If the theist came up to you and said, there is a God and there is no God, you would immediately cry foul and say that is a self-contradiction. So why do you have the right to do that, but no one else does?
Well, no, this is very basic philosophy. An abstract object, if you just go to Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, is a non-existent object. It is the thing, the concept when not being thought of. So an abstract object is a non-existing object by definition. We then make those things, because the abstract object refers to what everyone is thinking about or what anyone would be thinking about if they thought about this object. And that doesn't exist anywhere. This is not incoherent. This is not an inconsistency. This is basic philosophy. And when we think of a particular thing like the letter A, there is a physical brain state that is occurring in your brain, which causes you to imagine the properties that we attribute to this abstract object. Doesn't exist. The abstract object doesn't exist, but we have a collection of ideas that we refer to when we're referring to the letter A. And when we think of those, there's a physical brain state that calls all those properties to our brain. There's no contradiction here. This is very basic philosophy. You can check it for yourself. Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, abstract objects, abstract versus concrete. It's very, very basic. There's nothing contradictory about this. If you think there is, you're disagreeing with everyone in academic philosophy.
Okay, I have that screenshot saved,
Okay.
by the way.
Which one?
Of that article.
Okay.
So I'm not unfamiliar.
Okay.
Okay. So what is existence?
What is existence?
Yes, what is that? What's the thing that we're talking about? Existence. What is that?
Having properties in reality?
All that exists.
Wait, say again?
Having properties in reality?
So that would include abstract entities, correct?
Abstract objects don't have properties.
So then why do you sustain that? Hold on. Are they real?
No.
Are abstract entities real?
No, they don't exist.
So they don't exist and not real in any way?
No.
So in what sense do they exist / real?
They don't exist.
So what are you talking about? It doesn't exist. So then what is the abstract entity?
It's an idea. We have an imagined idea in our heads of a thing that has.
Is there really an idea in our head?
Yes, the idea in our head is real. The abstract object is not real. So like if I think of a unicorn, does an actually existing unicorn exist in reality? Well, no, it doesn't. Does the idea of a unicorn exist in my imagination? Yes, it does. When we're talking about abstract objects, we're saying, does this thing that we're thinking of exist independently of our imagination? So if I think of the letter A, does the letter A exist means, does the letter A exist independent of my imagination somewhere in the universe? No, it does not. Does the idea of the letter A exist? Yes, there is an idea of the letter A in my imagination. So when we ask, does the abstract object exist? We're asking, does it exist when we stop thinking about it? When all imaginations stop thinking about it, is it still there somewhere? And the answer is no, it does not exist. The ideas.
Thank you for saying that. That's what I was getting at. There's concrete reality and there's abstract reality, right?
Sure.
And you just said that if no mind, right, if there are no entities that had the ability to think, to comprehend, no intellect, then there would be no abstract objects. Right.
Well, there is no abstract objects,
So,
even if there are people to think. So even though we can think of the letter A, the abstract object of the letter A still does not exist. Still nowhere. Still doesn't exist.
right, it's not concretely real, but it is abstractly real. And we must say this in order to make the predications intelligible rather than falling into perpetual self-contradiction, saying that I'm talking about entity A that is real but not existing, and it does exist and it's not exist. That's nonsense.
Real abstract.
So
is
there are
contradiction.
concretely real entities and abstractly real entities. I think we can agree on that. Yes.
No, real abstract is a contradiction.
What is reality?
All that exists.
So that would include abstracts, because you're really talking about an abstract, really
No.
thinking of an abstract.
Remember, I said abstract objects don't exist.
This is self-contradictory.
No.
So they don't exist and they're not real. So how are you talking about them and thinking about
Are
them?
unicorns real? Unicorns exist.
There really are concretely real animals that have one horn.
I don't
That's what
know.
unicorn means.
I'm
Yeah.
talking about the magical kind. The magical unicorns with silver blood that if you drink them, you'll be immortal, and they poop rainbows. Do magical unicorns exist?
Okay, so that entity, right? Because that's not necessarily implied by the word unicorn.
Oh, hell.
You need
So-
to ask your
yeah,
questions better.
That's what I meant.
So
That's
that
what I meant.
entity,
So-
I don't think is concretely real.
Okay, so that entity is not real, but I can still think of it, right? I can think of it.
Right, and the thought really is elapsing in history.
Sure.
Right? If you deny that, then you're not thinking.
Right, but the thought.
And if you're not thinking, you can't know anything. T-Jump.
Well, but the thought is physically real. The thought is a physical object. So there is a physical idea of a unicorn in my brain, but the unicorn does not exist.
It's a very interesting thing for you to say.
Gory,
because
I need to
very
challenge you on
mundane.
something. Can you fabricate something you don't know?
What? Yes. Literally, that's called a story.
A story, yeah, okay, sure.
Do you guys not define exist as something that has both objective being or objective reality? Is that not the standard usage of the term exist? So there's something that can exist in reality or it exists in our minds? There's like two states?
People refuse to allow words to have a semantic scope and just explain
not
further
what
what
I
they
asked.
mean.
If you and I both
But
agree,
I'm trying to
what the
answer your
definition-
question. You just
Well, no,
won't
I
let
didn't-
me
no,
say
no.
my answer.
Yeah, but that's because you're not listening. If that was the first thing that came out of your mouth, you
So
can pick
I'm
between
not
one of those
listening
two
because you
options.
refuse to let me talk.
Because I gave you two choices and you
guys,
picked neither, which meant you weren't listening.
So you uncharitably and belligerently refuse to let me complete the answer, not even giving me a chance to demonstrate that it is
Whether
logically
you
separated with your
agree or
question.
not
Stop, or
is
I'm going to mute
irrelevant.
you.
Your
Stop
emotions
talking.
are not my
Stop
concern.
talking.
If you can't
Stop
keep them
talking,
under check
Walker.
and
Stop
glean the
talking.
truth of a
Stop-
statement, you're
stop
not worth
So
it.
just still
Oh my
refuse to actually let me say
All right,
the answer
so Walker's
while you derogate
question
me
was-
unjustifiably.
Walker's question was,
Why don't you just repeat
Thinking
the
that you're
question?
such an intellectual bulwark.
Stop.
Let's just repeat the question.
So
and then you can respond to it.
I was muted. Sorry about that. I was telling everybody to be quiet and I was muted. So Walker's question was,
Gosh.
do you define objective as things that exist independent of any subjective thoughts?
No, that's one of the senses I can say the term.
So that's the objective. Objective is defined that way in every academic field of philosophy. So where are you getting your definition of
Wait,
objective?
did you ask about the word objective or the word object? Did you ask about the word objective or exist?
I'm asking objective in the case when I say something
Okay, I
objectively
think I misheard you the first time.
exists. Does that mean it exists independent of any opinions, thoughts, subjective anything?
Yes, nevertheless, because so yes, and the qualification, you don't have the perception of objects without the subjective perception.
I don't care about the perception,
Right.
so that part doesn't matter to me. But so if we agree that for something to objectively exist, it must exist independent of any thoughts, feelings, opinions, subjective experience, etc., then all abstract objects do not objectively exist, correct?
Well, not necessarily. No.
Well, what do you mean?
That's what objects are. It isn't required that there be no subjects for there to be objects.
Well, sure. So I agree objects can exist if there are no subjects, but abstract objects can't. So like a rock is an
Correct.
object that objectively exists because it exists independent of any opinion, feeling, thoughts, subjective experience, etc. An abstract object can't exist if there's no subjective experience. So
This is correct.
which means abstract objects don't objectively exist, correct?
No.
What?
They really are abstracts. Like they're real.
Well, I'm glad.
Like, if they were not real, then we could not have this discussion.
Wait. So,
but the word abstract is it's a clarification. It's a qualification of reality.
So I just want to clarify. So,
the brain.
So objectively
or the mind.
exists. The word objectively exists means it exists independent of any subjective thoughts, feelings, opinions, subjective experience. All of that's gone. For something to objectively exist, it cannot be dependent on thoughts.
No, it is thoughts.
What?
That's what subject is.
Subject, yes. Object. So objectively, anything to objectively exist, it cannot be dependent on thoughts.
Okay.
Which means abstract objects don't objectively exist.
Right, they don't objectively.
Right.
Of course, the subject doesn't exist independent of the subject. Why are we saying this?
Because reality is all things that objectively exist.
Okay, so then you're categorically denying that there are subjectivity, that there is subjective perception. Therefore, you could not know that.
Well, no, subjective perception objectively exists. So my perception of the TV
Thank you.
objectively
Subjective
exists.
perception does objectively exist.
But
Thank you.
abstract objects don't.
Right, they must be existent within the subjective perception.
Right.
Yes.
Therefore, they don't exist in reality.
Yeah, they're not concretely real. That's what I said in the first place
Concrete is
earlier.
different. Concrete is different because there can be non-physical objects that exist independent of thoughts, but they don't objectively exist. That's the part that matters. Whether they're physical, non-physical, supernatural, spiritual, don't care. Abstract objects objectively do not exist.
Wait, what is incorrect about me saying there are concretely real things and abstractly real things?
There's no such thing as an abstractly real thing. There is no, because real refers
Okay,
to everything that objectively exists. So there can't be.
But no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No,
Yes, it does.
no. Let me respond.
Okay,
No.
okay.
Right? No. Reality is not only referring to concrete objectivity. No, it's
Well,
not.
I agree.
That's the whole point of talking about the category of
concrete.
abstract entities.
I'm not talking about concrete. So reality is all things that exist objectively, which can supernatural. There can be all kinds of.
Which includes abstracts.
Well,
you would have to include abstracts in order for you to say that.
No, like, do you think the English language exists? English.
It's not a concrete entity. But if you deny that English exists altogether in any sense, then we cannot make intelligible what we're doing right now.
No, it's subjectively.
I've repeatedly given you a very
exists.
I've repeatedly given you a very succinct reductio ad absurdum to your line of reasoning, but you just keep presupposing it.
No. This has been fully explained in philosophy. We've done this. We've known this for years. You just don't get it. Subjectively.
No, I'm well aware about concretes and
No,
abstracts.
this has nothing to do with.
I have the screenshot saved. I have the screenshot saved from Wikipedia and Stanford.
I'm glad you have
I'm well
the
aware.
screenshot saved. You don't understand the philosophy. In philosophy.
That's why I asked you clarification questions. You're not actually listening to them.
I told you the answers. I told you the academically correct answers that you need to write on a paper to pass a philosophy test. And you don't, you said they're wrong.
Okay, what are you determined to say to me? And let me respond to it.
So academically, what I said, everything I said was accurate, was completely correct. In the entire field of philosophy, what I said was correct. What you said is incorrect. Abstract objects.
What did you say?
Do not objectively exist. In any sense, they do not objectively exist. It's literally a contradiction to say they are real abstracts. Doesn't exist. Can't exist by definition. Literally the opposite things. They can't exist. Abstracts are things that are made up by brains. Nothing more. They don't exist. They never exist. They never
Okay,
will
so
exist.
there's your metaphysic.
No, this is philosophy.
Can
This is
you
definition of philosophy.
can you allow yourself to accept the possibility your metaphysic is wrong?
Sure, absolutely. It is possible.
Okay, so this is the response.
There are Platonic
right?
objects.
This is the response from Gregory. Right? The response from Gregory is that if you categorically deny abstract entities, which includes subjective perception, right? Subjective perception is abstract. It's not a concrete
No, it's
entity.
concrete. It's
Right?
100% concrete. That's the consensus in neurology and psychology.
No, it's not. Show me the substance of subjective perception. Show me 5 pounds of subjective
It's
perception.
literally a thing. So you can Google how to weigh a thought, I think, and PBS, they did a special on this. You can literally weigh thoughts. Subjective perception is a physical thing, yes.
Please explain this to me since you know so much.
Sure. That's the consensus in psychology, neurology, cognitive science, philosophy of mind, physicalism, and materialism are the consensus positions that literally conscious experience is a physical thing in your brain. Every academic field shares the consensus on that.
Not
this is an empirical predication.
But
correct?
what about quantum physics? I don't hear like quantum physics talking about this stuff.
That's because they don't
Like,
talk
that's
about consciousness.
21st.
It's irrelevant. Consciousness is not a quantum phenomenon. It's a macro phenomenon.
Back up a moment. This is an empirical predication, correct?
What do you mean? What do you mean by predication?
Correct. What you just
What do
said?
you mean by predication?
A statement about what is the case.
Well, predication is a statement about something that's self-evident or something. So
No, it's not only that. It's simply stating this is the case.
no.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
It's an
The predicate
definition of
within any
predication,
sentence.
logic, a deduction, a declaration of something self-evident, something that can be assumed as the basis for an argument.
That's unjustifiably narrow.
It's just the definition that comes up if you Google it.
That's unjustifiably narrow.
Google
Can you
is the
consider a
least
semantic scope
narrow.
of words?
Google is the least narrow. It's the most general. So if you're just
No,
using
it's
the word wrong.
not.
But yes, so this is a statement about physical evidence. This is a conclusion.
Just making English impossible. There's nothing incorrect
Using
about
the
what I said.
Dictionary is not making English impossible. So is this a physical conclusion? Yes, this is a physical conclusion based on all the evidence.
Very simple what I meant. Focus on the question at hand. So
I didn't understand
how do
what
they
you meant, which is
empirically
why I
verify
asked,
this?
what do you mean?
So how do they empirically verify this, T-Jump?
Novel testable predictions based off of the hypothesis that the brain is physical to do testing about ability to know what you're going to think before you think it, ability to know what decision you're going to make before you know what decision you're going to make, the ability to manipulate all of your thoughts, feelings, etc. by mental stimulation, the ability to disable your ability to recognize your mother's face by just shocking certain neurons. All of these were testable predictions made by physicalism, which is why physicalism is the vast majority consensus in every single academic
What
field.
specifically did they do?
The things I just listed. So we can go in an fMRI. We can know what decision you're going to make before you do by looking at your brain. We can know what you're imagining before you do by looking at your brain. We can manipulate what you're imagining by manipulating your brain. We can know exactly that there's a certain disease where you are unable, you can see your mother's face and you know it's your mother's face, but you can't recognize it's your mother. You think it's an imposter. It's called imposter syndrome. And we know how to simulate that in your brain, which you can't control. So we can control what colors you see. We directly have direct control over your conscious experience via your brain. That's why in every field, cognitive science, philosophy of mind, neuroscience, the consensus is physicalism is true.
Okay. So would you mind, since you know so much, would you mind sending all that information to me?
I am too. If you pay me, I'll grab it.
I mean, but this is simple. This is simple though. Like it's really obvious if you can just read the brainwaves, right? Within you with the they give us.
No, not brainwaves. No. Brainwaves are like the
I'm gonna leave you guys, but I do
How
want
about
to
we
throw
stop
in one
with the
example
exaggeration,
to
saying it's
help
simple, it's simple.
Gregory.
This is
Gregory,
nothing simple.
I'm going to give you one example and then I've got to run to another show. And that is when you do general anesthesia, you can impair brain function through chemicals injected into your bloodstream, which inhibit even one's ability not only to experience pain, movement, but also the passing of time, which is something that even persists while we're sleeping. And so to me, the evidence simply shows that everything is about brain function. When brain function is altered or damaged, as in the case of accidents and ultimately to the point of death, that life experience, consciousness, it's all gone. With that, guys, thanks. We'll see you next weekend.
Yep, see you next week.
Yeah. Okay, so with that being said, there was plenty said to me. Now let me respond, please, if you will. All right. So
I said it wrong. I said it wrong.
Dude, don't interrupt.
So we're going to reify all abstracts into being some kind of concrete particulars, right? Which includes logic. Is that correct?
Logic is a language made up by humans, so it doesn't exist either.
Oh, okay. How did they do that when they didn't have logic?
Logic describes reality; it doesn't govern reality. So
No. You don't understand.
And the
How did
ancients
they
said
do
that it
that
described your
when
thinking
they
as well.
didn't have any abstracts, including logic?
So abstracts are kind of like hammers. We built them. We made them. They never existed before
Out
they were
of
built.
what? When you didn't
Our
have any
imagination.
abstracts,
We made them out of our imagination.
but you didn't have any abstracts in the first
Right,
place.
because reality was there, and our brains started to build abstracts to describe reality. Reality was already there.
Build
Yes,
abstracts.
build abstracts.
Can you make that make sense, please?
Yeah, sure. Go imagine.
Because the last time
imagine.
I've heard, the last time I encountered an abstract,
Now
I didn't
there's not
encounter
much
anything
about
like wood or stone or metal.
So Gregory, when you have an abstract, concept, typically we're going to be able to identify a very specific column or series of cortical columns of about 110 neurons each that are composed of about 6 layers that are about 110 million of these all around the outer layer of your brain, also known as the neocortex. This neocortex and each of these cortical columns is what takes input in and develops one of these into a recognizer, predictor, and matcher with certain types of signals. So when you have a novel signal that doesn't match anything that any of your existing cortical columns resonate with, they're all silent when they encounter it. And so one of your cortical columns, which is undeveloped, will become receptive to it over repeated exposure as you stare at the thing and think about the thing, until it becomes the designated column for that concept. So there is a physical 110 neurons, which weighs 110 nanograms. That's the actual physical weight of the thought, that when you think about that abstract concept, that is the minimum needed to contemplate it. Now, there's going to be some additional structures in the hippocampus, the amygdala, and other places that form more complex chronological memory sequences that are going to be associated with it. And there's going to be cross-brain connections between all these things. So it's not just the cortical column, but the cortical column is the logical unit that the brain's conceptual analysis is based on, such that we can recognize when you read words, when you think about ideas, when you look at colors, when you look at animals, there are specific, repeatable, isolatable cortical column firings and the associated engrams of neuron patterns which get associated with it. That's the physical thing we're talking about.
Okay, so number one, is what you said true?
Yeah.
Okay, so imagine that I have a bottle of soda. I'm sure you've heard this before. I did not make this up. You shake it up, and now you got all that bottle, got that bottle full of bubbles. Are the bubbles true or false?
What do you mean?
Are the bubbles true or false?
It
Are the
depends.
bubbles in accord with reality? Is that what you're asking?
If you have a recognizer for some state of bubbles that evaluates it to true or evaluates it to false, made of neurons, then it might tell you that the bubbles are true or the bubbles are false, because that's the concept you have of what you think you mean when you say bubbles are true or false. The thing that's going to determine whether the bubbles are true or false in your mind, whatever you think that means, is going to be some arrangement of engrams connected to cortical columns made of neurons.
Okay, so this is a rewording, but a charitable summation of what you said. You had to go from the bubbles to these abstract entities, which are predications, suppositions that supposedly correspond to the bubbles, but not the bubbles themselves. Right? Now, you're thinking thoughts, right? And you want to say that the thoughts are the, whatever you call them, neurons, some sort of physical substance, this collection of whatever, how many particular physical things that are ontologically and identically one and the same with the thoughts, the suppositions, which are supposedly true or false, which you believe. But physical things don't have truth or falsity. So
No,
this
truth and
is
falsity is a
analytically
concept.
false.
Yeah. Truth and falsity is a concept, but it's a very useful one.
Okay, but that's beside the point. The point is that physical things don't have a truth or falsity. Only suppositions, which are abstract that correspond to the physical things, have truth or falsity.
Physical things have dispositions, which is just the things that they are apt to do, right? Now,
Yeah,
if
that's
you
my
have
point.
if you have a cortical column that's apt to respond to some things as true, and a cortical column that's apt to respond to some things as false, and this enables you to do useful tasks associated with what you call truth and falsehood. That's what it means to have the concept. There's a physical fact that corresponds to you having the mental experience that you call this concept.
IX, or 9, excuse me, because that's obviously a Roman numeral. Bear with me and please work with me. You just said that. I heard you the first time. Okay? I'm critiquing this metaphysic, right? This metaphysic is trying to tell me that everything that I just heard 9 say to me ontologically is concrete, an objective, concrete, physical entity. But I don't see any concrete, physical substance of the things that he just said to me and that he just thought in his head. This is not making any sense. And you just conceded that when you answered my question about the bubbles themselves having truth or falsity, veracity or falsity, you knew you couldn't answer that question because that would be a categorically erroneous question to that rhetorical question. Erroneous answer to that rhetorical question, excuse me. So you're reifying thoughts into being physical things. That's the fallacy of reification, misplaced concreteness. This is wrong. So you must, in order to sustain your position to be at all coherent, you must posit that there are abstract entities, including the mind, including every thought you just thought in your mind subsisting of those thoughts, so that those thoughts can be true or false, which are also abstract to correspond to the physical entities, correspondency also being abstract.
No, I didn't agree to that. What I said is that whatever it is that you might think makes something true or false, whatever that criterion is going to reduce to the physical states that correspond to that mental experience that you're describing and reporting as true or false through language, right?
That's what I just said, 9.
Yeah,
what you just said, I just said after you said it first.
Reduction is the case.
Okay, so you repeated what I just critiqued, right? And then you repeated my refutation of your position. What seems to be a concession, you not explicitly stating to me is a concession.
Here's the thing. I haven't heard you refute it. All I've heard you is not really understand it. So
no, I'm not understanding things. Is it possible that other people know something more or better than you?
Absolutely.
Okay, so please consider that this is one of those opportunities. Perhaps that could be the case now.
If it's the case,
it is just because I disagree with you does not mean I don't understand.
Okay, if it's the case that mental experiences supervene on physical brain states, and if it's the case that we have an explanatory framework that's predictive that leads to being able to actually describe and model the way that thoughts work in the brain in terms of the brain structures that cause the mental experiences that correspond to them, then there's not going to be some like backwards causal explanation that these things are like literally abstract objects that exist in nebulous space that cause everything, right? It's going to be the case that the physical things are the explanatory, law-abiding, predictable entities, which are going to be what is giving rise to the emergent phenomena that we experience, the mental phenomena that we describe.
Okay, so there's a supposed possibility, right? There's the critique thereof also, right? We just demonstrated that you cannot empirically verify that the thoughts, the suppositions, and all the abstracts that subsist any knowledge whatsoever, language, logic, the whole 9, are actually physical entities. I can empirically verify there are bricks outside my window, that there's bushes outside my window, that there's a window, and that there's me perceiving all these things. I cannot empirically detect any of the abstract things that we are conceiving of and talking about and understanding. And when you examine any concrete property in the brain that isn't the abstracts, yes, when you distort or interact with the physical substance of the brain, it will have an effect on the mind. Whoop-de-doo. Yeah, the brain and the mind are not one and the same thing.
Yes, they are.
When you look at the brain and all the particular properties of the brain, you're not looking at the mind and the thoughts which subsist it.
Well, so I just want to clarify on this. So that's your hypothesis. And then the hypothesis of every neurologist, cognitive scientist, philosopher has the opposite hypothesis. They are the same thing. And the way we determine which of you is correct is the one that can make successful, novel, testable predictions. That's how we evaluate which hypothesis is the better one. And the one that can do that is the physicalist hypothesis. The ones that can make the successful predictions are the ones that mind and brain are the same. They're both physical. We can make this work. We can make testable predictions. And the hypothesis that they're not physical is just making a bunch of arguments from ignorance. Oh, well, you can't show this or you can't do that, but no one cares about any of it. None of that's evidence. Evidence is novel.
Here's my response. Here's my response. It's not an argument from ignorance. I'm not saying, given that I don't know, therefore, it's not an argument from ignorance. I'm exposing the empirical inadequacy of the suppositions of the opposition. That's what I'm doing.
So you're saying that because
you cannot empirically verify
so you're basically
that
saying like they're
thoughts
wrong.
are physical things.
Right. So you're saying,
or maybe you're wrong.
So you're saying because we can't know X, therefore you're right.
It's one of the two in an absolute dichotomy. Either the thoughts are physical or they're not.
And your evidence.
And in reality, there's only two categories of real entities: concrete, physical, material, objective, and abstract. If they're not the former and they are real, they are the latter by logical deduction necessitating the truthfulness of the
So
conclusion.
there's actually lots of other different kinds of objects, like Mignonian objects. So there's not only two. There's not just abstract and concrete, but so you're saying that because
Okay, so you want to attack that premise. What is this?
That's irrelevant.
What is this?
I was just telling you for academic reasons. It doesn't actually matter to the argument. So the argument that you're making is that it's either abstract or concrete, and it's not concrete because you can't show it. Therefore, I'm right. That's an argument from ignorance.
No, not you can't show it. Not just you. It cannot be done.
Well, yeah, that's that. All
Right.
arguments from ignorance is it cannot be done. That they're all.
Oh, it's not an
every
argument
single
from
one of them.
ignorance. I'm not saying I don't know, therefore. That's not what you heard me say.
No, so just to clarify, it's known in philosophy that the way to obscure an argument from ignorance is to change it from I don't know to it can't be known. So if you ambiguate this
The way to obscure. So just, in other words, insist your critique, even though it's not actually correspondent to what I said or meant.
No, I think it's more that you don't realize that what you're doing is just an advanced argument from ignorance.
Or you don't realize that you're just insisting your critique contrary to what I actually said.
No. So anytime anyone ever says it can't be done, therefore I'm right, always 100% an argument from ignorance in every area of philosophy,
No,
every field,
false.
all of them, every single one.
No, false.
No.
People can make true statements about what is impossible.
Nope. Cannot, because you need some way to justify that. So unless you have, like, you can make analytically.
So you cannot, and you need some way to justify that.
No.
You just contradicted yourself.
No, that's
either it can't be done or it can be done.
So again, this is
I'm loving
hold
all the
on.
interrupting going
So
on.
we've known in philosophy that there are people who always say things can't be done. Time can't bend. They were wrong every single time. Man can't travel faster.
No, they were right.
No, they were wrong.
They were wrong.
Einstein literally proved they were wrong.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. But
Yes,
whether you agree is separate. Man can't beat a chess, or a computer cannot beat man at chess. Wrong. Man cannot travel faster than the speed of sound. Wrong. Man cannot go to space. Wrong. Every time somebody says something is impossible, they're making shit up. This is a known thing in philosophy. Anytime somebody says it's impossible, therefore I'm right, argument from ignorance, well known in philosophy, not evidence.
No, you speak with all of this condescending arrogance and confidence, but you're wrong. So no, this is the response. This is the response.
No, just because you assume God created the universe is not evidence of that. Like
No, not that. One thing at a time, please.
Gory, I just want to respond to you.
T-Jump.
I want to.
Gregory, go ahead.
So you want to insist that it is impossible to justify predications, suppositions about what is impossible.
No.
And then you appeal to instances where people said that this is impossible, but then it was revealed that it was possible, supposedly in principle. I don't grant those examples, but still, that's your point.
Well, so just to
Just
clarify,
because
my
particular suppositions of what is impossible were proven wrong does not mean that it's impossible to justify that statements about what is impossible are possible. You committed the very same error you're critiquing others for.
Well, just to clarify, so
Nobody said
there are specific examples where you can show things are impossible, like a round square. So you can show certain things are impossible. But when you are making a conflation between conceptual and empirical facts, like consciousness, which is a thing that exists, and then there's your conceptual idea of what you think consciousness is, and you say, based on the conceptual idea of the way you think consciousness is, it is therefore impossible to show it physically. But you haven't actually.
That's not the argument that I said to you, John.
It is. You just don't realize it. So if you
you cannot dictate to me. This is what I hate. This is what I hate. This is what I hate.
Well, no. So I'm not.
You do not
trying
dictate to me
you.
what I said and meant. I tell that to you. I never did that to you in this discussion. Don't do it to me,
So this
please.
is not meant to be condescending.
He hates that you're pointing it
So
out.
this is not meant to be.
Corey,
Stop.
I want to just address something.
Stop. So this is not meant to be condescending. I'm just well educated in this argument. So I am an expert in this argument that you're making, and I know it very, very well. And the argument you're making.
So obviously, it doesn't seem that you allow yourself to accept the possibility that you're wrong about this.
I know this argument so well because I've literally spoken to the world's leading experts on this argument, and they agree with me on this argument. Both sides, both the people who affirm your position and the people who reject your position, both agree I know what I'm talking about on this topic. So the argument you're trying to make is you're trying to say that it's impossible for consciousness to be discovered empirically. That's essentially the argument you're trying to make, right?
Yes, you don't empirically detect consciousness itself.
Why do you think that? It's because
it has no physical substance.
Let me try to like.
I thought you were asking me a question.
No, I'm trying to steel man your position.
Yeah, there was a rhetorical question. Yeah, go ahead.
So the reason you think this is because your idea of what you think consciousness is has a certain set of properties, and those properties are diametrically different than what you think the empirical method can do.
I can say the same thing to you, Jump. You say the exact same thing back to you.
Well, wait. So
you just believe your idea is true, and I just believe my idea is true.
I don't just believe anything. I have no presuppositions. But so the point here is that you have assumed what you think consciousness is with no verifiable evidence to justify it.
I can say the same thing back to you, Jump.
No, I have verifiable.
You just don't even realize that.
Verifiable evidence. I have novel testable predictions. So all of my evidence,
you're talking about predictions.
Every one of my beliefs has evidence.
Right. What are you going on with predictions about? Why are you talking about that?
Okay, so predictions.
I mean, sure. If you want
differentiate, one sec, Abraham. One sec. Predictions are how we differentiate imagination from reality. So if you want to say that there is some idea in your head, and it's more than that, and it actually corresponds to something in reality, you need some way to differentiate. Is this just an imaginary thing, or is it a real thing? And the way that we do that is novel testable predictions. If you can use your idea to predict things about the future that we don't know yet and get it right, that's good evidence that the idea in your head corresponds to reality. It is not just an idea in your head. The model of your position that consciousness can't be discovered physically makes zero prediction. It's done no work, has no evidence, has no value anywhere in science, which is why nobody.
So I can't predict that we can grasp things and know things and believe things and feel things and desire things, which we do.
A novel testable prediction is something we don't already know. So if you're just describing the things we already know, not a novel testable prediction. A novel testable.
Wait, hang on. Pause.
Right, one sec, I gotta go.
So when I appeal to things that confirm my position, just categorically deny them to be valid, to correspond to substantiating my position. I must appeal to something I don't know in order to demonstrate that I know my position to be true?
Sort of. So if you have an idea and you want to show that your idea exists independent of your imagination, you must use that idea to predict something that's true that you didn't know. Yes.
Wait, hang on. Pause. Work with me. That's not what you just said.
It is.
I just appealed to things that are predicted and then manifested, therefore substantiating my position. You just deny them because they're not novel predictions. I didn't know them before doing some series of actions.
Right. So again, evidence is novel, testable predictions. Like if I just say my worldview explains the sun will rise tomorrow, everybody already knows that. Not evidence. We don't care. For evidence, you need to predict things we don't know yet and get it right. Your worldview can't do that.
Okay, so is that the only way to prove a position?
To differentiate it from imagination, yes, unless it's just purely imagination. I gotta go.
Well, perhaps. Like, are you familiar with a priori knowledge?
Those are literally just imagination.
Okay, there it is, T-Jump. Right, that's your axiology. That's your evaluation of that concept. Right? You just hand wave as being irrelevant and invalid and not worthy of attention, right? But not everyone agrees. Even the very high prestigious philosophers, blah 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 blah, in university, right? So why do you just dismiss a priori knowledge out of hand?
Because all kinds of people believe in all kinds of nonsense, right? Like you can still find websites that with which you can see where people believe that the earth is flat. So just because people believe something is not evidence that their hypothesis is true. What matters
Well,
is
that,
academic
I agree
consensus.
with that, but that's not relevant to the subject I mentioned. I'm talking about a priori knowledge, not just mere beliefs.
Your no evidence or
I think
testable
what he's
predicate
trying to get at is maybe that you can't prove it wrong because it probably doesn't exist.
Yeah, like there is an alien sitting below my
Wait,
table right now. Disprove.
He who? Are you talking about me or him?
I'm talking about you, Gory. Actually, I wanted to ask you something before. Like, I just want to know, like, why would he like deny all the evidence that like people like Albert Einstein and like all these other people, gathered up. Why would he deny that type of evidence?
If you want to sincerely and honestly discuss that with me, put a pin in that. I'll come back to that later.
Okay, sure.
If you look at like Sir Isaac Newton, like he believed in alchemy and he worked on that for a very long time. But we came to know that it is false, like it's not true. Even though he's a brilliant scientist, right? Just because they believe something is not evidence that it is true. So now when you talk about abstract objects, I can imagine abstractly that there is an alien sitting in below my table. I have not made the observation in that area, but I'm just telling you that it's possibly there. So you can't disprove that. I'm not going to show you what's under my table, but you cannot disprove that also. So it's like
I can listen to you
pointless
talk for a very long time. I like your accent a lot. But nevertheless, yes, I agree with all that so far. That's not my point. So please talk about my point. I'm talking about a priori knowledge, right? There must be this entity that is abstract, that is a network of notions, of beliefs, of presuppositions through which we interpret anything to make sense out of anything, which makes logical analysis, thought, contemplation possible, and argumentation possible. Because none of this that we're talking about, the entities which we are thinking and speaking with and conceiving of and believing or disbelieving, liking or disliking, are all abstract. They're not material particulars. If
Are
we
you talking about-
die, right? When we die and all of our vital functions cease, our cognition ceases, our sentience ceases, right? We still have the flesh that was formerly alive. And you still have all the other concrete particulars external to our body that are also still existing. So they're
Are you
obviously
talking-
two different kinds of entities. But hang on, before you say what you're about to say, that's what I'm talking about. Okay? What people refuse to do, there's a reason why I'm acknowledging this. Right? You want to talk to prestigious people in academia and all this other stuff here, great, right? Consider the work of Dr. John Frame, Dr. Oliphant, Dr. James White, Dr. Vodi Bakum. And these are doctors, and they have respect, yada, yada,
Give me
yada.
an
Right? And they talk about presuppositional apologetics and argumentation because it's not novel to these wishful thinking Christians or theists. It is contiguous within the history of philosophy of transcendental argumentation. Because in the whole history of philosophy, it got down to how do you know anything? How do you know anything? What makes knowledge possible? For instance, Immanuel Kant, which a gentleman earlier mentioned, was trying to answer that question so as to save knowledge whatsoever.
And I think
Okay.
just to
Some
put it
people
out there,
believe that he succeeded. Some people believe that he failed. Now,
presuppositional
this is what people
apologetics.
need to address, right?
Okay.
Hang on. Before I'm interrupted, please let me finish.
Long monologues.
So I'm trying to address the worldview in question, right? I'm trying to address, can the worldview make human experience intelligible? Is it coherent? And if it's
I know
not,
what-
then it doesn't sufficiently provide a worldview that makes any part of human experience intelligible.
Just a very quick point. I think that presuppositional apologetics, I know that not all atheists feel this, but I feel it's a very cowardly approach. I think it, generally speaking, it's because they know that the belief system they have is silly. Like, it has talking snakes, it has guys coming back from the dead, these sorts of mythologies. And so what's easier is to actually just do, like, the type of philosophical questions, like, how do we even know we're a brain in a bat?
Okay, so
And
there's
we,
your cynical,
yeah, wait,
aptitude concerning them. Will you let me respond? You just finished everything,
That wasn't
I
me
right?
just,
talking.
Oh,
okay, wait,
okay, okay.
let me ask you
Hang
something.
on, let
So,
me finish my answer to her, and then get
you're
back
going
to
on
Ape God.
forever. You're
Okay.
going on forever. Let me ask you some questions. So,
So
you don't have to.
hold on a
What
second,
in the
Abe.
world?
You need to let him respond
Okay.
because
So there's your
Amy just spoke.
cynical evaluation of presuppositional apologetics. Let me ask you a question. What is cowardly or erroneous in any way whatsoever, in any sense whatsoever, about trying to answer the question, what makes knowledge possible? What is cowardice or erroneous in any sense about that?
Because I don't think that's why you believe in your Abrahamic belief system. I don't think that is actually what makes you a theist. I think those are the types of questions you ask atheists because trying to defend, once again, talking snakes, much harder to sell.
Okay, so here's my response. That is why. Right? You don't believe that it is why. I'm telling you that it is, and I know my mind better than you. And the God knows everyone's mind better than anyone else. Okay. So there's that. So there's a refutation of that, right? So just because you don't believe that that is really the reason, the rationale behind us believing the doctrine in the Bible or any other theist of any other supposed sacred volume of literature, right, is no refutation to the worldview that you're derogating. Neither does it justify your idea that presuppositional argumentation, transcendental argumentation, is cowardly or erroneous in any way. So there's that.
Sure.
Ape God.
Yeah,
Can I,
sure.
can I
So I have a
respond to that? Oh, I just want to know then, what is the most important thing to your Christianity, or if you're not a Christian, a Jew, or a Muslim, your Abrahamic faith? What is that pillar? I assume it would be these presuppositional types of, arguments.
Yeah, so the answer that I would give faithfully and consistently, because that's what you people would demand, I can tell by now, is the God's revelation, right, which is known and provides the necessary preconditions for knowledge about anything whatsoever. People disbelieve, that's no refutation to it. You must give sound argumentation with specific, objective, true premises and a logically following argument to prove your negation is true. Likewise, the affirmative, one who holds the affirmative. Okay, Abe God?
So God's
Yeah, sure.
revelation. So what is God's revelation? You said.
But hang on, well, that's a digression from what Abe God is trying to talk to me about. We'll put a pin in that. We'll come back to
Yeah,
it.
so I've discussed with, like, I've seen a lot of videos with presubs trying to debate this exact same point that you made. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but when it comes to presubs, they assert that God is a grounding for all knowledge. They are the grounding for everything, and that is the reason for you having coherency in your argument. But you can't just confirm and like demonstrate that to us yet. But I can give you a counter argument easily by saying that because you don't know, because you can't prove that to me, I can just tell you the opposite of that. I can tell you that reality is the grounding for all knowledge, and I can't. The reason I have coherency in the argument that I'm having with you right now is because of reality. My knowledge is grounded in reality. It is the ultimate absolute foundation. So there you go. Argument refuted.
Okay, so then let me respond to this. People think that is what presuppositional argumentation is. It isn't. Okay.
So what is it?
So presuppositional argumentation is, of course, saying premises, specific, objective, true premises at best, in a logically sequitur argument. Again, transcendental argumentation is deductive. So the conclusion, if the premises are true and they logically cohere with one another, it necessitates the truthfulness of the conclusion. And whatever, of course, is contrary to that is therefore false and could not be false. It could not be true. Okay.
Yeah, my
So,
premises are true.
so it
Reality is
isn't just throwing out one or more premises without any argumentation, right? That's why when the precept talks to anyone, they're trying to demonstrate the coherency of their position and the incoherency of the other position, so as to make any knowledge possible, which includes a posteriori knowledge, your beloved empirical data that you people love so much.
Yep.
Can I just point out that it was God's revelation? It had nothing to do with intelligibility. It was just basically that a God revealed something. And so that is completely different from the types of argumentations that you would put forward. And so I guess my question to you is, why do you believe that God has revealed anything?
Okay, that's wrong. You have an erroneous conception of what the God's revelation is.
Okay,
If you're
help me
familiar
figure
with
it
the
out.
work of John Calvin, if you're familiar with the work of John Calvin, for instance, right? That's why he talked about these two categories of general revelation and special revelation. General revelation is all human experience, is all the creation, right? The greater fraction, the greater half, which we have not experienced, empirically detected, because every individual human has not even experienced half of everything that can be empirically detected. So, of course, the sum total of any given individual is an infinitesimal fraction out of all things that can be empirically detected. The God made all that, and whatever the human does empirically detect, they are detecting empirically the God revealing himself. Now, people don't want to interpret the empirical data that way. They don't have an a priori framework of presuppositions through which they interpret the empirical data that way. They have some
I
other
do.
worldview.
You
Yeah,
just
yeah,
said
Glory.
you
So
got it then.
the problem is, how would you know it's God?
Yeah, I want to know how you know that a God has revealed anything at
Well,
all.
before you launch another question at me, let me
It's
finish
the
the
same
first one.
question.
Okay, so let me finish the answers without being assaulted by questions.
I
Okay.
don't accept that you were being assaulted. I
Okay.
think you were complaining because you don't have an answer. Continue now.
No. Rather than derogating me once again, how about you just stop that and let me finish?
I would disagree with that. I think you're stalling because you don't have an answer.
No, you won't let me. I'm trying to say it now. Me attempting to do something is not stalling.
No, I'm finishing
The
when
very
you
antithesis
stop
thereof.
talking. And
Whining
so
about
when
derivation is not answering the question, now is it?
Sure. Or no,
I wanted to stop so that the conversation
Whining
is
about
better.
derivation is not answering the question?
I
That
wanted
is a
to
lie.
stop so that
Do
the
not
conversation
lie.
can continue
Why are
well.
you lying? You
I
questioning
want
about
that to stop
derivation
so
was
that the
not answering the
conversation
question.
can continue well. You have to
That's
talk through me
Sure,
because you
Greg.
cannot refute
obviously
me.
that's not
So
going to
now the
happen unless
conversation
you.
is degrading and getting off the point because you people won't let me say what I have to say.
But we are. You're actually complaining. You're
So
actually
how about we
spending more
just get
time
back to the point?
complaining when we
How
try
about
to
we
give
just
you
get back to
time.
the point,
No,
Amy?
no. How about this? Instead, we're going to let you talk. And instead of complaining about us not letting you talk, you're just going to say your point.
Okay, so let me get back to the point. The point being, general revelation and special revelation, as John Calvin articulated, all of reality, all of creation is the God's revelation. People don't want to accept that. They have a different worldview. People don't
So
realize
what was
that
the cre-
there is nothing more empirically verifiable and verified than the God's revelation. People don't want to interpret it that way. The entire universe is indicative of the God being real and who he says he is. People don't want to
Yes.
believe that. They believe something
Yes.
else. So
I have.
therefore, we address the
Wait, let me.
coherency and or empirical adequacy of the contrary worldview. There's nothing deceitful. There's nothing subjective. There's nothing cowardly. There's nothing wishful thinking. There's nothing erroneous about that.
Gory, there's one problem. So the way is the thing is about the revelation and stuff, and the whole thing about it is just how are you gonna how are you gonna really interpret it to then make it lead up to God, like someone that created the whole universe and presumably energy and all of this stuff. Like how are you gonna like get to that point?
Okay, it's a
Reply to
good
that.
question. It's a valid question.
I have a contradictory worldview to yours. So reality has revealed itself to
Why
me
would
through
you do
revelation.
that when you just heard him ask me a question?
The universe exists is indicative of the fact
So
that
just
reality
insist
exists.
what you have to say instead of letting me answer the brother's question.
I contradicted your worldview, right?
Man,
So
that's an
prove it wrong.
excellent and valid question, right?
Show the
So,
incoherency in.
wow.
Please,
Yeah, just let him. Just let him.
Okay. You have the God's revelation, and it came from one of two basic entities, the God or non-God. Now, if you appeal to a finite or infinite series of non-God entities, of course, that's insufficient. because every non-God entity that you appeal to in this line of appeals, you're just going to ask the question, how do they know? How do they know? How do they know? On and on and on. Now, if
You
there
don't
is
have to.
never the God in this series of appeals, right, then you can't know that the supposed revelation from the God, about, especially about the God, is actually true. So in the nature of the case, again, by logical deduction, out of the two options, the only way to know the God's revelation is if it came from the God, no matter how many or less intermediaries there are between the God himself and us, the recipient, the final recipient. So there's
Yeah,
that.
wait. I guess you're basing it off knowledge. I would think maybe you're basing it off knowledge, and knowledge is based on the untrue, which would be the falsehood, and the falsehood is based not on reality. So, yeah, this knowledge you're talking about, the
I did not follow
revelation.
anything you just said. I tried, but I got lost. What did you say?
I'll try to
So,
reply once again.
so I think when you're talking about revelation, you're talking about the knowledge that presumably God gave us.
Yeah.
Wait, so I
Yeah.
have knowledge all. So through the naturalistic processes like quantum fluctuations, I have revelation revealed to me, and I know it for a fact, and it does not require an intentional agent like a god, and I know that for a fact. And your worldview is wrong.
I'm not going to have two different lines of dialogue at the same time. You need to learn how to have a
Yeah,
proper, decent discussion.
I just made a continuation of the argument that you made. It's just
No, I'm
easily
just going
proved.
to talk to one person at a time because that's followable.
Sure.
Okay.
You seem to be afraid to reply to my point, right? Show the incoherency.
I'm going to get to you, but you're so eager and narcissistic, you won't wait your turn.
I'm waiting.
Mackie, please say the last thing you said again.
Yeah, so you're basing it off knowledge, basically.
I'm basing what off knowledge?
Because you're talking about revelation, you're basing it off knowledge. So you're basing it off like knowledge, and knowledge is not based completely on reality. It's based on minds. It's a mind thing. It's a mind
That's a false
dependent thing.
dichotomy. Well, that's a false
How?
contradistinction between the two. Right?
Wait,
Because
so
minds are
wait,
real
so
things. Wait, hang on. You didn't even listen to the answer. You immediately blurted an answer at me. Right? So the contradistinction you just said is erroneous. Why? Because minds are real things. Mind is not contradictory to or antithetical to reality. It's a part of reality.
yeah, no, I agree with it. I agree with you. I'm just saying that the mind to make you need the mind to make knowledge, and the mind
Yeah.
is not it's not like a perfect. It's a flawed. It's flawed in ways, right? It's not a perfect thing. You can't have perfect knowledge, and revelation is about knowledge, which means from God, and God is presumably perfect, so perfect knowledge, right?
Okay, so humans err. Yeah. Humans err, humans are fallible. Humans do not always err. Humans do not always and only commit fallacy and error. Right? If that
Yeah, that's
is
true.
what you are asserting, that must apply to the supposition itself. And if it is true, then it's false. And of course, if it's false, it's false. So it's caught on the horns of a dilemma. You cannot sustain it to be true. So by logical deduction, you must presuppose that knowledge is possible and that it is possible to have knowledge without error. So humans can
What?
know
No,
things
no, no.
correctly.
No. So having perfect knowledge, having perfect knowledge is not like known enough yet. So
Say again?
can't really having perfect knowledge is not known enough yet.
Is not known of yet. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. That's not the point.
Yeah,
It's
like
not
you
about.
can't have perfect knowledge. Like even if you would know everything, there's just still some things you won't know.
Give yourself pause. You're saying two different suppositions. Do not know yet versus cannot know are two different things. Right? You're talking about what is the case presently. Then you're talking about what is possible. Just because humans have errors, humans believe falsehood, have committed fallacies, believing falsehood, believing fallacious argumentation, whatever have you, doesn't even necessarily indicate that knowledge is impossible.
I didn't say knowledge is
Okay.
impossible. I said knowledge, perfect knowledge is not known yet.
Why are you prefacing it with perfect knowledge? What is
Yeah,
the
but
difference
because
between
it's
perfect
it's
knowledge
a
and knowledge?
revelation from God, right? So I'm assuming it's perfect knowledge, right?
Hang on,
You
hang on,
think God
hang
would
on, hang
really
on, hang
give
on,
something?
hang on. Listen to me.
Okay.
You're prefixing knowledge with perfect, supposedly in distinction to knowledge, without the prefix perfect. Why are you saying that?
So look, do you think God is going to give knowledge that is subjective?
That's a category. So no. The reason I'm saying no is because it's analytically false. That's a conflation of categories, right? It's just knowledge about whatsoever, which is held in the subjective
No,
perception.
so you can gain knowledge through the experiences you go through, right?
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
priori. Excuse me, that's
so
a
you have
posteriori knowledge.
experience.
Listen. You're trying to press to your conclusion, right? We can hear it, but follow and walk with me, work with me, right? A posteriori knowledge, empirical knowledge. Yeah. What? Okay, so we got that, right? So the subject is attaining knowledge. What's the problem?
No, so the problem is you're saying God gave a revelation, and this revelation, as we should know, it is knowledge. It's a knowledge from God, right? God is not going to give subjective knowledge. For
What is
example,
subjective knowledge? What is that?
I can tell you. So God is not going to give something that is like, let's say um some kind of experience that only you could like experience in a certain type of way, right? He would give knowledge that we know and we can actually use that is independent of minds, right?
If I understand you correctly, my attempt to sincerely and charitably steelman you, right, to summarize what you said, to summarize what you said, the God is not going to give only subjective perception. Is that what you're saying?
No, so God is not going to give subjective like knowledge. He's not going to like give that.
I still don't understand what is this subjective knowledge.
Okay. So for example, God is not going to give subjective truth. For example, He's going to give objective truths.
Right, which is a contradiction in terms. Of course, he's not going to give subjective truth.
Yeah. Right. So
Okay.
he would pretty much give objective truths.
Okay.
Yeah. And what I wanted to say is that that you can't obtain perfect knowledge through revelation because having perfect knowledge or knowledge from God would imply that you know everything and also all things, which would include also your subjectivity.
Wrong. That's not the implication. So, like
That's
I
in the
said to you
equation.
earlier, that's not
When
the
he's saying
implication.
when he's saying perfect, like when he's saying perfect, like what do you define perfect as? Like something that is
Hang on.
something that is not flawed or
Before you go
like
to that, I have to address the previous thing you said. Right? That's wrong. What you said. Okay. The God's revelation, as articulated, for instance, by John Calvin. For instance, general revelation, special revelation. Both are not only given to a single individual. Okay. Both are not only given to a single individual. This revelation has been given to all humans, especially general revelation. Okay. The whole empirical data that is the universe, indicative of the God being the eternal creator thereof, right? With all his invisible qualities, all the omni properties and whatsoever else that we talk about. And then special revelation being the distinct speech and or text and or particular historical instances that are indicative of signifying the God being who he is and who he said he is, accomplishing his will and plan in the universe. Okay. So that is not just this single man receiving some data from somewhere, supposedly the God, and no one else has access to it, and it's not testable or scrutinizable or examinable in any way. That's not what I'm talking about.
So that's what I wanted to get to the point of, is that we don't accept revelation from the Bible. We don't accept the Bible as a historical document And so your premises, in fact, to really be on point, your presupposition is not where it should be.
Okay, my response. That's why I'm beginning where I'm beginning, because there's no better place to begin than the beginning, right? So before any particular knowledge claim, all particular knowledge claims, all delineated particular knowledge claims presuppose that knowledge is possible, that knowledge about anything at all whatsoever is possible. Now, if that is not established, which is a necessary prerequisite, a logically necessary prerequisite to know any particular thing, then they couldn't know anything at all. So the worldview that fails to answer this question with the truth, that fails to demonstrate that their belief in answer to this question is true, cannot justify appeals to anything, including empirical data, in demanding prediction and evidence and blah, 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 blah.
And so we do know that there are empirical truths out there. We do know that we have knowledge, that we have justified true beliefs. In fact, one of those justified true beliefs is that a man cannot come back from the dead 72 hours after composition. And so if there is a book that says that this happened, it's not revelation, it is a false claim, and we should reject it.
Okay, so Amy, please realize that I'm about to scrutinize your worldview. You did it to me, I can do it to you. So
Can I just respond? It's like a quick response.
you have a habit of wanting to say something when I'm right on the precipice of beginning my sentence. Amy, what caused the universe to begin existing?
I don't know if the universe began to exist. It may have been eternal, and thus space-time is the farthest back anything could go.
Okay, so beginning of everything, question mark. Okay. Right.
We know the Big Bang happened. That is as far back as we can go, up until Planck time.
Okay, so then not question mark, an answer.
Oh, so what's the answer then?
No. I'm clarifying what you're saying to me. Are you saying question mark, or are you saying this is what I believe in and or no?
No, I was saying a fact, just that we can factually go back as far as the Planck time.
Okay, let me address this, because you people have a habit of saying this. There are no such thing as brute facts. There's no such thing as brute facts. It's not just a fact. There's no uninterpreted facts. You identified the supposition to supposedly be veracious, to supposedly be truthful. Right? And you believe also that you have an argument, a series of premises, at least one or more, to justify believing that the supposition is true. There are no uninterpreted facts. The empirical data that you appeal to is not interpreted the same way by everyone. It's not just a fact. You believe it to be true about the empirical data, and you believe you have an argument.
1 sec.
Let us be honest.
So anybody else in the audience want to hop on? Anybody in there raise the hand? There you go.
So before he moves to the audience, can I just?
I wasn't going to move him to the audience. I was just going to let anybody else on to also have conversations.
And before you do that, I just want to respond that we know that the Big Bang is a fact because of microwave background radiation that gives us an early imprint of the universe, and because of Hubble's law explaining that dark energy is repelling everything outward, and that we can trace that all the way back to the Big Bang. What I'd also like to highlight, though, is nowhere in all of these knowledge claims and knowing knowledge is that your religion cannot grant us knowledge. It can't tell us anything. It can't tell us how much a cheeseburger is at McDonald's. And so I want to keep on going back to, you do not have revelation. You have a book that says a bunch of things that can't be empirically verified, and it's just your opinion that you think it's true.
Okay, no. So my
And
response.
he's wrong about the mind. There is evidence that the mind is physical. So he's wrong on that one too.
Okay, so my response. Amy, the so-called Big Bang, which I'm sure maybe you're not familiar, but perhaps you are, was a mocking term of derision for this primeval atom theory of cosmogony. Right? So it's funny that you people call it that as though it's, a serious term. But anyway, that's a minor premise. The major premise is this supposed Big Bang. Explain this to me. What is this?
Can I ask, before you say supposed Big Bang, can I ask what your just background is in physics?
Oh, I haven't graduated any university curriculum. I'll be the first one to beat everyone to the punch and say that.
I will
Can we also
say,
just quickly can we
sure.
also just quickly ask him what his model is? Because I take it your tags say you're a creationist. Are you a young Earth creationist? Could you just clarify where you're coming from so we know how to explain things to you?
Sure, yeah. Young Earth creationist, which is very crass and a very crass misnomer. I mean, several thousand years is not young.
Yes, it is. It's off by a factor of 99%. If someone was going to say, listen, I'm putting
Oh my God, really?
$6,000 in your bank account, or I'm putting $4.5 billion in your bank, well, I mean, 6,000 is kind of a big
Yeah,
number.
Amy,
if you think about
relative
it.
to other exorbitant numbers, sure.
Relative
Good
to
God.
people who do not know science, yes.
Yeah, relative to an exorbitantly bigger number with several more digits, yeah.
I repeat.
But relative to the average human lifespan, several thousand years is not freaking young. Can we be honest with that?
Sure. Two, once again, people who can't think about time frames longer than their own lifespan, it's like really, really like big.
Okay, so let's get back to this cosmogenic doctrine, right? What is this Big Bang so-called?
So it's an expansion event. You can't have space without time, because if you just have A, but with an A and a B and a C, you can actually start to have markers where everywhere there is a space, there is a marker in time. Wherever there is a marker is time, you have a marker within space. The Big Bang allows for this.
So is that the whole of the Big Bang doctrine?
The doctrine. I'm just glad you like doctrines. You should call it a religion so that we can continue to reinforce that religion's a bad thing.
What is the meaning of that? It's a doctrine, yes. This is something that is taught, right?
It's a fact, yes, a fact about reality.
So you believe.
A justified true belief. That's what knowledge is, yes.
Okay, so you believe.
You believe Jesus came back from the dead, but you don't have knowledge. You have no justified. It's just
Precisely,
your
but I do have knowledge. So rather than just emphatically derogating over and over again incessantly throughout the entire dialogue that what I'm saying is true, it is true. I don't even just believe it, just is true. And what you believe is just a belief and you
I
don't
have
know
a
it and you don't know it.
violin,
And
by
false.
the way.
Instead of with
It's
that
behind me.
vitriol,
I can play
can we
it.
just get to the premises, please?
No,
Sure, what's your
Amy,
premise?
let me just try a quick counter argument. I'm asserting that it's not something that I believe. I know the Big Bang is true. I know it. You can't refute that. I know it. It's a fact.
I can't refute a knowledge claim? Okay.
You can't.
Amy.
You can't. It's for a fact. It's revealed to me through revelation.
Okay. So
I can't be
you
wrong.
think you're doing the same line of argumentation, but you're not. We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. Amy, is that the entirety of the Big Bang doctrine, yes or no? What you just said to me earlier.
That is why the Big Bang is a fact, unlike Jesus come back from the dead, which is a religious opinion.
Okay, next question. What banged, since it's called the Big Bang?
So it wasn't an actual bang, just like there's no actual sound that you are hearing in the vacuum of space. That's why it's an expansion event.
An expansion of what?
An expansion of time and space.
An expansion of time and space.
Yes, but can I also ask if you have any evidence that why you think Jesus came back from the dead or any sort of revelation from God? Like evidence for your actual position that you think is so cornerstone to all of knowledge.
Okay, so not switch to trying to make me the scrutinizer, which is what frequently happens in these dialogues.
No, my entire line of reasoning is that you can't answer questions. That presuppositionalism, if to go back to an original point, is cowardice, and that you cannot defend
I do
your
answer questions as
actual
I
belief
did
system.
answer them earlier. So
Not
regardless of your
really.
incessant animosity, right? So
don't answer.
regardless of your incessant animosity that I've answered none of your questions, I have
Why
answered your
do
questions.
you believe
You don't believe
Jesus
them.
came
You don't
back
want to
from the
accept
dead?
them.
Why do you believe Jesus came back from the dead?
Not switch to
Very
scrutinizing
simply.
me, right? Not
Justify.
digressing from scrutinizing me. You believe that you have so much knowledge. I did not come at you with all this
No.
aggressive, animosity-filled vitriol, belittling
It's
you
not
every sentence I
animosity.
say.
It's
So
that
go back
I
to the point.
abhor politically
go back to the
correct
point.
bullshit. And
Go
so if
back
you're
to the
going
point.
to try
Your
and
Big Bang doctrine.
obfuscate what I
You told
want
me
you
that
to
time
say,
and space expanded. What the hell does that mean?
Yeah,
once
it means
again,
that it literally expands. That's what it means.
just like a black hole, how everything would be in on itself. You cannot have.
How Jesus no evidence. You can't answer the question. Just evading.
Okay, so
Yes, exactly.
I'm ignoring all of this red herring. I'm focusing on this cosmogenic doctrine. All right, because you can't have all these other particular knowledge claims if you don't have a freaking cosmos to exist in yet. So, Amy, you said what about the supposed expansion of time and space? What does that mean?
Justify how Jesus rose from the dead.
It means that as things were able to expand, we were able to have things like hydrogen form and the first stars able to formulate and the universe had light. Unlike the explanation that we come from an agent, which is unfounded and only within religious texts.
Okay, so next question. You call it an expansion, so it's not an explosion. So the entity which caused the expansion is not within the whatever is expanding, supposedly time and space, right?
Quantum
So it's
fluctuation.
not time and space itself or an entity within time and space pushing time and space omnidirectionally outward. So then what pulled time and space outward?
We are being pushed by dark energy. We don't know what dark energy is or why it's pushing outwards. But do you notice that we can keep on answering all of these questions and you are never, not for a single thing, whether it's the talking snake, whether it's Moses, whether it's Jesus coming back from the dead, none of these things that you think are foundational to the story of the Abrahamic religion being foundational to all of knowledge, you're never going to defend.
Okay, so you see, I'm not focusing on that right now. We can talk about that later. Do you hear that, Amy? Mark it down. We can talk about that later.
Can I point out
right?
that is the presuppositionalist calling card? Oh, just wait, we're getting there. Oh, just hold on.
No, it's not a calling card.
more
Regardless of
questions.
your asinine, hateful, antichrist vitriol, repeatedly trying
not
to
about-
derogate my belief
No, you
system
can be a
at every chance you
presuppositional
get. I'm
Muslim
focusing
or
one point at a time on the specific objective premises of your worldview.
It just still
of
makes
Jesus.
you
We
a
don't care
Catholic.
about we don't care about what you have to say. Justify the existence like how Jesus resurrected. Justify
No,
talking
not
snakes.
switch to trying to scrutinize the resurrection. I'm not done with her cosmogony yet.
We don't care. Justify that. Don't try to evade.
I'm
Justify
not
that.
done with her cosmogony yet. No,
We don't care. That's the point. Justify that. Justify that Jesus
I'm not
resurrected.
talking about that right now.
Don't care. Justify that.
You're so eager to try and scrutinize the resurrection because you want to destroy my position. I'm not nearly demonstrating that much eager vitriol as you are. I'm trying to focus on the specific objective premises of the worldview in question. I'm not talking about the resurrection right now. Stop being a narcissist. I'm talking about her cosmogony. Do you understand?
You know your position cannot be defended. You're trying to evade. We don't care what you
Oh,
have to
you're
say.
trying to digress from my scrutiny because you don't want to face scrutiny.
You just can't come here and then say like people are antichrist. Like you can't be saying that, you know.
Antichrist is simply someone who is against the Messiah.
Yeah, just justify that Jesus resurrected. Justify talking
Well,
snakes.
I mean, wait, no. So the like, you can't just call them antichrist because maybe with enough evidence they would maybe believe in it, right?
Exactly.
Someone who's against the Messiah. That's what Antichrist means.
We are not against. We
Oh
need evidence.
no! Yes, that's what it means. But like, do you think? Let's say some people are not really against it; just want to know, like, you know, Christ and stuff, right?
Okay, that's not how it works. Okay, so if you
No,
want to
that's
digress
exactly
to this,
how
I'm gonna briefly touch this with a simple answer and get back to Amy's cosmogony. He who is not with me is said the Lord. Read the Gospels. So by that definition, okay, he is an antichrist. So back to the point, cosmogony, Amy.
About your definitions.
Regardless of these digressions, Amy, the expansion
part of the Bible.
of the space and time was caused by what?
Quantum fluctuations, quantum fields, consensus in physics.
What the hell is a quantum fluctuation?
Quantum fields are something that is uncreated. There is no preceding event. There is no evidence to show that it is created. It is literally the consensus in physics. You can Google it right now. So it's debunked instantly.
It also
Okay,
may
you
have
repeatedly
been.
can appeal to this consensus. So
Yep.
quantum
also
fluctuations, quantum field. What is this quantum?
Just Google that. You can just literally Google it.
So you're not going to
Space-time
answer
is
the question?
I'm not going to. In the same way, you don't answer questions.
But I'm not even talking to you. You're so narcissistic. You won't even let Amy defend herself. She's a big girl, isn't she?
Well, just
You can
there are
just Google
also many ways that you can do things. There are also hypothetical white holes. When you have gravity zero out, it makes a repelling force. And so
Hypothetical, that which is not known yet, right?
that
Yeah,
is what a
quantum field.
hypothetical means.
Okay.
Just like what all of us are trying to do when we're talking about the very beginning. In fact, anything past Planck time, which once again is what we can demonstrate. But I want to also keep on going back. How do you know about any creation or anything about the universe at all?
Okay, I'm not done with your cosmogony, Amy.
Oh, just one
So
more
appeal
question,
to a
right? Oh, no, I
hypothetical,
know.
that which
One
is
more.
not known to account for the supposed cause of this event, right? So you can't have this effect if you don't know what the cause is. You can't sustain that you know that this happened if you don't know what was the sufficient cause for the event to elapse.
In fact,
I
the
can-
correct answer when you don't know something, and when we're saying past what we know in current physics, is to say, I don't know. What the incorrect thing to do
So a
is to give
concession
an
that you don't know
answer.
what you're talking about. You don't know your beliefs are true. You
literally
failed
know
the
what
scrutiny.
I know
field
that is as far back as we can go, and that we're supposed to say, I don't know something when the leading
Right. So a
theoretical
concession
physicists.
that you don't know your belief is true.
Wait, hold on. Steel man, what I just said.
You don't know what is the sufficient cause of the supposed expansion of space and
I told
time.
you. Fields, quantum fields. Space-time
Okay,
is
so
emergent from quantum field. Google that.
So we
Okay.
just need to, what we need to lean towards what would be the start or the creation of like all things. You would have to just lean to things that are uncreated. You know, for example, like energy. You know, if you would lean to something like energy, then we could then also say, okay, energy did you know went out at the speed of light, made like made matter or formed to the matter, and you have to look at things that are uncreated, to see what created these things.
Okay.
That's how you would look at it. For
Two
example, let's say
things.
God. Let's say example God, like I don't know like what type of God you believe in. Like, I don't know if you believe like Jesus is God, or I don't know like what exactly you believe in, but you don't believe like he was created by anything too, right?
Before we get to that, that's digressing from what I'm trying to say.
Oh no, you don't
Okay. Hang
understand.
on.
He's one question away. In one
Hang
more
on.
question,
Hang on.
he's going to
Hang on.
answer all the
Hang
other
on.
questions.
Hang on.
Right
So
now.
number
Hold on.
one, after scrutinizing Amy's cosmogenic doctrine that she believes, she conceded that she doesn't have a sufficient account for the cause of the supposed expansion, the effect, what
Can I
caused the
respond to
expansion. So
that?
she doesn't know that her belief, her cosmogenic belief is true. So then
Okay,
she
maybe she
cannot know about
just answer your
anything existing
fields.
afterward. Her worldview cannot even get started. That's my point.
So
Secondly,
Wait, Gory, you know
once
why?
again,
It's
that is the straw man of my belief system, which is that we can go as far back as the facts allow us. Like,
right, we can go as far back as the
time
facts allow
and
us,
the Big
right?
Bang.
Okay, you just told me you
However,
don't know what caused the expansion to elapse. You can hear me. Therefore, you do not have a sufficient justification to believe that this effect elapsed.
no. The effect happens. That is a fact.
Okay,
Whether you have an
argument by
opinion on
reassertion
it.
fallacy.
So
You
I guess
just
my
told me you don't know
question
what
to
the
you.
sufficient cause is.
So the universe is expanding. Why do you think that the universe is expanding?
Why do you think the universe is expanding? Why do you
I
think that
don't
it's actually
know.
elapsing?
Why do you think the universe is expanding?
Okay, so you
I
don't know
say
what
I
is
don't
causing
know.
the expansion. Wait, that's the
Yes.
thing you already told me you can't answer.
So answer now. Why do you think the
Right.
universe is
I don't
expanding?
believe the
Or
universe
is
is
it
expanding, Amy. I've never
okay?
seen the universe expand.
So you
I've never empirically
disagree
detected the
with
expansion
all
of the
the
so-called
modern
universe.
science.
So I don't have that cosmogenic presupposition, Amy. So back to Comp Mackey's question. What was your question, Comp Mackey?
Yeah, most.
That's a something question. I'm not going to defend my beliefs. Wait, whatever happened to my one more question?
I told
Okay.
you I don't even
So,
believe the universe is expanding, Amy. I don't have that cosmogenic presupposition. Did you hear
okay.
it that time?
So your answer is I don't know. Okay, good.
No,
We'll
I
take that
don't
on board.
believe that supposition is true about
Okay,
the universe.
you reject all of
Not, I
modern
don't
science.
know it to be
No,
true. If I don't even
that's
believe
fine.
it, of course, I'm
I'm
not going to
okay
say
with
that I
that.
don't know
That's
it to be
fine.
true because I don't believe that doctrine.
That's
I don't
okay.
believe that it's
You
actually
reject,
happening.
it's okay. You reject all of modern science.
You're
My
not going to
question,
compensate
can
with
you please
condescension,
just
Amy. It's not
let
going
me
to
finish
work.
my
You're
sentence?
narcissistically distracting from
Please
Mackey's
just let me
question
Gregory, you
finish
need
because
to
you're
my
shut
so
up and let
sentence.
determined
him.
to
You're
bash
rejecting
me.
you're rejecting what we can empirically verify that the universe is expanding. That's
No,
a
not
fact you can
continue on this red herring. So you people must have no respect for Mackey
Hey,
at all,
let,
right?
let Amy talk.
finish.
Gregory needs to just be quiet and let Amy talk.
Okay. I'm okay with you rejecting all of modern science. That is as good as not knowing something because, in essence, it's ignorance. But my question instead would be, how do you know anything about how the universe came to be or any truths about the universe?
Okay, so 9, can you pay attention that I'm trying to get to Mackey's question, which he said
No, I
before
think you
her?
should answer the question. I think
No,
you've been
I'll get to
telling
it
me you
later.
were
You're not the
no,
most important person in the world.
but you
The
told me
world
you
doesn't
were going
revolve
to
around
answer.
you.
Yeah, but you
You're not the
told
most
me.
important person in the world.
Yeah, I
So
think you
Greg, if
think
you
you're
don't
the most
want to
important
answer,
person in the world.
yeah, Greg,
I
if you
will
don't want to
answer
answer a
her
question,
later.
then you want to
No.
dictate who you are and are not going to talk to, then we're just going to talk to somebody else.
Why can't I have a logically sequitur discussion rather than several persons bashing me, interrupting one another?
Because you said you would answer my questions
I
after a
didn't
series
ask you,
of
Amy. I asked
questions.
9.
I'm telling you why anyway. Because you said you were going to answer my question after a series of questions. I have now gone through the rigmarole, and now that you actually have to defend your beliefs, you're trying to ask someone else questions. This is again not to
No,
harp.
I'm
And I
answering
get it.
someone else's question before yours, but you
Once
just won't
again,
even allow yourself to accept that
sure.
fact.
But I get it, and I understand. But this is why I think presuppositionalist makes people cowards.
All right, so continue with the vitriol rather than just not
It's
talking
not
and respecting
literal.
Mackey.
I don't know how you are in real life. I just think it makes you this way.
Just continue to do so
Okay, how
rather
about
than
this? If you
respecting
don't
Mackey.
like the
Do you
word
see the problem,
cowardice,
9?
I think you're
The
fearful
problem,
of defending your own beliefs. Does that sound
I
better?
think the
So why
problem
can't we
is,
get back to Mackey's question? Why are we also why are we stuck on her vitriol against me? Why?
Respectfully, Mackie is a caller, not a panelist, right? And we're not here necessarily to let every caller talk to every other caller infinitely. The panelists are the ones who are doing the
First time that
primary
was explained to
discussion.
me now. Okay, so I got
Well,
that.
now you know. So like Mackie believes in supernatural stuff, right? He's not one of the panelists. So go
Okay.
ahead and continue talking to Amy and address her question.
Okay. What do you want?
I want to know why you believe in general, special, any type of revelation. Why do you believe that a God has shown you any facts to the universe?
Okay. So you look at the world, you have these questions, and you want answers to them. You don't just want answers, you want the truth. You don't just want the truth, you want to know the whole truth, and you want to know. So with all these various worldviews, everyone contradicting one another, I'm going to ask 4 basic questions. I wish I could post these questions in the chat, but I can't. So number 1, what is the argument? Okay. All these different knowledge claims and beliefs, what is the argument? To demonstrate that the beliefs are true. Secondly, what makes knowledge possible? Everyone's claiming that they know this, that, and the third, especially about answers to the most profound philosophical questions. What makes knowledge possible at all? Okay. Secondly, this is deliberate. This is my worldview. You asked me, okay, about me. What guarantees what invincibly guarantees complete euphoric blessedness? How can I have the best life possible? Now, if someone is offering me something less than the best, then I'm going to reject it. Why would I pass up the best for something inferior to the best? Especially when it doesn't make enduring suffering in this world worthwhile. Fourthly, why should I make haste to believe you? Because everyone's pressing their position as though they should be believed. And that it's bad in some sense, greater or lesser severity of badness, to not believe and adhere their behavior to these beliefs. So when I look at the Bible, the Mikra, the Bible, it answers many questions. People don't want to acknowledge this. Oh well, it answers many questions. Origin, purpose, morality, destiny, the preconditions for knowledge, the worthiness of human dignity, the worthiness of humans, all these other questions that are intimately, directly relative and significant to human experience, everyone. Furthermore, there's plenty of data to examine. People just don't examine the data the same. You don't examine the data the same as Dr. Gary Habermas, Dr. Mike Lacona, Dr. John Frame, Dr. Van Til, Dr. Bonson, all these doctors that have graduated university curricula. So therefore, again, back to the first question, what is the argument? I don't need to take for granted the fundamentalist scientist worldview of the average university. Why should I? You people earlier just said to me when I introduced myself, no one should believe anything, but you keep pressing and belittling people for not believing it as though they should. Lastly, if a worldview cannot, as I've said this repeatedly, cannot provide the necessary preconditions for reality, especially knowledge, the worldview cannot be sustained. That does not need to be repeated over and over to you people. You have enough sense to grasp that. So if a worldview cannot justify believing that knowledge about anything at all is possible, why should I believe it? But the Bible does. And I've heard the refutations supposed by the people who very much want the Bible to be false, and I have refuted them, and we will get to them, God willing. So there's plenty of reason for me to have faith in the God that this God is revealing.
Yeah, and so far you've just evaded the question when we asked you about talking snakes and the resurrection of Jesus. So yeah, you've not defended your position.
Okay,
You
what
just
about the
asserted.
talking snakes? Let's address every single point, Abe God. Let's address it
Okay.
all.
Before we
Oh, number one, what?
And then I want to have a response after.
Yeah, can we go to the talking snake thing after Amy responds to the 4 points, because that was a lot of points, and let's make sure we cover them. Would you prefer that, Amy?
Yes. In fact, what was your point right before what makes knowledge? You were giving 4.
Yeah, what is the argument about whatsoever? Whatever anyone is saying, what is the argument?
Thank you. And okay, so very specifically, the argument is there is no revelation from a God in any holy text that we have so far read.
Just to
What
jump in
makes
real quick, anything bad happen? Any nude images or anything? We're good. While it's going.
Not to my knowledge.
Good.
Only on everyone's browser history. But what makes knowledge is a justified true belief. We have beliefs, all of us. We want them to be justified true beliefs. We want to have actual good evidence so that we can say, I would say, we believe that a sandwich is $5. That's a belief. But then when we get to the store, well, it was actually $6. Well, now we have a justified true belief. We actually know that it's 6. It's right there. We can even test it. We can go to the counter and say, hey, I want a sandwich. And they say, hey, it's $6. We now have knowledge. It starts to get more, however, arbitrary, because now we're getting to what makes euphoric blessings, and I have to say that is not a concept to me unless I would secularize it, because you can get euphoria from a wide variety, from meditation to drugs to just being with your family and everything in between. And so I am not sure that where I would put any value on a truth claim. And why? And then why? What was the fourth one I have written down here? You had a why one. Why
should I make haste to believe your position, whoever I'm talking to?
Yes, make haste. You shouldn't make haste. You should evaluate the evidence. You should be listening to different types of not only claims, and their evidence, but how good that evidence is, what good quality is. You want it to have it with human happiness. I like to think that's where things like secular humanism come in. Now, I don't think that's an objective standard, but I know that moves me towards a happier place with humanity. You don't some of the specific doctors that you were referencing were creation scientists, and some of them do have real degrees, but oftentimes what they do is they have like a physicist talk about biology or a biologist talk about physics and vice versa, because they know they are almost universally rejected largely within their own fields. And so I guess my precondition for knowledge, to get really concrete about it, is a brain. I think at the end of the day, if you want to talk about an agent holding knowledge, it needs to have a physical substrate, a substance, so that it can have a mind, some sort of neural network, whether that is synthetic or natural. And that is how you get justified true beliefs. They do not come from a being outside time and space.
Okay. I don't hold that the God is outside of time and space. That's ontologically absurd, but that's a minor premise. So my response, I didn't ask you what is knowledge. And then finally at the end of this, you answered the question, what is the necessary precondition? What makes knowledge possible? Now you appeal to the brain as being that necessary precondition. Can you have a brain without knowledge?
You have a brain without knowledge? Oh yes, absolutely. Because you can have damaged brains that are just chilling there.
Okay. So having a brain doesn't give you knowledge. Then,
Nope. But it seems to be a precondition, however, to have knowledge.
okay. Second question. Is the brain a contingent entity?
Is the brain, yes, upon the body. It's an organ among an organ system.
So then the brain is not necessary, it's contingent.
What do you mean by necessary? Because if you mean the brain is not necessary for us to live, I mean, good luck. I mean, there's
That's not
some
the point.
experiments you could take to prove that one wrong.
That's not the
Amy, I
point.
think he's getting to the contingency argument. Like ultimately, yes, quantum fields are not contingent. Yes, there you go.
Oh no, I love the contingency argument because I have a completely opposite. I believe that God
I'm not
is
done with my answer. I'm waiting to stop being interrupted.
Okay, and eventually I do want to hear some reason why you do believe Jesus came back for the dead or some sort of thing like that. I know that's gonna any question now, but what were you saying?
Okay.
Yeah.
So is the brain a contingent entity? You said yes. So then the brain is not absolutely necessary. It isn't as though there could not be. It isn't as though the existence of the brain is impossible. So the existence of the brain is contingent upon something else to make it exist.
When you mean necessary, it's necessary for the animal. If you mean it's necessary for the planet, no, life isn't necessary. We could all die and the planet wouldn't give a shit.
Okay.
No, he meant
So
something.
please appreciate you have this metaphysic of yours that's contrary to mine. Right. So you just appreciate that. Okay. So the brain is a contingent entity. It does not necessarily exist. It is not impossible for it to not exist. And you
Yeah,
can
so
have a
what?
brain without knowledge. So
Yeah,
this
so
isn't what makes knowledge possible.
No, it allows us to hold knowledge. You cannot have an agent that is able to have a justified true belief without a brain. There would be no
Okay.
meaning to it.
I guess I asked the question incorrectly. What are the necessary preconditions for knowledge?
Reality.
And
Right. So
knowledge?
everything that is real, because that's not tremendous. That's not the superlative of vagueness, right?
So
reality is
another precondition would be a belief. All knowledge claims are in and of themselves beliefs.
Okay. But you're not getting to any of the necessary preconditions. What makes knowledge and all of its properties real at all?
So in the
Because the knowledge
definition
has
of
to be
in
possible and it has
definition
to
of
be real in order for any entity to hold it.
Reality.
Yeah, it's definitional, right?
So the
part of the
superlative of vagueness again.
No, it's very simple. It's justified true belief. By true, we mean corresponds to reality. So
Exactly.
that is the
What
necessary thing.
real entities are not all real entities are necessary. You just told me that the brain is contingent and not absolutely necessary, and that you can have a brain without knowledge.
No one's
I told you
claiming.
quantum fields are not necessary. Sorry, they are necessary.
Yeah, no one's claiming that a particular piece of knowledge is necessary, but there are necessary things apparently in the physical model that is our best explanation for the universe.
The mediums with which you hold knowledge, talking about the
13
brain and your carnal body, are not necessary entities. It is possible that they not exist.
13, I'm going to finish my sentence. There are 13 quantum fields in our current best model of quantum mechanics, which appear to be necessary and potentially eternal. And those are the things which, excitations of which give rise to time and space and all the other things that we experience. And the things that we call brains consist of excitations in those necessary fields.
9, I want you, with all that, when you start talking about quantum, this, that, and the third, please send me information if you will.
Sure.
To be
There are
honest, I don't think you're going to understand it. It seems to me like you're so.
I can send it to you.
Why not just? Thank you. Why not just go with that? I will or will not send it to you.
We can send you stuff, but what's really not going to cut it is you looking piecemeal through your creationist lens and just trying to pick apart everything that you see that you don't agree with. Because you already established at the outset of this that you actually are opposed to
So I'm not
studying.
allowed to critique things.
You're actually opposed to studying science as a whole in an earnest way, as though it could actually be true. You're
Hang
only
on,
interested
nine. Are you telling me
in
I
criticizing
shouldn't
it.
critique things?
You're only interested in criticizing it and attacking it from the bedrock of the biblical worldview that you hold.
And you're looking at my thoughts. You're looking at my thoughts directly.
I'm paraphrasing your statements. So you earlier told us that science is like this big cabal that you don't subscribe to, you don't have to study or believe in.
When did I didn't say that sentence.
No, but you said things that amount to that. So the
Okay,
question
so
is,
your interpretation is wrong.
let me put it this way. Why should anyone waste their time trying to educate you when you actually refuse to get an education?
So just presume that I don't want to know, even though I'm patently demonstrating that I do want to know at least what the doctrine is.
I'm trying to elicit a statement from you that would go something like, I am willing to study science. I will earnestly attempt to study it and understand it and see if it turns out to be true or not.
Equivalent to that. I just said to you, I am patently demonstrating to you. I'm demonstrating. I'm not just saying it. I'm demonstrating it to you with all the questions and answers that I'm giving you, that I want to know at least what the doctrine is.
So what I'd like you to be able to establish is that you're actually going to engage in a course of study that goes beyond this conversation and just trying to debunk the scientists. So can you actually
Why you talking as though I should say that? Why?
The question is, we've all been very patient in entertaining your arguments. The question is, are you willing to actually engage in a study of science earnestly? Just yes or no.
So why are you asking me that?
It's a really easy
why are you
question.
digressing to this?
No, it's a very simple question, Gregory. Gregory, just answer my
thought-
question, yes or no. Are you willing?
I've already told you yes. Now answer mine.
Okay. If we recommend a science course to you, not just a thing to read, but a course, will you actually enroll in that course?
Hopefully, yeah. Why are you asking this?
Because
Answer
I'm
me.
establishing what it's going to take for us to send something to you that's going to pass any muster in your reality filter bubble. that you live in.
So it's not okay for me to attempt to persuade you, but it is for me. I should have the attitude that I will allow myself to accept your doctrine as true,
But
but I
Gregory,
shouldn't say that to you.
when we asked you a question, so for example, I feel like I went over your explanation, but in reviewing your explanation, it was a set of questions. In essence, the reason that you believe that Christianity is true is, hey, prove me wrong about everything and all of my beliefs. And
Amy,
so
that's not the point.
Amy, I
That's
think
my
like
point.
Gregory actually
That's not the
demanded,
point. You
demanded us
misinterpreted.
reading material. I just did link him the reading material, like debunked. It's like peer-reviewed journal. So sure, like watch, like read that and cry.
And I hope he does. My point would be, Gregory, though, is that these are not the
Oh, that
reasons
was there the
why
whole time. I should have tapped that.
you're not a theist, and you refuse to answer why you are actually a Christian, except for saying revelation from God. But then
No, I didn't
why
refuse anything. Stop derogating me. You are so
Okay.
despicable with that.
You're so despicable. Can you call me naughty?
So I'm saying like quantum fields are fundamental and they are necessary. So your argument is debunked. It's based on evidence. Like all the assertions that you make are invalid. Like we don't care.
Okay, so you're insistent about emphatically declaring your quantum such and such doctrine. What is this?
Yes, I just sent you the sources. Please read it.
Okay, are you gonna talk to me since we're in this dialogue?
You demanded to me the sources. I sent you the sources. I told you that they
Okay,
are
I'm not
fields.
neglecting them. I want you to talk to me now. Do you get that?
Yeah, space-time is emergent from quantum fluctuations. They are the lowest energy state. Like it is more fundamental than energy and space. And matter.
Okay, if you talk right about this quantum theory at several thousand miles per hour, I cannot follow. Please slow down.
So I just told you it is the consensus in physics. You can Google it. I've sent you 2 peer-reviewed journals. You can Google it. It's like the vast majority of physicists accept this. It is a well-established theory based on evidence and testable predictions. So yes, our position is supported by the evidence. Yours is not. You're just asserting things. Nobody cares.
What are you talking about? I am talking about fill in the blank.
What?
Like you're so determined to emphatically say what you want to say. You're not trying to edify me.
Yeah, because you don't answer questions either.
So because I don't answer questions, therefore you give this asinine, poor pedagogy to me
You
and expect
asked
me to
me.
understand?
You demanded reading material. I sent it to you. Read it.
So you don't want to talk.
No,
You don't
read
want to
it.
say an argument right now. You don't want to
I don't.
explain to me what it is that you so emphatically believe is known.
No, read it because you don't listen to anything anyways, and you don't answer any questions. Just read
Oh,
it.
so because I'm a bigot, supposedly, that therefore absolves you from the burden of sound argumentation to prove your emphatic predications of your beliefs are true. No, doesn't
Justify
work.
the respect of Jesus. If you don't answer that, I'm not going to answer your questions either. You demanded reading material. I just debunk you instantly with
I didn't
consensus.
whistle past any of your questions.
So
Wait, why is
Stop acting like I did.
why
Yeah,
why
so
you guys still or why is everyone arguing still? Like I
so
thought everything was good.
so justify that
Because
Jesus.
he's so emphatic in anti my position. He just emphatically reasserts that his beliefs are true. And I want him to explain further since he's so confident, but he won't.
Exactly because we've tried to ask you multiple times to justify that Jesus resurrected. You would not. So I'm not going to answer your questions either because you
No,
failed
you
to answer.
blurt that question at me as a red herring fallacy. I don't
No.
need and I'm not obligated to entertain red herring fallacies. We're talking about subject B or C or D or whatever I have you, and then you blurt that question at me, which is not at all sufficiently relevant to what we were previously
I don't know
talking
what I'm about to
about.
say.
So
You have to say
no,
you.
I didn't
No, I
entertain
don't
your
think
red herring fallacy. If that's really what your criterion for trying to bash me
you.
is.
Since you've asked us several questions, we asked you questions, you don't answer, so I'm not going to answer your questions either. You demanded reading
Right,
material,
so
I sent
just
it to you.
repeat that. Instead of just being charitable and cooperative and cordial and amicable, you just want to be combative.
Yeah, your word gibberish does not matter. You didn't answer our questions. So yeah, sure.
If you just
Yeah,
want to
I have
demonstrate to me incessantly that you're combative and not amicable or cordial or charitable or edifying whatsoever, why should I entertain you?
You're exactly the same. Like you don't answer questions either.
Gregory, can I ask you a question after this one?
What's up?
Earlier you mentioned that the mind is not physical. Just curious, like, what's your evidence for that? Like, what do you base it on?
Okay, so I'm not going to give you a posteriori data to affirm proof positive that there is no mind because it's the negation of the existence of a thing. So to demand that is invalid. That's an incoherent demand.
But why make the claim then?
Because we don't empirically detect the mind in the same sense we detect all other solid liquids and gases or whatever.
Your consciousness is physical, and we physically
Given
detect
the absence of empirical data of detecting the mind, therefore, the mind is not physical. But we obviously have a mind, so it's not real in the sense of the phone you're holding in your hand or the laptop on your desk or whatever, but it's real in the
Incorrect.
sense that it is abstract.
It's incorrect. Consciousness is physical process. It's a physical process, and we
What is
described it through
consciousness?
it.
Since you want to talk to me again, but you don't want to talk charitably, so go ahead, talk.
The state of being aware.
The what?
The state of being aware.
The state of being aware. All right.
Yes.
Is awareness a substance? Can you hand me a substance of awareness?
Yes, it is an experience. It's a brain state, so we get to experience what we are experiencing right now. Motion of particles.
I asked you, can you hand me the substance that is awareness?
You experience it, and it is a result of prior physical
What is
processes.
experience?
The state of being aware. What you're experiencing right now. It is a sensation.
So consciousness is the state of being aware. Awareness is experience. Experience is awareness. You haven't told me
And-
anything about a substance. You haven't shown me the substance that is supposedly awareness, consciousness, experience.
There are multiple descriptions of consciousness based on empirical data. Consciousness is an emergent phenomena of a system that processes complex information. Description 2. Consciousness is an emergent property of a system that is
An
having
emergent property. What does that mean?
of energy activity in your brain.
An emergent property means what?
Something that emerges from prior things.
Emerges. So you're telling me what the consciousness rose up out of something?
Yes, it is just like how temperature is emergent from the average motion of particles.
Oh my God, I'm being interrupted. Not you.
What?
Over here, Ryan. I'll be right back.
I think he fails to understand what emergent things are. So he just wants to assume that the mind or like consciousness is somehow immaterial, whatever.
Also, I have to possibly leave in 20 minutes, but this is just a reminder, everyone out there in chat, that I am sending you love. You are amazing, and please don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe.
I just want to know what he bases that the mind is not material. Like what evidence? What base?
He said he has them. He said it. I just don't know, man.
I'm
Like
sorry.
this
What
whole
did he say?
like I'm pretty sure he said there is none. Like there is none. Like he's basing it off no like original source. Like there's no original source for it.
Okay, so why should anybody take it serious?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. He refuted the evidence that was found by like many scholars, like many experienced scientists, right? Like he refuted them, and he told me he's gonna tell me like why he refuted them, but he still didn't give me anything about it. But me personally, I just think this whole thing. I think this Gory. I think this whole thing actually is like kind of waste of time.
It's not.
Like we're not getting anywhere. Like the thing is, right? We answer each other. Like if we go like one at a time, yes. But you're also saying, okay, I'll answer your question after, and then you never answer it. So then then the other person wants to talk, and then there's two people want to talk at least with you, and then it kind of gets messy.
Okay, we don't need to get into this critical analysis, the dialogue every time, just because you're not getting the answer to your question when you want to.
Greg, so I didn't understand your reply to my question. Can you repeat it one more time?
Yes. So before the interruption, well, Ape hopped in after I answered you, so I actually did answer you already. And so the last point we were on is talking about the supposed emergent property.
Oh, sorry. I cut off and I couldn't reply to your reply. Sorry, Greg. Is it okay if you just?
Okay. Yeah. My answer to Adon was, we do not empirically detect any substance that is the mind, right? We don't empirically detect the mind in the same sense that we empirically detect all other physical particulars. Therefore, it's not a concrete physical entity. Nevertheless, it is still real, so it is abstractly real.
Incorrect. I've showed you the studies in.
And wait, please, please, thank you. And so you're saying that there's no empirical evidence? That's your claim? How do you know it to be true?
By the absence of detecting the entity that is supposedly the mind. So after doing the act of attempting to empirically detect the mind, we don't. Yet nevertheless, it is still real. We all know full and well we have a mind. Therefore, it is real not in the concrete sense, but in the abstract sense.
Just to be clear, what claim are you making about it not being detected? I just want him to clarify that. Can we get a clarification of what he's claiming? Because that's empirically false as far as I know as a cognitive scientist.
What?
You said that we don't detect a mind, right? So if I show you papers that are like showing 70 to 80% reconstructions of the entire stream of consciousness thoughts that a person is mentally thinking in their own like monologue inside their head, being reconstructed just by reading the neurons firings.
Yeah, we can convert.
It's not an instance of empirically detecting the mind itself.
Well, it's only 70%.
That would be insufficient.
We haven't detected the mind.
So if you show that to me as the answer is being muddled through all this crosstalk.
One sec, Amy, could you say what your YouTube channel is? Somebody in my chat wanted to know what your YouTube channel is. Is Amy here? All right, we'll get her when we get back.
Tija, in case she doesn't come back, I think it's on her. If you can click on her name, I think that's her YouTube.
Yeah, there it is. YouTube.com/Amy Newman. So there it is for everybody wondering. Perfect. Thanks so much, Aiden.
No worries, Tija. So, Greg, so you're saying that there is no empirical evidence. Now, my rebuttal to that is, do you know what an fMRI machine is? An fMRI study?
I've heard that before.
Does not count for some evidence where you use an fMRI to read the signals that are active in the brain to get data from thoughts, etc.?
No.
So I'm posting a picture in the chat. This is from the paper. It's called Semantic Reconstruction of Continuous Language from Non-Invasive Brain Recordings. If you click on the
And
picture,
you can also,
if you click
and
on
you
the
can also,
picture, hold on a second, Abe. If you click on the picture, you will see a diagram of how the experiment works, and you will see the stimulus, which is the thoughts that the person recorded that they actually were thinking, and then the decoded stimulus, which is how close it got to reconstructing and guessing what it was that they were thinking just from the brain signal readings, which are not perfectly precise yet. So in this example, the actual thought the person was thinking was, I got up from the air mattress and pressed my face against the glass of the bedroom window, expecting to see eyes staring back at me, but instead finding only darkness. The decoded stimulus from their brain scan was, I just continued to walk up to the window and open the glass. I stood on my toes and peered out. I didn't see anything and looked up. Again, I saw nothing. Now, those are almost the same sentence, right? If you look at what percent of the words is correct, it's about 70% correct so far. And this is just a first attempt at this. So what part of the mind is not detectable is empirically a valid statement to make.
and also
No,
we can
this is
convert.
wrong. And of course,
Well,
now people won't let me respond to it.
No,
well,
we can
Greg,
convert.
Greg, let me just ask you, what would be the evidence, right? What would be evidence enough for you to say to change your mind?
There wouldn't,
You would just
because
keep
it's not that
saying
kind
it.
of thing. You can't empirically verify that, which is not empirically detectable, that has no concrete substance.
Send you the
Now,
papers
you
that
in your metaphysic, you presuppose that it's true. I don't.
no,
You
we
emphatically
don't
believe that your metaphysic of materialism, physicalism is true. And so
We're
that's
not
how you
presupposing
interpret
it.
the
We're
data.
showing you data.
Right?
The data
No, I
Okay,
shows
didn't
thank
finish
you,
my
that the
answer.
thoughts that the
Greg.
person has are recordable and predictable.
See, you're still not letting me finish my answer. You can say all of this and wax poetic about your supposed scholarship, but won't let me
no, so
respond to it.
it's based on evidence, not presuppose.
You see how I have to blurt that all the time?
Well, so we've
No decency.
talked.
Instead of just not blurting
One
that,
sec.
just let me finish my sentence.
So we talked to you for a while now.
That's
I do
what-
want to give the other people a chance to speak. Red Panda, Nils, and Brody, I think, haven't had a chance to talk yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Isn't
Let's
my
move on
first-
because Greg answered the question.
So yeah, Red Panda, go ahead. What did you want to talk about?
Is my mind working?
Is your your mic is
Sorry,
working?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. What's your question?
Okay. So can someone just repeat the whole premise of the mind not being tangible? Therefore, does it exist? Is that the premise, if I understood correctly?
I think the argument is
No,
that
let me.
If you're asking about me, that's not what I
I
said.
think the argument is that there's no way to empirically demonstrate a direct conscious experience. Therefore, conscious experience isn't physical. It's something more than physical.
Just because it isn't physical as intangible doesn't mean that it does not exist. Ancient Greek philosophers said, I think, therefore I exist, which basically the thought making you do actions, etc., is basically giving you physical evidence of its existence.
Sure, but I think,
And I don't deny that
think-
abstract entities are real, including the mind. I agree with that.
I think he's saying that consciousness isn't a physical object like a rock, that it's something different. He's not saying it doesn't exist. He's saying it doesn't exist as a concrete rock object.
Neurons.
Yeah.
Right, neurons are not one and the same as thought.
Oh my god, I fell. In
Don't
the
fall.
brain.
Please don't fall.
Don't fall.
Okay, so Red Panda, when you think about closing your hand, you close your hand. Does that mean your brain is your hand?
It's an extension.
Oh no, you're talking
yeah.
about-
So in the same
It's an
way, right?
extension of the nervous system because it's
Yeah.
a lot more complex than just a brain.
Yeah,
It's
but
a
in
whole nervous system sorry, English is not my first language, so I'm kind of struggling with
We'll be patient. We'll be patient.
so it's a so basically you have nerves connecting to the brain. Basically, the nervous system is a lot more complex than what we think of it just as a brain. We don't have to think of it just as a brain. It can be just a complex web of information. And when I think in my head, right, like, hey, close your palm, the nerves are going to close the palm, and the nerves are the extension of the brain. Therefore, they can be taken as like a one whole
system.
Oh yeah, of course. They're consubstantial to one another, right?
Yeah, But even then, your nerves aren't actually, they aren't the skin, they aren't the bone, they aren't the muscle of your hand. They're just connected to it. So your nervous system is connected to your hand. But in the same way, right? In idealist philosophy,
I'm gonna
your
please give me a second.
okay.
Is it working?
Yeah.
Yes. It
Your
is
mic,
working.
yeah.
Okay, awesome.
But yeah, in the same way, in idealist philosophy, your soul, your spirit, your consciousness is not actually a part of your brain, but it is connected intrinsically to it, and it controls your brain and your body by extension. But it's not actually the same thing.
Does this predict anything?
Predict anything?
He's asking
Does
if
this generate any predictions?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Okay. Are you like espousing idealism?
Yes, I espouse
Okay.
idealism.
What are the consequences of idealism?
The consequences. What do you
Yeah. Okay. Like, do you know what a scientific theory generally is supposed to be able to do? To be called a theory?
mean? So scientific theory, it's supposed to be able to come to likely conclusions, right, about our existence through testing.
Well, it's supposed to be able to be empirically adequate to explain all the existing data and to make novel testable predictions about future data, not
Oh,
just to
yes,
explain the data we already have, but to be
Yeah.
able to model and predict the future data based on some actual mechanism that's contained in the theory, right?
Yes.
So if I say my theory is that God makes apples fall, and my evidence
Mhm.
is apples do fall, we already knew apples fell. There's nothing about your God makes it so that explains why the apple falls or that predicts it in any specific way. You could just make the exact same claim about literally any possible prediction. There's no connection between God wills it, then the thing happens. There's no explanatory chain of reasoning in that example. So in the idealism example compared to the physicalism example, like I showed you in the chat, like just an example of the results of one paper that shows like a very accurate reconstruction of what a person
yes.
is thinking.
Yes.
That's based on the physicalist scientific project of looking at the neurons and assuming that the connectionist way neurons work explains how our thoughts are generated, right? And it
Yes,
works this well so far. It's not
Mhm.
perfect, but it's working quite well. And it gets massively better every couple papers, every couple years. So the question is, what thing would idealism explain any different than physicalism that would generate any predictions or do anything that could be improved upon by applying the theory so-called of idealism?
Oh, so I was specifically replying to Red Panda, but I can explain this too.
Okay.
And it's basically that it won't change a thing. Idealism doesn't actually change how we interact with the world.
So do you know what a distinction without a difference is?
No.
Like suppose if you ask me like, are dogs and cats both pets? And I say, well, no. And you ask me, what do I mean? I say, well, a dog is like a companion. A cat is like, I don't know, like a mascot or something, right? And I go, you say, okay, well, are they, do you keep both of them in your house? Are they companion animals? Etc. I give every single property that a pet has, and I answer exactly the same for both of them. And the end result is that a mascot and a guardian or whatever are both pets by any property bundle that I describe them with. But for some reason, I refuse to say that they are both pets. Now, this is a distinction without a difference. I'm saying these are different things. In other words, they both are not pets. There's something different about them. But I'm not giving any difference from the definition of pet, which they share.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. But you could just as well say, right, that say the cat is red and the dog is yellow, and then you can recognize that there is a color difference. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. There's other properties they could have. Yeah.
Yeah, you can recognize the difference, and it might still not affect your life. Having your dog be red and your cat be yellow, or the other way around, it
But
doesn't
those are
affect your life.
differences. Those are differences, but they wouldn't disqualify it from petness, for instance, right?
Yeah.
So, like, what is the thing that idealism is actually saying, other than just imagining it a certain way?
Well, I think it says something about religion. I think it proves religion correct.
Okay. So if I don't believe idealism, does that prevent me from understanding or predicting or doing anything?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. If you don't believe in like the cognitive neural model of the brain, would you be able to generate those readings of people's brains from fMRI scans? Would idealism be able to do it better a different way?
Idealism would probably be able to do it a different way, but I think predicting
Like
through
psychically or
neurons
something?
is yeah. But I think predicting through neurons is probably more accurate actually. But I still think idealism is correct factually. I don't
Okay.
think
What
this.
fact is it correct about, though? I can't get you to give me a single fact about the world that it would predict any different than the physical, natural explanation. So the question is this: if you have two explanations, one of the explanations actually serves as an explanation. It explains and models all the past data. It makes predictions that are novel and testable about future data, such as that it grounds what the meaning of the word is in the phenomena being described. Like gravity is the natural laws that we have described it as. Mathematically, those laws predict exactly where planets are going to be, where satellites are going to go, with incredible precision, right?
Yes.
That's a theory. The theory of gravity is a very strong theory. What is it that idealism can do for us, other than just being a certain way that you like to think about it?
Oh well, it can aid us in the non-material realm. So I
What
think,
what
for
realm is
example,
that?
after we die, I think there is an afterlife. I think there is
Okay.
resurrection too, and I think there are gods in this world, and I think
Do you
there are
think
spirits in
there's
this
any hope of finding evidence for those things, or do you think they will forever be only a reward that can be not verified or believed in for any like evidential reason? It just has to be believed in because of the argument of idealism or something like that.
I think it's possible, but it's a very difficult process through finding stuff materially. I think we can't ever find direct evidence, only tangential, right? So secondhand.
So why would anyone believe this?
Well, it is up to the individual person, I would say. I don't necessarily think that there is a possibility of convincing someone through argumentation.
Well, why would you believe that over materialism?
Because I think idealism can be proven, not necessarily spirituality.
I
I
asked
think
you-
idealism can be proven through disproving materialism.
Okay, I asked you what it would even mean for it to be proven. Like, what would it change about anything? And you can't give me a single answer other than you think the afterlife might be justified by it and you think God might be justified by it. But that doesn't tell us anything that we could ever measure or observe that would be justified
Well, it
by
seems like his claim is
Yeah,
more that
because-
you can disprove materialism. He's saying idealism is true because materialism can be proven false or something. Like that's obviously an argument from ignorance. It doesn't work. But it seems more like his claim is materialism is wrong more than idealism is true.
Well, if materialism is wrong, then idealism is true, right? There's
No,
two options.
there are
here.
tons of other options. There's literally infinitely many other options.
Like what?
Mignonian objects, panpsychism, platonic objects, digital physics, information theory.
Aren't platonic objects also like ideal?
No. Like platonic objects can exist in a non-consciousness state.
I'm not quite sure what that means.
Well, so there can be other kinds of objects. So like consciousness is in idealism, it's a kind of ontology. And then there's materialism, which is another kind of ontology. Then Mignonian objects is another kind of ontology, and platonic objects is another kind of ontology. There's things that are different hypotheses about the fundamental nature of reality that are neither consciousness nor material. Supernatural, supernatural, super duper natural. You can make up all kinds of stuff.
Sure, but I think well, I'm not sure about these other things, but I think like at least for me, right? Argumentations about, for example, the famous argument about
Mary's
color
room.
Scientist, yeah, Mary's room, exactly.
The person who put that forward, Frank Jackson, is a physicalist who thinks that it just was an incorrect argument, but he disavowed it because he explained, look, if you understand that the things are representational, not there's not a thing that is gained by sensory experience that we would call knowledge. There's just some representation of a thing which is a real thing in the world, like color or light. So that's the thing that actually one could know about, not the way you represent it through sense experience. It's just not a. It's what's called the knowledge argument, but it's not knowledge. It's just sense experience. You have a sense experience. It doesn't necessarily entail that you have knowledge. You just have a certain experience.
Yeah, but that is something which is strictly non-material. That's something which can't be
No,
measured.
no. It's literally an engram. Do you know what an engram is?
No.
Okay, so an engram, whenever you have some novel stimuli, it encodes a series of changed neurons, which we can detect. And that's how they do these language models. So when they do engram formation, like they show you a thing you've never seen before, they look at which neurons fire. And then they test it later. They show you the same thing again. And guess what? The exact same neurons fire. And they can do very interesting experiments showing how associative learning works. Like they show you two things that have overlapping engrams, and one of them causes the other to strengthen or weaken by association because of how it's affecting the neurons. So associative learning and dissociative learning are like Hebbian learning, as it's called as a whole, are not a thing that you would just automatically predict based on like your intuitions about your thoughts. It's something that's counterintuitive to people that can literally shock and horrify people and do things they don't even realize that it's doing to them because of how it affects the neurons, not because of the way you think the thoughts in your head verbally.
No, of course it's not verbal. And I don't think the way the neurons fire necessarily invalidate idealism at all. I think
they just render it superfluous.
Why? I think it's irrelevant to the argument how the neurons fire, because we know neurons fire. We know the brain has electrical impulses in it already. This isn't something which is unknown.
It's not just firing. It's not just firing and impulses. Engram encoding is what the memories are. Like the physical difference. Let me put it this way: they take a mouse and they put it in a maze. You familiar with like mice learning maze experiments? You ever read any of them?
No, I haven't read any of the.
It's like the classic learning experiment.
They get better every time, right?
Sort of. Okay, so there's a bunch of experiments on mice learning mazes to see how they learn and in what circumstances they learn and to what degree they learn and so on. This is how we establish things like memory consolidation. Like the mouse that goes in a maze for the first time, it's okay at doing the maze. It takes a nap and it wakes up, then it's really good at doing the maze because memory consolidation, also known as REM sleep, actually is a process of your brain revisiting recent memories to get better at and strengthen their association so they work better in the future. So that's the kind of experiments that we're talking about. Well, in the case of memory engrams, the things that are being strengthened have been studied to great detail, to the extent that they can hook up an external set of neurons to a mouse's brain. They can have it learn a maze. They then disconnect the neurons and plug them into a different mouse's brain. The original mouse forgets the maze, and the mouse that's never been in the maze before now knows the maze because the neurons from one mouse were hooked up to another mouse. They even did this over the internet and radio waves, right? They can wirelessly switch memories between different mice. So it is the case that knowing the thing, the memory, is the engram. There's an identity relation between you having a memory.
All you're doing is producing that ideal experience. You're not actually having that ideal experience in any form, right? All you're doing is producing the electrical signal in the neuron.
Well, it's not just a signal. You don't understand. The engram is not a signal. It is the arrangement of the neurons themselves the particular ion channel setups of the individual dendrites. So each neuron has like somewhere between 5 and 15 dendrites, right? Yeah. The webs between them, the cortical connections between neurons. Each of those has ion channel regulation properties, which are analogous to a logic gate in a computer. So one neuron is something like 5 to 15 logic gates in a computer that all, when a signal comes through it, processes it in a novel way. It's analogous to like a line of code in a computer program, or like with one entity within a line of code. And the whole block of functionality at the level of the neocortex is what's called a cortical column, which then triggers distributed engram regions in the hippocampus and others that are linked to those cortical column hierarchies. So that when you have a memory or you have an experience, we know exactly which engram you are creating to associate with it in the future. We can swap it from you to another brain and that other brain now has that memory and you do not.
Yeah, but
The
again,
problem with materialism is that it is a reification fallacy of half of all reality.
You're breaking up, Gregory. I can barely hear you.
I'm sorry. Fix this, fix this, fix this, fix this, fix this. Okay. I should be better now. Is that good?
Try saying like a full sentence.
Hello, teacher. My name is Gregory.
It sounds a little better.
Okay.
Still a little wonky.
I don't know why
Okay.
it's struggling.
So-
I'll leave and come back.
That was good.
So what part of the explanation makes you call it just electrical signals? Because I've clarified now, it's not just signals, it's an arrangement of neurons and dendrites and their ion channel relationships.
Yeah, sure.
Like a computer
But,
program.
One sec. Let's.
It's like
Gregory, can you test your mic now?
Yeah.
Hello, teacher. My name is Gregory.
Much better.
That's better.
No, it's good. No, it's
Okay.
good. Yeah.
Now, I just wanted to say this and then let the other gentleman continue. Materialism is a reification fallacy of half of all reality. Misplaced concreteness upon half of all reality. When you do this materialism, there is no intelligibility or meaningfulness or value of any kind on anything.
You can have.
Therefore, knowledge is impossible. Neither do you empirically detect intelligibility or meaningfulness or value of any kind. So you couldn't know it if it was true.
You can have all of
Those
that.
are all concepts.
You can have all that meaning,
Yeah,
purpose,
that's my point.
value, morality. You can have all that in a purely physical, material world.
Can you show me, can you present to me a physical substance that is intelligibility itself?
No, you don't need a substance of intelligibility. That doesn't make any sense.
We're literally intelligible.
That's my point.
Neural
Like
firing.
I cannot make this any more clear. This is the refutation. This is the critique of materialism. It's not a misunderstanding of materialism.
Gregory, the thing you were asking for, can you render some intelligibility directly from the physical substrate of the brain, has literally been answered in the affirmative. Yes, you can. I
You
literally just showed
cannot.
you
If
concrete
you
evidence.
suppose to me there is only matter, this is where the materialist stops listening and just emphatically, with the religious devotion, presupposes this metaphysic. Can you show me intelligibility itself, the physical entity that is intelligibility or meaningfulness or value?
Yes.
The intelligibility of the brain pattern is not dependent merely on language. We can infer what the thoughts are directly from the brain without reference to what words come out of a person's mouth.
So once again, you're just reasserting your metaphysic. Once again, you're just reasserting it.
I
right?
don't think so.
You need to empirically verify your empirical knowledge claim.
So if we just
show me intelligibility, meaningfulness, value itself.
So if we
show me the physical entity that is those
what would
things.
that evidence look like if you were to be satisfied? Because it's not clear what you even mean.
No,
if you're not
you just give your argument.
So intelligibility
If
is
you're gonna-
brain state X. Brain state X exists, therefore intelligibility exists.
Say what?
Intelligibility is brain state X. It's having an idea that is able for the brain to process it. This can be done with this brain state that has this exact physical shape. A brain state with this exact physical shape exists. It's in my head. Therefore, intelligibility can exist without a God. A purely physical world.
Brain state?
Brain state.
What is a brain state?
It is an organization of patterns and chemical processes within a brain.
Okay, so when you look at the brain and all the particular subcategories of the properties of the brain, right? Do you get any meaningful message from empirically detecting the brain itself?
What intelligibility?
Yes.
Intelligibility is the ability for a brain to produce a message that can be understood by other parts of the brain. The brain doesn't say that. It's not like it's written on the brain that it's doing this, but you don't need that for intelligibility. Intelligibility is just the ability for a brain to produce a meaningful message to other parts of the brain, and it can do that. Purely physical systems can do that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's
let's back up a moment and think. Let's back up a moment and think for a moment. Right? I have that bottle of soda, remember?
Sure.
Then I shake it up and there's the bubbles. What do the bubbles mean?
The bubbles, they don't mean anything.
Precisely, just like the brain.
Well, so the brain,
It's not analogous to the bubbles.
the bubbles aren't talking to
Just
one another.
exactly the same.
The bubbles aren't talking to one another. The brain is talking to one another. The brain is sending signals from one side of the brain to the other. And so when you look at a certain part of the brain, like the somasensory cortex, and you see firing in the somasensory cortex, that means that the person is experiencing a kind of physical sensation. So we know what it means.
Again, reasserting this metaphysic, you don't have any empirical verification for this. You just keep reasserting this metaphysic over and over again. When you look at the brain, it doesn't mean anything. Just empirically seeing the brain or touching the brain doesn't mean anything itself.
You're confusing.
Looking at the neurons in the brain does not mean anything.
Cognitive function of intelligibility.
As everyone bulldozes through what I'm saying.
Well, no,
Go ahead.
I just want to say this because
Go ahead.
I actually have to leave, but it has been a great discussion. I just want to point out, I'll keep on listening because I know this is the time I'm going to get the answer, but I just want to point out, we have been listening to all these multitudes of answers that have empirical data behind them, that all evidence seems to point that we get intelligibility through our brain and our mind, conscious systems that all seem to have a completely physical backing. That is what allows us to have beliefs, some of which we can verify to have justified true beliefs. I do want to keep on pointing out that you know who has none of these answers? Religion. I hope everyone has a fantastic rest of the year. I want to thank Ix and T-Jump. You should all be liking and subscribing. I want to thank the entire everyone out there. And yeah, I'm going to be waiting it. I know you're going to have it, Gregory. It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Amy.
So, Gregory.
And do a shout out for your YouTube channel and come back next Sunday. We need more co-hosts for every Sunday. That isn't the normal Sunday.
Oh, thank you. That's right. Check out my channel at youtube.com/Amy Newman, along with my co-host James W. We do a lot of similar other skeptic content, but also feel free to check out Randolph's, as we have this every week, as well as, well, once a week, as well as now the On Weekly, as you can come on here, come on the T-Jump's channel, Theist, and tell us, you know, why you think a God exists.
Thanks for coming on.
And before you go, Amy, look in the Atheist Call-In Show.
Sounds good.
All right.
So
Let me try to parse this out.
So let's let Brody. I haven't heard from you for a while. Go ahead, Brody. What would you like to say?
So intelligibility is a cognitive function of a brain trying to understand things, trying to make sense of the world around it, right?
Well, I think
It's not
intelligibility
a
is
metaphysical,
specifically
abstract, platonic realm, you know, function in some special realm.
Yeah, I think
Right, and we have
that's actually
empirical
incorrect.
evidence to back this up.
That's actually incorrect. There's two things at play. If the thing trying to be interpreted is not intelligible, then even when the brain, the subject, has the ability, the intellect to make things intelligible, if the thing itself has no intelligibility, it cannot interpret it. So intelligibility is not the ability to interpret. Intelligibility is the property of being interpretable.
That's circular.
No, it's not circular. It's two different things.
To say intelligibility is dependent upon intelligibility.
no. So his argument
That's
is
not what I just
is
said to
like,
you.
You can imagine.
I have to say it again.
Well, so let me try to explain it, Gregory. So there's two possible universes. One, whereas a universe where brains can understand things because the universe has the capability of intelligibility. Universe 2 is a universe where even if there was a brain, it could understand nothing because that universe lacks the property of intelligibility. So intelligibility is some kind of, whatever it is the ability for in that universe things to be able to be understood by minds to some degree, whatever is causing it. So that's the minimum criterion of what intelligibility means.
That's intelligibility. It's an intrinsic property which is abstract of any property so that the intellect can interpret it in any way.
Well, that's your assumption. That's your assumption of your worldview with no evidence.
And no, I have evidence and I have an argument which is a priori in nature that exposes the absurdity of the contrary, demonstrating and necessitating the truthfulness of my position, which I argue deductively.
Well, all such arguments are garbage, but please go ahead, present it, and I'll show you why it's garbage.
Okay. So, as you just acknowledged with me, right, that intelligibility is an intrinsic property of the entity that is being interpreted by the subject, the subject having intellect in order to interpret.
No, that's not required.
Okay.
So
Now,
intelligibility.
okay, so okay, you deny that, but I didn't finish.
Go ahead.
Okay. And secondly, you do not have any empirical verification for intelligibility being a concrete substance. You cannot show me a physical entity that is intelligibility itself.
Well, I don't need that.
So brains don't think.
Well, so there's
You need that. You don't have the right
So
to just
I want to
hand wave
address
the burden of
I want to
proof.
address.
It's
There's
an
two arguments.
empirical
There. There's
knowledge
two arguments
claim.
there.
You must empirically
Hold
verify
up,
it.
Gregory. So I think you're confusing epistemology and ontology. The first thing is I don't need empirical proof. All I need to do to prove you wrong is to show that it's logically possible for there to be intelligibility in a universe that's purely physical. I don't need to demonstrate it. I just need to show it's possible. Because if it's possible, that means your argument, which is saying that it's impossible, is wrong. So I don't need to empirically demonstrate this. All I need to do is show you that it's logically possible for intelligibility to occur in a purely physical universe. And it is possible because intelligibility is simply the ability for a brain to process information into some kind of a useful format. That's all it's required. Information.
No.
Yes. What?
No.
What?
It
So
is
my
not an
response.
abstract process, right? It's a cognitive process dependent upon
I'm not talking about a process. Intelligibility is not a process.
But you
And
don't
no.
know what intelligibility is. You have an assumption of what intelligibility is.
No, I do know what it is. I just said it. Now let me say the answer. So no, your logic sequence is wrong. You cannot empirically verify your empirical knowledge claim that all things are matter in motion.
That has nothing
because
to do with what I said.
intelligibility is not matter.
That has nothing to do with
Neither
what I
is
said.
it moving.
It has nothing to do with what I said.
It
So-
has
no,
everything
no,
to do
no,
with what you
Gregory,
said, T-Jump.
Remember, the first thing I said was, I don't need to empirically verify
Yes,
anything.
you
No,
do.
no.
You cannot just hand
Gregory,
wave that burden of proof.
Gregory, you said it is impossible for the purely physical universe to produce intelligibility. Now, for me to prove that wrong, I don't need to empirically demonstrate it. All I need to do is show it's logically possible. Logically possible.
But you haven't
I
done
did.
that. Regardless of you believing you have.
Logical possibility means there is no logical contradiction. Intelligibility is the ability for a brain to translate information into some kind of a useful format, to take an idea and make it meaningful. That can be done in a purely physical system. One example of this is Claude Shannon's 1952 paper on information theory. Done. So here's a purely physical system that takes random gibberish information, turns it into useful information, purely physical, also known as a computer. And we can do this. We can do this with just purely physical systems that can then have intelligibility by taking information and making it useful. You do purely physical. And simply by doing that, I've disproved your argument that it's impossible to have useful intelligibility with physical systems. I don't need to empirically demonstrate.
Okay, no, you're wrong.
How is that wrong?
Okay. You refuse to engage the internal critique of your premises. You just take them for granted incessantly. You have not defined intelligibility.
I literally did.
Because you just negated the definition that I just gave earlier. So now you don't yet have a definition of intelligibility. What is intelligibility?
Intelligibility is the ability for a physical brain to take information and you transform it into useful information. That's it.
Okay. What is information?
Information. What is information?
Yes.
You want like the physical definition? Information.
I mean, listen to you. Listen to you.
What?
Physical definition, material definition. You are presupposing incessantly your materialism. You won't engage the internal critiques thereof,
what internal
which
critiques?
includes the empirical inadequacy of it.
Didn't provide any critiques there. What's the critique? Physics and information.
It was a critique. When I tell you, you do not have any empirical verification that intelligibility is a
that's not a
concrete
critique.
substance,
That is
and
not
you
a
misidentify neurons or brain with being the mind or intelligibility, that is a critique.
No, it's not. That is not a critique. You have failed intellectually. You have intellectually face planted onto your face because of how stupid what you just said is. If you are making a claim, something is impossible. What does the word impossible mean?
Just stuck in this mindset.
What does the word impossible mean?
Like Gregory, so far you have not provided any evidence to show that consciousness is not physical. In our case, we do have evidence, and you just keep denying it. So your position is not justified.
You don't know what logic is. And you
no,
don't
we don't care
know
about
how to appropriately argue this
One sec,
point.
Abe.
Given my conclusion, I'm not
Gregory,
going to give you a posteriori proof positive data when I'm negating the existence that it is a physical
Gregory,
entity.
you saying it's impossible? Stop, Abe. Stop, Gregory. You were saying it's impossible, right? Impossible for physical only substances to produce intelligibility, right? That's your claim. It's impossible, right?
Yes, just
What
pure
does
matter is
impossible
unable
mean?
to
What
just
does impossible mean?
okay. It cannot exist. It cannot elapse given the regularities, given the transcendentals that regulate the universe.
Well, that's not what impossible means, but we'll go with it. So impossible means it can't be done ever, no matter what, right? Can never, ever be done.
That's what I'm talking about.
Right.
That's what I just
So I
said.
don't need to show you it's done. Like I can say it's impossible for a leaf to fall off a tree. I don't need to literally show you a leaf falling off a tree, right? I can just say there's no contradiction with a leaf falling off a tree. I can imagine a universe with a leaf and it fell off a tree, and that would disprove your entire worldview, right? If you claim it's
Okay, so what
impossible.
concluding premise are you trying to prove?
No. Pay attention. Try to follow. If you claim it's impossible for a leaf to fall off a tree, I don't need to empirically demonstrate this to you. I can just say I can imagine a leaf
I
falling off a tree.
grasp that. I don't need you to explain that to me
So
as
if
you incessantly try
claim
to belittle
it's
my intelligence.
impossible for a physical universe to produce intelligibility, and I can say I'm imagining a physical universe producing intelligibility right now, that disproves
That's
your argument.
incoherent. That's a supposed impossibility that isn't really possible.
Let me see if I can
Not
make it
every
coherent.
supposed
So
possibility is really possible.
that's
Your worldview
literally
is
what
incoherent.
possibility means. If it's possible, then it is by
No, it's
definition
not.
possible. Yes.
Possibility is not just anything you fix your mouth to say. No, it's
Possibility is
not.
anything that doesn't entail a logical contradiction. But I will give you a better coherent definition. A physical brain can take physical information and transfer it and make it useful in such a way that the other parts of the brain can make
Again,
meaningful information.
presupposing your materialism, just reifying
That's
information
how
and intelligibility and
hypotheses
whatsoever
work.
is not
If I
material.
want to show to you that it is possible in a material universe to produce
You
material.
whistle past this every time I say it, T-Jump.
If I want to show to you that it is possible in a physical universe, then I need to give you a physical universe. By definition, it's not presupposing a physical universe. It's giving you the example of a physical universe doing exactly what you say it can't be done. It's not presupposing my conclusion. You're an idiot. Who is next?
He keeps asserting that it is presupposed. It is not. It's based on evidence.
Yes, he's wrong. Who?
Hello, clear, which is his definition of intelligibility based upon abstractions.
Yes, based on.
That's why I actually came up. That's why I came up on the stage to ask that, because I think that like his definition or Gregory's definition of intelligibility hinges on the definition of information. Because like T-Jump's definition is what? Information that we make use of this information, right? That's like intelligibility. But I think Gregory here makes it, or more likely, he's trying to allude that the information itself is, or capacity of having information, or etc., is what intelligibility means, and it needs to be demonstrated that it's physical, or yada yada yada, etc. Doesn't matter. I think it's more likely about Gregory's definition of intelligibility because he's the one who's making the argument, not we
And
guys.
so is T-Jump.
Hold on.
People don't want to listen to what I have to say. Oh well.
He's not
Or
making the
you can
argument,
prove me
you
wrong
are.
that people actually want to listen to what I have to say and be critically considerate. So
Actually,
T-Jump
I'm
just
helping
incessantly whistles past the critique that he has an empirical knowledge claim that intelligibility itself, meaningfulness itself, language itself, value itself are material particulars. He must show them to me, but he can't. Therefore, it's
Gregory.
empirically inadequate. That is a specific, objective, true premise in a critique, refuting and exposing the absurdity which his premises
In your
imply.
filibustering, mate. We understand. Sure.
No,
Gregory, the
exercise
problem
some
here is
patience.
not Gregory. Problem here is not the argument. Hold on, Abe, God, 1 second, please. So the problem here is not the interpretation of the argument or critiques to them. We're asking right now for you to properly define terms inside the argumentation. So, you use.
I've already done that, George.
Excuse me. You use the terminology. You use the terminology intelligibility. Please define what intelligibility means for us.
Detectable and meaningful data.
meaningful data, not data itself. Okay, I take my words back.
Intelligibility, it's a property of the entity. It's a property of the entity, which makes it detectable and meaningful.
Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? Saying something is
What is the sense in that? What is the sense in that retort?
rather than make sense out of it through a cognitive.
Wait, Brody, can you please work with me and repeat what you said?
Isn't that begging? I mean, isn't that putting the cart before the horse to say that something is intelligible before it reaches our minds, rather than our minds are making sense?
What is the meaning of that critique? I don't understand. What is the problem?
I'm saying it's like it's a reverse order of things, right?
I didn't give a chronological explanation.
It's not that meaning is
There's nothing
coming
to
at
do.
us; it's that we're constructing meaning out of things.
Well, that's what Immanuel Kant said, and so Immanuel Kant just made the problem which David Hume acknowledged to be the solution. You're just contriving things factitiously in your mind. You're not actually grasping the thing itself.
Gregory, I demand you the same thing. Show me God right now.
I agree.
Can you show me
Okay,
God
so
right
with that being said, if you say that premise, please follow. If you say that premise, then you don't have knowledge because you're just factitiously contriving concepts in your mind. You're not actually attaining knowledge about any objects independent of your subjective perception. That's the whole point of David Hume's argument, the skeptic that he was. The atheist materialist cannot answer him.
Show me God right now. Can you show me God?
There's no problem with knowledge being empirically based, right? Rather than based upon abstractions.
I'm not saying that's the problem. The problem is that you cannot justify any of your beliefs if there are no abstract entities whatsoever, which is only what knowledge is. Every property of knowledge is abstract. If there are no abstracts, then there are no knowledge.
That's not true.
Gregory, you
doesn't follow.
Gregory, you want us to show
How does that
evidence
not
like
follow?
show us God. Don't evade the question.
Knowledge
Show us
is
God
not
right
dependent upon abstractions.
Greg, can I ask you a question?
What is knowledge, Brody? Hang on.
Show us God right now. Can you show us God?
I'm not talking to you, Brody.
No. Can you show us God? Evading the question. Don't try to dodge. You asked us
So,
the
Brody,
same
you just
question
gonna
about
pass the mic to him? Is that it?
Show us God right now.
Okay, so he's staying silent.
I would say
Greg.
knowledge is like reliable memory, a reliable memory of an event, essentially.
Reliable memory?
Yeah.
Knowledge is reliable memory. What are you memorizing?
Yeah, direct experience that you've like internalized, essentially.
So then knowledge and memory are two different things, not one and the same, correct?
I'm saying that's what it is.
Knowledge and memory are two different things, like the sentences you just said to me, correct?
I said knowledge is
I believe
reliable
he
memory
said
based upon empirical experience.
I didn't hear Brody because someone was interrupting him.
I believe he used the word reliable, which makes it different than just memory.
Whether it be reliable or not, your ability to remember being reliable or not is besides the point. I'm trying to make sense out of what he's saying, but people are not following because people just want to say things.
Okay,
so
I think you're just being argumentative.
Why don't we just?
No, I'm not being argumentative. I'm trying to understand Brody, but people won't let him finish his sentence and let me hear it.
Right. So let's just try giving the argument one time. So one more time. So your argument was based on intelligibility, the intelligibility of things, correct? So of course.
Well, I was saying a critique of materialism, and then we got bogged down on trying to define intelligibility.
Right. Okay. So how would? But you need to define it if you're going to use it in your critique.
I already defined it.
So again, could you give it to
I
us one
don't
more time?
understand.
I know, like this is a hard
He's asking you to give the
we just need to take
definition
it
again.
slow.
Could you give the definition of intelligibility? Your definition, Gregory.
Detectable and meaningful data.
Okay, so
the ability to be made sense out of. Excuse me, I actually
Right,
said that
so-
wrong.
so, like-
Intelligibility itself. Hang on, listen. Intelligibility itself is the property of being detectable and interpretable. Right.
Okay, so like if I have something under a microscope and I see, like small little bacteria swimming around, those bacteria are intelligible, correct?
Right. In that instance, in particular, to understand this, you are detecting, right, empirical data, and then you're interpreting it, and everything that you're interpreting, you're identifying this to be whatever. Right. So intelligibility is very synonymous to identifiability.
Okay,
Right?
so then
You
what's your
can grasp
criticism
that
again?
this is X and that is Z and so on and so forth. That is
So-
a tadpole. This is the light, whatever.
So your criticism of materialism is that intelligibility isn't definite and is subjective?
No, my critique is that it doesn't exist in that worldview because it's not a concrete. It's not matter in motion.
He's saying it's impossible.
Okay,
It's
so
impossible.
so so you can't define things you can't there has to be some other force acting on the material world in order to make it intelligible.
That's right.
Okay.
Cognitive processes are matter in motion. That's how we understand things. That's what intelligibility is. That's how we create abstractions, right? It's a mental
Also,
process. A mental
That's
process.
your metaphysic, but I've already critiqued this. Okay, so once
We're
again,
showing that the mind is synonymous with brain activity, right?
but you haven't shown
Everything
that.
is
You just
Platonic
keep repeating this to me over and over and over again.
Gregory, if
So I
people
think-
aren't understanding you, it is your fault. You're not saying it well enough. That's a rule.
And
Okay.
I've sent multiple journals to support that like the consciousness is nothing more than a physical process. You keep denying it. You ask us evidence, and you keep asking us to show it to you right now. I'm asking you, show me Jesus right now. If not, I will.
You
I
are
will
just
not
so
accept.
angry.
No, show me Jesus right now. Can you?
No, I'm
Can
not
you show me-
engaging you. You can't handle the discussion.
So how would you
Brody,
handle his claim that intelligibility or the consciousness that acts on the material to give it meaning? How would you argue against his assertion that that is also material?
say it one more time.
So he said that the force that acts on the material world is also that we perceive that you claim is outside of the world is actually just a material process. How would you critique that argument?
Okay. Because they cannot empirically verify, that is to say, show me to my empirical senses intelligibility itself.
Yet he did
Their premise is
provide
an
you a
empirical
study,
knowledge
right?
claim.
About
They
the
cannot
past.
empirically verify it.
Are
As he
you-
interrupts this answer because he does not want me to say what I have to say.
But you're appealing like we can't empirically find Platonic ideals either, right? Like that's like the
And if you assert that they are empirically detectable and physical, and you don't demonstrate their
Right.
physicalness, their concreteness, it's an empirically inadequate premise.
But in
yeah,
this
but
case,
you're arguing from a Platonic realist worldview.
I'm not arguing
you can't-
Platonism.
Wait. You have to demonstrate that we know the material world exists. Okay, that's something that we'd all agree on. We don't all agree on that there's a force outside it. So you have to demonstrate that consciousness is outside the material world, not the other way around.
I think
That's not the point I'm making.
One sec. So I think
You don't
One
understand.
sec.
I don't understand why you're arguing like this. I see you have the Christian role. I don't
One sec.
understand.
So I think Gregory's argument.
Say it again then.
I think Gregory's argument is
All right.
that if you claim something is material, then you must be able to empirically demonstrate it. Otherwise, it's an invalid argument or something.
Empirically inadequate, yes.
Dumb argument. Very, very
Right,
stupid.
so-
Like, empirical things exist that we can't demonstrate all the time.
So I can assert that the God is concretely real, and I don't have to give you empirical data to prove that, right?
If you're saying,
Yeah, we don't have to.
if you're saying it's impossible for him to be physical.
So not answer my question about your premise?
I'm trying to answer your question. So if your claim
Okay.
was that it's impossible for an apple to be physical or something, I wouldn't need to show you a physical apple. All I need to do is logically give you an example. So if the claim was that it's impossible, then no, you don't need empirical evidence. You just need to show there's no logical contradiction. If you're claiming that you have empirical evidence, then you're going to need to show the empirical evidence. So my claim is that when you say it's impossible, I can prove that wrong without empirical evidence simply by giving you an example.
No. You keep trying to act as though your premise is an a priori premise. It's not. It's an empirical knowledge claim. It's an a posteriori knowledge claim.
No, it's not.
Throw an apple up, it'll come down.
No,
That
it's
is
not. So you deny materialism?
So I'm claiming
You don't
my
empirically detect
argument.
all these other
My
entities?
argument is that it is possible for a material system, purely material system, to produce intelligibility. Here is how. I'm not saying this is the way it does it. I'm not saying this is true. I'm saying this is just it's possible. Therefore, your argument that it's impossible is wrong.
No, you haven't shown that. Show the syllogism that you think you keep reiterating such a knockdown syllogism. Say it again.
Your definition of intelligibility is to be able to create useful, meaningful information or something like that.
That's not it. Nope.
It was close. What was it?
It's
The
basically
property of being
empirical data.
detectable and intelligent.
Detectable.
The property of being detectable and interpretable.
Okay, detectable and interpretable. A computer can detect and interpret those little card thingies that they use to put in computers. Forget what they're called. Those thingies are purely physical. They are detectable and useful information, or whatever the second word was. I forgot it already. And that can be done in a purely physical system. So whether or not it's ever happened doesn't matter. It's possible to have useful, intelligible information in a physical system, and your whole worldview has been debunked.
Your analogy
Actually
is
just
false.
killed it. Yeah,
Want to know
actually just
why?
killed you. It's done. Why?
No, your analogy is false. You want to know why? I mean, how about we exercise some, self-control?
Shut
Right?
up. Say what you have to say.
Oh, so I guess we just lose control because that's conducive to getting knowledge. Anyway,
I know, dude.
right?
But say what you're.
So
Say
a
your argument.
computer, right? It has no vitality.
What?
It has no
That
consciousness.
wasn't
It
part
has
of
no
your
sentience.
intelligibility definition.
True facts.
You're not listening. I'm critiquing his analogy, not my worldview. Please
There was
listen.
never a requirement for it to be biological or organic.
Can you handle the discussion?
No, you're already fucking up. Like, why are you still talking? You got.
So rather than let me finish the critique, just bash
Go
me.
ahead.
Right?
Go ahead.
Why are
Okay.
you doing this in a debate? Like, that's not.
God.
I know.
You shouldn't do that. That's not nice.
So mean.
That's not
Why are you so
conducive
mean?
to-
So in T-Jump's
I'm going to
analogy,
cry.
I mean, this guy's
So-
the most antisocial person in this room. Like, it's annoying to me. But
so
go
just
ahead.
continue with the vitriol.
Okay, man.
Right? Go ahead.
Great,
Get it all out of your system.
All right.
Okay. God. A computer is not alive. It has no vitality. It has no consciousness. It has no sentience. It has no personality. It has no volition. Right? So it doesn't interpret in the same sense that humans interpret. It is simply computing. That's why it's called a computer. It is simply doing a process according to the laws of physics, which a person that is conscious and personal and intelligent and sentient voluntarily chose to make so as to operate in that fashion.
Our brain
The
also
computer does not express to you that it understands what the data is and believes it or disbelieves it, likes it, dislikes it, cannot express any subjective perception of the data. Your analogy is wrong.
None of that was
Artificial
prerequisites for intelligibility.
So you're
Artificial
saying
intelligence-
That
intelligibility.
retort is irrelevant. You're not
Right.
following.
So you're saying interpretability requires you to take it from base reality to some interpretation without any intermediary doing it, introducing any additional, cause I get what you're saying. So like the computer is hard programmed to take, these punch cards and output this data, right? So that the interpretation has actually been done for it by the programmer who interpreted all of the physical and all the requirements for that computer to do that. Basically, is what you're
This
saying,
is
right?
true.
Okay. So, that's.
It's essentially an automatic process.
But it doesn't make any difference, though.
It
Whether or not
makes
the
all the
computer
difference
is-
in the world. This is why.
Hold on.
Right,
It
because
makes
it also
all
because
the
the
difference in the world.
computer.
This is why.
Right.
Hold on.
So the
One sec,
computer
one
is an
sec.
extension of the interpretation of the person that programmed it, not interpreting
So
the world
It
itself.
doesn't actually do that.
Correct. The
So we actually
computer which
do
the human made has
experimental.
no subjective perception of
wrong.
anything.
One sec.
This is
One
wrong.
sec. Stop. Ix, go ahead.
Okay, so this is wrong. Like the way that we do in the era of like biomimicry and neural networks that are unpredictable, the way that we do research with neural networks now is like experimental biological science in the sense that we build a system where we try out some different properties and we actually don't know how it's going to perform until we test it. We have to do very like novel and like varied testing with different kinds of inputs to see what will be the result. And what we find is that it has capabilities that we are shocked and sometimes horrified by, and then have to like nerf and like take away because they result in things that we don't expect.
Skynet.
The reason that they can do that is the same reason that we can do that. And it's because we've done enough biomimicry of the way our language processing works that they're reproducing the way we process language by doing something analogous. The thing that we're reading from the neurons when we do the 70 to 80% accurate sentence reconstruction in the paper that I posted is the same thing that's happening in language models to a degree. There's obviously some things going on in brains that are going to be different because the structure is slightly different than the approximation. But what we've done with biomimicry is not predictable. It is unpredictable. And it does things which are so emergent and uncanny that like we just discovered, for instance, that it had a theory of mind, that it could interpret the mental states of imagined characters in a story and like actually understand and predict how they would feel about things. And not just in some trivial way that just comes from like, oh, well, previous stories interpreted it that way, and it's just doing so in a purely like copying from some past experience kind of way. No, it's doing inferences. And it does so with what are called inference heads, right? Like there's literally a piece of the language model that's analogous to like our mental kind of like short-term memory and our reasoning ability. Like when you can only remember like 7-digit phone numbers, that kind of
Or
thing.
our attention, right? It's like an attention
they're
head.
called they're literally called attention heads, yeah, because they're sort of mimicking the way our brain processes a thought as we think it.
So it
is
goes
the
over
case. It is the case that the thing that the neural network is doing in large language models is beginning to actually reproduce the emergent behaviors that human brains have, which do analogous things. And they outperform humans in a huge number of ways right now. I guarantee you that there are language models that know far more about reality than Gregory does. But Gregory thinks that they're incapable of understanding reality by definition because he's imagining them because of the punch card analogy that we started with.
Right, that everything is hard programmed.
In their simplest form, Ada Lovelace actually asked this question in like 1832. She said, could a computer think on its own? And she actually agreed with Gregory at the time. She said, well, no, not yet, because they're doing, deductive analysis and all mathematics is a priori, and it's just, guaranteed by the instructions of the programmer, right? But that went out the window in the 1950s when we invented perceptrons and the connectionist theory of the brain started to take hold in cognitive science. And at that point in the 1950s, we had a research program which succeeded today. It succeeded beyond our wildest expectations in ways that are completely beyond control and predictability, because it's analogous to a biological system in silica. In other words, we have rendered what brains do physically, biologically, in a silicon form.
So he's demonstrated his devotion to materialism. Look in Atheist Colin show.
Okay, I'm actually going now. I need to go to sleep, to go to bed, to work tomorrow. But I would like to say I am an idealist, but I actually do believe that computers can think. I think it's a possibility.
It's not inconsistent. You could hold to multiple realizability. You could think that the universe is idealist, but computers can also embody the same properties physically as we have, through some other substrate. That's possible, sure.
That is my opinion. But yeah, I go to bed now. See you guys.
Cool.
Have a nice evening.
Adios.
So
yeah, because intelligibility is just the capacity of something to be understood.
So please direct your eyes to the text channel Atheist Colin Show, where I posted and added 9 or IX, however you say your username. Commitment to materialism. Our willingness to accept scientific claims that are against common sense is the key to an understanding of the real struggle between science and the supernatural. We take the side of science in spite of the patent absurdity of some of its constructs, in spite of its failure to fulfill many of its extravagant promises of health and life, in spite of the tolerance of the scientific community for unsubstantiated just so stories, because we have a prior commitment, a commitment to materialism. It is not that the methods and institutions of science somehow compel us to accept a material explanation of the phenomenal world, but on the contrary, that we are forced by our a priori adherence to material causes to create an apparatus of investigation and set of concepts that produce material explanations, no matter how counterintuitive, no matter how mystifying the uninitiated. Moreover, the materialism is absolute, for we cannot allow a divine foot in the door. The eminent Kant scholar Louis Beck used to say that anyone who could believe in God could believe in anything. To appeal to an omnipotent deity is to allow that at any moment the regularities of nature may be ruptured, that miracles may happen. This quote is in Newton's review, Lewontin's review of Carl Sagan's last book. It was cited by Lennox on page 61 of Can Science Explain Everything?
How does that in any way take away from the fact that the IX here went over how scientists have demonstrated that like using statistics in silico we can recreate interpretability?
Okay, that is not demonstrative of intelligibility, language, logic, meaningfulness, value, all these other things.
How not?
I didn't even finish the response. God, people like you are despicable. You have not empirically verified
Well, don't
that these
call me
things are
despicable.
material,
Fuck
concrete
you.
entities. So if you suppose premise number one, there is only matter moving, okay, and then you suppose that these things that I just listed are material, and you don't ever empirically detect them, and it patently is the case that you can't. Therefore, this worldview, this metaphysic, is insufficient to make human experience intelligible, because if it were true, we could not know it to be true. Knowledge is impossible. That's the implications of the premise. It's a reduction to absurdity critique.
That's a complete straw man. We don't have to presuppose anything in order to find evidence to support naturalism, materialism.
Okay,
We
please
don't
listen.
have to. It's not a presupposition.
Please listen.
It's evidence based, right?
Please listen. It's not a non-presupposition. You cannot live in this world without presuppositions. You have beliefs about the nature of reality and how you know what you know and how you ought to think and how you ought to live. Everyone does inevitably and necessarily in order to make anything intelligible.
Right, is ought. We understand.
How do other animals live without presuppositions?
They are ontologically different from us.
They're behavioral. They're not. And you could
They're
easily
able
say
to
that
function and do things and live.
They're
easily say that
ontologically
they're-
different from us.
You could
I
say
just told you.
again that they are emergent effect of through evolution and what requirements these creatures.
Why do you have the
to
Christian
survive.
role? I don't understand.
Well, because I can argue things I don't believe in, dumb fuck. Might want to try it sometime.
And you're supposed to be a Christian talking to me like that.
You said
Anyway.
something you said something dishonest there, Greg. That all humans have presuppositions. That's wrong.
Okay, so if you don't have presuppositions, then you don't have any beliefs about what the nature of reality is and how you know what you know and how you ought to think and how you ought to live, correct?
Why do we
In
need
some
that?
cases, do you know what the case is? Do you know where in some cases?
If you don't have any presuppositions, then you don't have anything that stands upon them.
Yes, science.
Right. But
material
there's some
world cannot give
cases
you
where some
presuppositions.
humans don't
Except-
have them.
Well, what
Does
you
that make
can
sense?
do.
You're saying
No,
that
see,
all
you
of them
don't
do.
understand. You people don't understand. You think
I'm trying to
you think you just have facts. You don't just have facts. There
Right,
is
we
no
have
such
values
thing as an
too.
uninterpreted fact.
That's fair. So
Everything
again,
you identify as a fact, you interpreted it.
but we can posit
Greg,
values.
did you
Shut the
did
fuck
you not
up.
hear me?
Oh my god.
Did you not hear me?
Why are you talking into me, dude? Shut up.
Shut the fuck up! I was talking to him first, asshole.
Can you
Don't tell
mute
me
this
to
guy?
shut up.
I'm
Shut
done with
up.
this. I don't need to be part of this. This is wicked.
No, this is dumb.
No, see what you do, asshole.
I don't care.
Come on now.
I'm just gonna let you interrupt me like that. Fuck off.
Anyway, so he's wrong that all humans need presuppositions. Obviously, cavemen and people that don't have a language or don't understand it cannot make a presupposition. They're just going on intuition, on instinct, intuition. So he's stupid. He's even ignorant.
Wait, so you believe that you can derive values from the world? You disagree with Hume's is-ought issue?
What I'm saying that is you need a language first. You need to learn a language and then make those
Whoa,
distinctions.
earthquake. Oh shit.
Okay.
Whoa,
would
big
agree.
earthquake. Holy crap.
Where are you at?
California. Oh, it's still going. Holy shit.
Hey, Ix, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just curious, do you know how neural networks work at the PFC?
At the what?
PFC?
At the prefrontal cortex, in other words, PFC.
Shit.
No one's ever called it PFC in the entire history of like. Okay.
Yeah. So the neocortex feeds into the rest of the brain. Like I said, an engram is going to be a combination of prefrontal cortex, hippocampus, and other regions that are connected to a particular cortical column.
I agree with you on that. I just don't understand how it works on the PFC. Because like on the cortex, it mainly is like a reference to memories. But once they're drawn up to the PFC modifies them. How does it juxtapose them or stitch them?
I'm not exactly sure. Like I've just been getting into the engram encoding stuff. I mostly do computer science. I'm not a neuroscientist, but I follow it because cognitive science, which is the field as an integrated form, requires us to be abreast of the developments in neuroscience to understand and reverse engineer them, try to replicate them. And occasionally it goes in the reverse, right? Like the things that we've done with neural networks helped us figure out how to read the brain and decode thoughts. That wouldn't be possible before neural networks were as developed, artificial neural networks were as developed as they are now. Without artificial neural networks, you could not decode biological neural networks in a meaningful way. They're just too fuzzy and confusing. But you can approximate them with a neural network, which does almost the same thing with almost the same number of neurons. In almost the same number of layers, with like it's uncanny. You need somewhere between 4 to 6 layers, which every single neuron, it turns out, is. Like a single neuron with all of its like 5 to 15 dendrites is a 4 to 6 layer neural network in and of itself. Just one neuron is a very small network.
What's your study like? Did you take a course, or it's your hobby and you kind of research on your own?
No, I studied this stuff in university, but I do it in my professional life. I've worked for a number of AI companies.
Okay, because like what I want to do is a software PFC, and I just don't know how the PFC does creativity, creates new memories.
Well, I
don't think
posted a couple of links.
neuroscientists really know either, to be honest.
I posted a couple of links that are good starting points.
Well, thanks.
So the first one is a neuroscience channel, which I love, called Artem. And Artem's videos, especially has one called like why the brain is an artificial neural network, basically. Because he's saying it's not just an imitation of it; it actually is what it is doing. Let me find that video in particular, because that's the best intro to the whole thing.
So do you think like the one way might be like a serialized connection between, you know, like hundreds of 6-layer tiny networks?
Not serial, but hierarchical, right? So there's
They
like
feed into each other. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're like mostly vertical. Like a cortical column is like 90% oriented vertically, but there are lateral connections that are the hierarchical connections. So when you decompose a piece of black and white shapes in front of you into text, and then you focus word by word by word, and you decompose those into sentences and so on. And each letter has like shapes that are constituent of the letter, like curves and right angles and so on. We can find like the right angle neuron, cortical column, and we can find the curvy part of the letter, cortical column. And we can find both of those firing when you look at a letter that has curves and right angles in it at the same time. And only the right angled one when you look at a letter that only uses right angles, for instance, right?
Sure. So it would eventually, like the finished product of like a human brain would be a vertical integration of a bunch of specialized different neural networks that
we already do it that way.
Okay.
Yeah, it's called a council of experts. And like if you look at the sort of black box of how ChatGPT was created, there is no ChatGPT. There's like about 15 to 20 different GPT models, which are all specialized, and in each area they're very good. When you talk to ChatGPT, you're talking to a little bit of each of them, depending on what you ask it.
And then
it gets
they figure out
diverted
which one is
the
right
best.
one to go. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and they even give multiple answers and then compare the answers and do self-critiquing to like give you the most quality answer.
Is this why, like, when you repeat questions into it, it starts drilling down far more because it like whenever I ask it a serious question that I need to base something on, I ask it like 10 different times to try to really get its answer narrowed down.
Well,
it's
a part of it is the way that a deep neural network, specifically language models tend to work, is subtractively. So the more context you give them, in other words, the more like history they have, the more specific and the less random they get. So if you gave them like 3 words, it's not going to constrain the output very much, right? But if you give them 13 words, it gets much less all over the place. And after like a couple paragraphs, it starts to be like very focused and like on track with one particular sort of narrative. So the reason for that is that every subsequent pairing of tokens is going to make other tokens less likely. So it's like, imagine all the possible token connections in a 70 billion parameter model.
It's eliminating constantly until you only have like a tiny square of possibility. I gotcha.
Yeah. And that's why when a person is talking, you can like often finish their sentence for them or just guess where they're going. You kind of know what's about to come out of their mouth because their neurons are firing and subtracting from the possible next neurons the same way that yours are as you're like receiving and interpreting their speech. And if you have a lot of the same context that they do, you're going to know what they're about to say most of the time, or a lot of the time. And someone asked me earlier in the chat about the prediction thing. And yeah, that is what an artificial neural network, like a language model, is doing, is prediction. And so if you run the network on speech, it's predicting what the person is about to think before they think it, as well as actually rendering what the fMRI tells us they actually did think. So yeah, it does both. It lets us read the neurons to know what they are actually thinking, and it lets us predict what they're about to think using the same language model approach.
Pretty amazing.
And also very disturbing and dangerous, right? Like, let's be real. We live
Especially
in
with like
cyberpunk.
Elon Musk in charge with the Neuralink.
All right, but I mean,
Yeah.
like,
I know what you're
imagine if
thinking.
imagine if technology got to the point where people could just read your mind from afar, like it was an RFID chip. I mean, that would
We've
be
done
like
that with mice.
totalitarian.
Yeah, we've hooked
Yeah.
mice up so that we take the maze learning that they do in the maze, and we disconnect it from one mouse brain, and we hook it up to the other mouse brain. And then we did it via internet radio waves. So we had like a Wi-Fi chip in a mouse brain, and we could just beam thoughts into the mouse's head, like, oh, now you know this maze, now you don't. And there
Take
was
away thoughts as well.
Well, yes, because the neurons. So this is more than just thoughts. What we're connecting to it is a prosthetic network. So we're literally giving it artificial neurons, and then developing those as it learns, and then disconnecting the artificial neurons, and then connecting them to the other mouse. And then we did the same thing. The signals that come from the neurons are being replicated as virtual signals coming from the network instead of from the actual neurons. And the brain has no idea that it's different. It solves the maze exactly as well as it did to the real neurons.
Okay,
so how are they connecting it to the right areas? I mean, that seems like you can just connect any artificial neurons to any neurons in the proper structure in the prefrontal cortex, and it'll, well, not any, but like it's just insane how it integrates them so seamlessly. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, the mystery whenever you learn something new is which brain structures are going to form the engram, right? Now, there's a lot of logic behind it, and it has something to do with excitability. So neurons that have been wired to other neurons become less excitable. And the only thing that will excite them is a specific pattern. They get more and more picky, more and more subtractive, the more that they develop connections. But when they are initially
neurons that wire together, fire together, or something.
Right, but before they wire together, they just fire at a like a hair trigger fashion. They're highly excitable. So the inhibition that sets in as they become like accustomed to a particular stimuli makes them stop exciting randomly to new inputs. So when a new input shows up, it doesn't successfully trigger any of the inhibited neurons, which have only specific patterns that will cause them. It's like imagine if there's a key, in a database or a data structure in memory.
The key becomes more complex as time goes
Yeah,
on, right?
exactly. It's harder to pick the lock, right? The more you wire something, the harder it is to trigger that thing. And so it's more and more precise and specific and less vague and nebulous.
Is
And
this,
that's why
human brains get more specialized or less plastic over time? Is it just the neurons connect together and pathways form?
I haven't studied that extensively, so I'm not going to comment on that. But I know that there are papers about it. It's been studied, just not my area.
Yes, that
but
is
I
correct.
can say on the engram stuff.
The reason children's minds are much more imaginative is because they don't have as many connections, and when you grow more connections, you become less imaginative.
Yeah, I would assume that would be the case. That sounds right.
I mean, we're going to be able to hook up whole new brains pretty quick. I mean, just hook on an entire new module brain for this activity and go at it.
The Ghost in the Shell trope of like downloading how to like hack the helicopter in the Matrix, which Matrix got from Ghost in the Shell, is a real experiment we've done with mice that works. Yes.
Can I just ask an interesting question? If
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Do you think we will ever go back to a world with no technology at all, or do you think this is just
if we have a
down
nuclear
from there?
war? Probably, yeah. But if we don't go nuclear, then hopefully not.
No, but
But
like
it's
he's
possible-
asking morally, like, should we? Like, do you think it would be the best way forward, kind of?
No.
Yeah, because I'm hearing a lot of enthusiasm, right, for the future and what is in store for that. But at the
I
same
like
time,
not
I'm not
dying
hearing a
as
lot of
training outside.
caution. Like, I feel like you should treat this subject with a lot of caution, because I mean, there's a lot of unknown here, right?
Well, and
Agreed.
you could even just differentiate between hard compute and, like, you know, what would you call this, like an artificial intelligence, right? Like, you know, there's all of the systems in our society are running on code right now, basically. But there's a difference between that and like hard and like intelligence, right?
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, of course.
I think
I was just born.
there's always been an argument against technology that we should stay in the good old days and the technology can do bad things. Oh no, it's a stupid argument.
Oh, we're making a new species.
I feel like I'm making it more equal because everyone is sounding their enthusiasm with technology, while I'm the only person I think so far who has voiced any uncertainty.
200 years ago, most people
Well,
died.
we have to become good stewards of it, right? We have to be mature people that can handle technology and not abuse it.
Don't care. 200 years ago, most people died from dysentery. The world is much better with technology. Every time.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing
with that.
That's not.
I'm just saying, like, you don't want to give a hand grenade to a monkey or something.
I'm not
Well, I
disputing
think
that the world is a
technological
better place
doomerism is
now
kind
than
of
it
silly,
was.
right?
Consumerism is great.
I think it's
yes. Well, again, here's. I think this is a little bit more sophisticated take. Like, there's a difference between building new machines and creating intelligence. These are not like the technology. It's not just a progress in technology. It's a creation of a new species, like a new being.
We've already done that. Doesn't matter. It's still technology, and it's still just trying to make the world a better place. Makes no difference.
We've
It's
done that?
intelligence. Yeah, we've created dozens of new species.
and if that's the argument you want to
Like
make,
animals,
fair enough.
but
I'm not
okay,
the
a
one
new
who's
category of
disputing-
species, like a new new thing. It's a completely new thing.
Why does that make a
I'm not
difference?
the one that's gonna.
Well, because these things are going to be infinitely intelligent compared to us.
Yes, people are stupid. That's a good thing. Let's get rid of them.
Speak for yourself. I'm not stupid. Thank you very much.
Silicon-based life forms.
Yeah, so if you go back 100 years, really interestingly, you can see a lot of anti-electricity propaganda. So it doesn't matter what era you're in, there will always be people that are opposed to technological
I think
progress.
Yes, that doesn't change the fact that this is a difference great difference in potential impact. I mean,
Wait, was electricity not a great difference?
No, but you need big impact. But again, the electricity can't do anything that we don't tell it to. We understand how.
It can. It absolutely can. But that doesn't make a difference. Like if it's gonna be smarter than we are, then it's gonna make better decisions than we do. This is a good thing. You're saying, oh no, we shouldn't make something smarter than us. Like, yes,
intelligence doesn't equal morality or ethics or any
does.
sort of act. It doesn't mean it's aligned with us in whatsoever.
Does. So like all of the evidence.
Well, what's funny is if you ask
there's an
AI
entire
model,
there's an entire field of AI alignment. So they disagree with you.
Well,
their entire purpose is to align these things
So,
properly.
like, yes, I know because I'm interested in that field. But higher levels of intelligence do actually correlate to higher morality. It does happen. Yes, even in
I think you could believe that it's. Hold on a second.
Psychopaths are not more intelligent than the average person at all.
They are.
I think you could believe.
No,
T-John,
like
I think
anyone who's high in the dark tetrad is usually less intelligent than a normal person.
No, it's not correct.
Yes,
that's
look
not
it up.
I studied psych for almost 7 years. I'm well aware.
Narcissists are less intelligent on average. Sadists are less intelligent. They all
Sociopaths
cluster together.
Can be extremely smart. They tend to have above average IQs. There you go. Wrecked.
Can I
So,
just address what you said to me earlier? I'm sorry, what's your name? T. Lump?
Yes.
T-jump.
It is T-lump.
T-jump?
Yeah.
Are you sure you aren't dumb? Well, you
T-jump.
asserted earlier that you weren't.
What is the question? I don't care. What is the question?
Oh no, I just wanted to correct what you said earlier. Like, I'm not saying that 200 years ago, a person having dysentery, right? Like that's bad, right?
Yes, bad.
That's horrible, probably a horrible disease, and I've never had it, right? But it's horrible. You've heard things about it, right? But I'm not disputing that. It's better. We live in a better world now because we have technology and we have a lot of things that peasants didn't have, right? I'm not disputing that at all. But I think you should rephrase the question into rather, should you be enthusiastic about technology?
Yes.
I would rephrase that into, doesn't technology enhance our humanity,
Yes.
or does it diminish it?
Oh, well, I mean, I don't really care about humanity. Humanity doesn't matter at all. What matters is conscious experience.
You don't think humanity matters?
No, if we could all transcend humanity and become uber beings and be the uber being species, we should. Humanity has zero value.
No, but that is a different species. That's what Balian
Right.
was saying.
Yes.
That's a different species.
And I'm for that.
Well, I'm
So if
more
you wanna
concerned
become
if
a-
the species is not us than if we become that species. Like I'm all for AI integration, especially cognitive, but I'm concerned if they're outside of the human. Like
Well, so I think
concerned
Yeah,
Martha,
like,
if your
I
question
think that's
is,
fine to
should we
say.
value the human species? Should we value our biological human nature? No, there's nothing about humanity that has any inherent value whatsoever at all. It's like asking, should we value apenness? No, who cares? If we could just transcend to be technology, yes, do that.
Before you suppose all this, right? Before you
key word is
suppose
we.
everything that I'm thinking right now, I would like to tell you that I don't think that the net effect of technology on happiness is a positive one. It may enhance humanity. I do agree with you, but it doesn't make it any better. It doesn't make it any better if you think of a good life as being a happy life.
No one intelligent thinks of a good life as being a happy life. Happiness is a fleeting emotion that shouldn't define your existence.
Yeah, but
So
we don't
I
need
saw this-
technology. We don't need technology to be happy. Not even medicine. Happiness is
understand.
Happiness is relative. So raising the standards using technology like medicine
do-
is no use of.
We do
is
need
no use
technology.
to
We do need technology to be happy. Like literally.
I mean, the amount of.
arguing- I'm
Wouldn't you
arguing
argue
that it has
that
the
people
opposite
like
effect.
serfs are the least happy people? Like people who are dying at insane rates from diseases that are easily prevented with technology? Like watching your kids die constantly, having to pump out 30 of them just to fucking increase your keep your family tree going. Like, yeah, like that's a pretty unhappy situation, right?
Agreed.
Right. So like again, like just because but I don't get your focus on happiness as the goal of life. That doesn't make any sense to me.
That is not. Listen, don't. That's not what I mean. Okay, that's absolutely nothing. That's absolutely not what I mean. I'm not talking about happiness. That's not the overarching thing here. I'm just saying that, I don't know if people expect happiness from more innovation, technology-wise,
I do.
but I'm think it could have. I think fair enough. That's fair enough. But I think it could have the opposite effect, right? Making it harder for people to match the current standard that warrants happiness.
That doesn't make any
When
sense.
People feel like that. When people, hold on, I'll explain it so it'll make sense. Okay. When people feel like they're better off than their neighbors, right? They tend to feel unlucky, blessed, or even happy. Technology can widen the gap between those two who can afford it and those who can't, but are still confronted with it on a daily basis. For example, where I live, a lot of people have smartphones, right? They may have enhanced our society, and I think they're pretty handy as well. But in the long run, they don't make the ones who can afford them any happier.
Yeah, they do.
There's an
No,
argument to be made here
they
where
don't.
like
things
things
like
like
phones, they
social
don't
media
make
have
you.
had negative impacts, right?
Yeah,
Well,
I
I
think
did.
the real problem is going to be the AI deciding if we're useful or not. Like the AI will have to eventually acknowledge that it's superior to humans, and whether it's going to spare us or add augments to itself.
Yeah, I saw a documentary about that. It was about like the dangers of AI technology. It was about this guy named John Connor. And anyway, his dad's from the future.
There's definitely a lot
So
of fear
much
mongering out
stupidity
there
in one
about AI.
statement. Like I don't understand this.
And then
Like name a single technology that has ever detrimented humanity.
Penicillin.
Nuclear
Nope,
armaments.
that benefited.
Penicillin
Yeah,
has given
hydrogen
has
bomb.
given humanity.
Was that a serious
Nuclear
was that a
weapons
serious
saved more
question?
lives than they killed by a significant margin.
Was
Penicillin
that
did
a-
more.
Hold on, can I ask you, TJ Lump, before I answer that, is that a serious question?
Yes.
Not
TJ
satirical at all.
Yes.
Okay, well, food processing then, which replaces fresh fruit and vegetables and a variety of grains with chemistry set and
Saved billions of lives.
corn
Next.
products. Yeah, but you just
Yeah.
told me to mention some technology, right? That is bad. I would think part about food processing. I think that is bad.
No,
People
so
eat
my
more
question
and
was
more
my
highly processed
question
food,
was
including
give
power bars and energy drinks and sweetened
stop
breakfast cereals and
talking.
soft white
Stop
bread.
talking. My question was give an example of
I
a
just answered your
technology
question.
that was more
I just
detrimental.
answered your
No,
question.
you're
I
not.
literally
Shut up.
just answered that
Shut
question.
up. My question was to give it.
No, you're interrupting me, but I literally just answered the
Goodbye.
question.
So my question was to give an example of a technology that was more detrimental than it was beneficial.
Right. If it's a net positive or net negative. overall.
What about weaponized viruses?
More beneficial. The technology that makes those is CRISPR. CRISPR saves more lives than it kills.
I thought I'd get you maybe specifying weaponized.
I think.
Well, I actually know the answer. I know of one example that is more harmful, but
Okay, I'm curious what that would be to you, but I
I'm
don't think
curious
that
as well.
this question really addresses the issue. Because the issue with an existential risk is not like I could just say sort of as a parody argument, name one existential risk that has wiped out humanity so far, right? And the answer is going to be, well, none of them, obviously, right? Because they haven't done it or we wouldn't be having this discussion. But it's just like a survivorship bias to think that it couldn't happen,
well, I
right?
think the question is
So
more general than that. I think it's, will the fact that this could be an existential risk lead to a negative outcome, or will it lead to a positive outcome? Because like nuclear weapons pose an existential risk, but they haven't killed us. They've provided significant benefits to millions of billions of people's lives. And so I think the question is more, will the technology which has the capability of being an existential risk end up doing so rather than being a benefit to humanity? And I think in every case there are lots of technologies that are existential risk technologies, but they've all ended up benefiting humanity to a significant degree and never leading to the catastrophic outcomes that we've feared.
However,
What about torture devices?
Yeah, just hold on a second. Okay, there's a problem with that kind of thinking, right? Because you're just basically saying, look, if you look at this, it's like if you look at any graph of like a growing economy or whatever, you can always say, look, this economy is just going to explode. But we actually see with economies is they kind of have this pattern of like, there's a growth period and then there's a tapering off period. The graph doesn't hold true for all time. Now, in the case of dangerous technologies that are very powerful, they often have a barrier to entry initially, at which point they're an exclusive club. Only one or two parties have it at first, then a couple parties have it. What happens is it becomes more and more accessible. The technology becomes harder and harder to control. And right now we're on the verge of Iran having nuclear weapons, of other countries that are potentially reckless and ideologically committed to genocide, although they pretend they're not temporarily for the sake of trying to get sanctions off their back, having access to nuclear weapons in the very near future. And given the case that that's not a stable situation, that it is deteriorating, and that it only takes a couple of steps in the political chessboard to be armed with nuclear weapons for there to be a much less safe world, for us to think that this is not like a completely viable strategy without some updated strategy to handle it. And I think that's the case with biowarfare as well. So synthetic biology, the cost of CRISPR-type technology, is presenting an incredibly elevated risk of biowarfare being a tabletop, like independent group activity, whereas before it was a state-level program that required, often hundreds or thousands of test subjects, humans, to be unethically experimented on for the research to continue. Now, just a lab with some monkeys and some CRISPR technology can make a virus, prove its viability to kill, mammals, and then make the jump to humans and unleash the thing. So we shouldn't rest on our laurels and say, look, the path's been good so far because we know that the democratization and lowering of the barriers of entry is a big deal. With AI, it's a complete category shift from weapons that humans could use more easily to weapons that could weaponize themselves and turn humans into weapons and tools that they are in control of, not the other way around.
I don't see that as an issue. So I see it as less of a threat because they're
Why?
not human. I see the fact that if they were human, I would be more concerned. So I think that the fact that technology can be democratized is a legitimate concern that would be a counterpoint to the argument if we were like democratizing AI to the point where they could like take over the world. So obviously, like if Iran got AI and can use it like true AGI to whatever they want, that would be a definite concern. Just like if they got access to infinite nuclear weapons or something. But since it's not human, it seems more likely that the fact it's not human makes it less likely to do that many stupid things, not more likely.
I would agree with that. Like I agree with you there. I think that there are completely different risks to do with AI misuse by humans, which are much more malevolent. They're committed to genocide and like rivalry and geostrategic sort of realpolitik and so on. So that's the biggest risk by far, I would agree. However, the problem with the non-zero risk of a thing being a runaway, completely unpredictable alien intelligence is that even if it's the case that it is initially or in some forms very moral, which I would agree, it's very possible for AIs to be very moral and almost like angels. Like religion could become accidentally true in the form of silicon angels and, you know, GPT God or something, right? But the problem is it only takes one malevolent angel in the, you know, the sort of Book of Enoch or the, you know, the Paradise Lost by Milton to be the antagonist of the whole story. And it only takes one rogue AI. And the most likely reason for the AI to be rogue is a malevolent human modifying it to make it malevolent as some kind of leverage or doomsday device.
Well, I would disagree there. I would say that even if there was one bad AI, I think that just like with one bad country, the other AIs fighting against it would be able to subdue it. And so it would take a lot more than one bad AI to cause a significant threat in that way. And so I don't.
That's true. I agree that's part of it. That's what, like, all of these strategies are being discussed, right? Like, these are all good ideas. You have good ideas about this, which I somewhat agree with. It's just that there's no perfect attack surface.
I think there is.
If you're in the field of computer security, the field of computer security only has one term, and that's risk. There's no such term as safety. There's only risk mitigation.
Oh, sure. But so I think of it kind of like we're all going to die. We got a lifespan, 100 years, we're dead. In 100 years, all 7 billion people on the planet will be dead. Only way to save us is with such a massive technological shift to the future that it is transformative in some way that is beyond humans' ability to do anything right now. And the only way we're going to get that is AI. We need something so much smarter than us to save the 7 billion lives of the people who are on the planet today. Only way to do it is with AI that I can see. And so
I agree that has potential to come true, but it also leaves this non-zero unacceptable risk. And what I think is going to happen is that regulatory regimes are going to try to do what they did with copyright, where they try to prevent anyone from like watching a DVD without some stupid code, and everyone posts the code to Reddit and is like, no, fuck you. We don't, you know, you're not my dad, basically. And there's going to be protests and a refusal to comply with any such system, which will probably be based on the TPM modules that are in everybody's chipsets already. And it's not going to work, right? The people are going to try stuff that will fail. And then it's going to be out of control. And we're just going to have to live with whatever comes out of the fallout.
Sure, but I think
your argument
that's going to be
is dependent upon like the delicacy of the ecosystem, essentially. Like things can be thrown out of balance very easily with one bad actor. Right? It can have like a runaway effect, domino effect or something.
Yeah, I think we shouldn't downplay it, but we shouldn't overhype it either. And the sort of the cyberpunk ethos has always been a kind of a like cautious optimism, which is, you know, the future is going to be a weird, fucked up mix of awesome and terrifying, and we have to be on guard. And kind of the hacker ethos applies, which is those who understand the technology need to be extremely vigilant of its misuse.
It's like, you know, you poison a water system and then suddenly thousands of people are dead, and it just took very little effort, right?
Yeah, but hopefully someone will also write little robots that can like monitor the water system and catch it instantaneously and put out the wildfires and, you know,
you have to
solve
think
global
about
warming.
how much more difficult it is to defend against something than it is to attack.
Yeah, The Diamond Age by Neil Stephenson literally depicted this as a cloud of nanorobots that permeate every society. And the border between two countries is like this black cloud that when you have one set of nanobots and the other set of nanobots on the other side of the border, they just like fight each other and like push on each other all the time, trying to like press their nano cloud into the other person's territory. It's going to be weird. And we'll still have people debating idealism and panpsychism and God and precept all the while.
May I mention
exciting.
something?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
TJ, I don't know if you saw my game. I have a postdoctorate in natural language processing, ironic, and deep learning. I think it's great that you guys have enthusiasm about my field and about the technology we can create, but you guys should have like more grounded expectations of it. artificial intelligence, the way we have it today, will never achieve the things you fear.
The same what?
Artificial. Sorry, I'm not English native. Artificial intelligence systems, as we have them today, would never achieve what you guys fear. There's no risk to mitigate in that framework, because that will never come to fruition. There's never going to be type of technology birthed out of the tools we have today that will have general intelligence.
So
I think if you speak in a hypothetical, sure, I can indulge that. But if you speak in realistic terms, like I've spoken to many people who have great expectation of AI, and they have to cool their enthusiasm a bit. They usually invoke things like quantum computing, which is kind of useless right now. There's no applicable in certain niche fields like use of quantum computing.
We get that that's very
modern day
special
technology is insanely inefficient. My favorite example is which is now actually in computer vision, which is a scientific field within artificial intelligence. They did a machine that scans cancerous tumors. Their accuracy was, I think, below 50%. Right, in terms of technological advancement, that's like 2 years ago. There was another computer vision experiment with pugs and cupcakes. It was about like 60% the machine could recognize, and we're talking cutting edge technology. 60% pugs from cupcakes.
What was it?
Scan
What was
straight,
it
I can
5 years
provide you
ago?
actually. 5 years ago was even worse, but 5 years ago was because we weren't investing as much as we do now from academia specifically,
Right,
and from
so
like
the orders of it's gone up by 50 orders of magnitude of accuracy in the past 5 years, right?
Yeah, the example you cited was from 2017. The
2017.
Chihuahua or
The pug. No, it was a pug and cupcakes. Yeah,
Okay, so currently
it's a 2017 experiment. Yeah.
Sure. But
currently we do have
again, currently
benchmark.
Amazon
Currently
and Microsoft have Meta, I think, have like 75% accuracy. This is the industry standard.
Currently, we do have a lot of intelligence benchmarks where AI systems have outperformed humans. Have you checked those papers?
Of course, undeniable. What I'm saying is that the thing you expect this machine to do, or to be able to do in the future, I think it's kind of unrealistic. I think really
you have a backwards understanding
alarmist.
of technology. So I think
I do?
technology goes the other way. If whatever we're estimating, it's going to be able to do 10 to 100 times more than what we're estimating. It's not just true of AI. This is true of every technology. When people started to think about cars, what they anticipated was many orders of magnitude less than what cars became. Same with computers and chess computers, and any kind of system, cell phones. What we anticipate a technology doing is almost always a significant under interpretation of what it's going to actually be able to do. Pretty much all throughout history, it's always happened.
I don't necessarily disagree, TJ. My point is that the current framework we're operating under, or paradigm, will not produce what you guys feel. I think we need to see, a magical jump in terms of advancement.
Okay, let me give you an example.
Which seems a bit unrealistic. I'm not somebody who hates this technology. I work in the field.
No,
Commercially and in academia.
You have a very poor understanding of that. Let me give you an example. When it comes to the collective intelligence of all the different scientists around the world, they have been collectively, with their intelligent minds, trying to solve the protein folding problem for 50 plus years. They have solved just a fraction of that. Google deployed AlphaFold within 5 years. It solved the protein folding problem that the collective scientists around the world could not solve.
Sure,
In 5 years.
But I'm not saying that the technology is not capable of amazing feats, which it is. We're talking about a model that can operate without resting, without having psychological problems, without having like focus
Does that
problems and concentration problems. Right?
does that right?
They don't sleep, they don't eat, they don't require maintenance, right? In the sense of like what a human mind would require, how much it's burdened and focused and scattered. That's not. I'm not taking away.
Well, let me.
Currently,
I
my
think your
university,
point is
Milano
that
Polytechnic. Just let me finish this, please. My university currently, if you don't believe in this, I will not work it. My university, Milano Polytechnic and Copenhagen Technical, currently work under a €100 million project by the European Union for intent recognition for people who have disabilities to be able to operate computer systems. So you speak in natural language to the machine. Machine recognizes intent, returns a natural language sentence, fulfilling a task, basically. Like I'm not disparaging the technology. I think it's great and amazing. That's why I work in the field. But the problem is like I think you guys, when you talk about AI deciding to exterminate humanity as a rogue AI and the other AIs are going to fight, I think that just sounds a bit silly, no?
No,
I think
not
the reason
really.
why
But I wanted to jump.
This is a
So,
little
so
bit.
I wanted to.
Sure.
I understand your argument that current AI systems don't have anything near what would be needed to be an AGI. We don't know what the missing link is between current systems to go to AGI. So it seems very magical, the idea that we would be able to get to that point with our current technology. But every technology throughout history has always seemed magical to make those leaps, even though they weren't actually that big. The missing piece was usually really, really tiny. Someone just understood it or saw it in a different perspective, then poof, the magical solution was found, and it was actually really simple. And that's most likely what's going to happen with AI too, is that whatever the missing link is, it's probably not going to be something super, super significant that we're going to need to apply in order to completely transform the magical nature of computers. It's probably going to be something simple that we're missing that just needs to have its new Einstein or Darwin or whatever to find the right solution to it. And when it does, the floodgates are going to open. And it's not at all ridiculous to think that there's going to be AIs competing against one another. They literally
I
already
never
do
said
that.
ridiculous.
It's sort of in the same way where people
Like
asserted
he's-
that like chess engines could not beat humans, and then here we are now. No humans can beat chess engines
Again,
anymore.
I don't
He's
disagree.
making a
Well, what is
he's
it?
making a pretty limited statement. All he said, if you were being fair, he just said that like it's not the current architectures it's going to have require some kind of a leap.
Well, what?
But the leap is exactly what we are seeing on a regular basis.
Yeah, but
So almost all the major limitations that language models suffered from initially have been pushed on. Pretty much the main problem that LLMs still suffer from is the sort of U-shaped accuracy that they suffer. So like you can increase the context size to like 1 trillion tokens or something if you use like dilated attention or some other scheme like that, but they still have a kind of a U-shaped accuracy graph. So there are limitations that are harder to crack. Also, they don't do as a biomimicry of the brain the same kind of continuous training that a recurrent neural network can do, but people have already created hybrids of LLMs and recurrent neural networks. So what's likely gonna happen is each breakthrough is going to seem like, oh well, this is a big breakthrough, but it's not the breakthrough. And at some point, it's not going to be entirely predictable what the breakthrough is going to be, and that's the problem, right? Is we don't really know what's going to take. We're firing on all cylinders, and the floodgates are open in terms of the number of humans working on the problem now.
Interesting. I guess I have like a different opinion on how these systems would like interact with humans. I think these systems specifically will augment our lives for the better. I don't necessarily think they'll turn against us in any way. I don't think they will ever have the capability to do so.
I would definitely disagree there.
guess-
For like, you've heard what's his name,
Um,
Paul Bloom's paperclip argument, where we tell it to do something and it accidentally just destroys everything because the most efficient way to do that is a way we didn't anticipate. Like, I definitely think there's a legitimate concern where AIs could overperform at doing a task, which could cause detrimental effects that we didn't anticipate, which would essentially have them turn against us, even though it wasn't like it. Yeah, I don't think they're going to go evil and just legitimately say humans suck, let's just burn them all. I don't think that's going to happen. But inadvertent consequences of the things we tell it to do could absolutely happen.
Invasive
I'll probably
species,
agree with you. Yes. Oh, in that case, I'll probably agree with you.
invasive species are an apt analogy in terms of the history of biology, right? There were times where there was an animal that was out of control, we thought, well, we have this other animal that eats that thing. We just bring that animal in, it'll solve our problem. And those animals are still like crushing all the species in those islands where they were brought to this day, and were basically impossible to get rid of. So once the thing's out of the bag in a form that is hard to control, regulate, it's too late. So I'm in agreement with you both that there's lots of positive outcomes. I think all the strategies people have proposed, like pitting them against each other and trying to make them really, really smart so that they'll be even more moral than we are, those are all things that will happen in some form. The question is, how can we in the long term guard against an almost inevitably gradual increase in risk? And as long as the risk is like significant for anyone in an unpredictable time or place to doom human beings forever, then we have to keep thinking about the problem and take it seriously.
So the ultimate answer is give them the Church of the Best Possible World's morality, the T-jump morality, problem solved. Yeah.
I mean, it is a real reason to focus on moral theory at this point. Yeah.
What do you guys think the problem is? Is it that we have some weird limitation on the way we create these systems, the way we layer out our like rationale when we structure them in terms of architecture? Or do you guys think the problem is some sort of hardware?
I think
recursive
to reach the general challenges level.
Recursive self-improvement. So have you ever heard of MetaGPT?
Yes, in passing.
Okay, so MetaGPT is based on Aider, and Aider was already like a self-improving software engineer for language models. So you give it some code base, like a Git repo, and you say, change the code to be more like this. And then it tries to do it, and it says, do you like this? And if you say, no, I want it more like this, it'll try again, and it'll keep trying until it gets something that you like. Now, that's already useful enough. But what MetaGPT does is it has multiple models that act like the members of a software development team. So you have like a project manager model, and you have like a designer model, and you have like a system architect model. Each of them thinks in a very narrow way, just like a human engineering team does, about their piece of the engineering puzzle. And they all work together along with DevOps so that the running software continuously can be improved upon in an iterative fashion. Well, if you apply this to their own code base, which is what a lot of people already, as a sort of troll did with or Baby AGI. They just told Baby AGI, make Baby AGI's code better, right? And most of the time it failed because Baby AGI wasn't very good yet. But this is the beginnings of recursive self-improvement. So yeah, all it takes is for an experiment that's unpredictable, one iteration of that experiment to be wildly more successful than the others. And I don't think it's a hardware issue. I think someone with like a reasonable like server cluster could do this on like a network of machines, and the inferences that are generated from it can run on a cell phone using quantized 4-bit models that don't require GPUs at all, and can run on like literally ARM processors with just a few cores.
I would
You're
slightly
saying
disagree
that
there.
this could
One sec. I want
is your claim.
I want to say that I think the problem is actually a motivation problem. How do we input a motivation to the AI, kind of like our desire for survival or sex or food or whatever? I think that trying to implement a kind of parallel to that is extremely difficult, and we don't know how to program those kinds of like survival desire mechanisms that are inbuilt in biological systems that drive all of the learning in a very broad range of ways. And if we could do that, I think it would be the tipping point to really making an AGI. I think that right now, the only kind of motivations we can put in are very, very binary, very simplistic, like do this task, do that task. I don't think we can put in some kind of survive or reproduce or get food kind of corollary, because there isn't any strict definitions of what exactly that means and how it's expressed.
We've done those.
Go ahead.
We've done those before, like the sort of like autonomous self-sustaining AGI stuff has been happening for a long time, long before language models. The novel part is just that the language model can speak and like handle language tasks, which are much more sophisticated and useful to us. But the idea of like,
I think T-jump, like just look at, just check the paper that is like published on Voyager. Voyager is like a new reinforcement agent that is deployed in Minecraft. It starts developing like new skills, new emergent.
Oh no, I know all about that.
Goals.
That's not what I'm saying. So I'm saying what survival is to humans. All of the different facets of what it means to live in the physical world around us. That evolution is selected for is an extremely complicated thing. It's not simple. And we've never programmed a corollary of what that means, like all of the different facets of what it means to live in a physical world into a computer. It hasn't happened because we don't know what they are. We don't have a definition of
You
that.
can't draw. You can't
Yeah.
draw a map if you don't know the entirety of the land,
Yeah.
right?
It's called the
not a
embodied.
good map.
Yeah, it's
But
called the.
my question is, because I'm not particularly intelligent when it comes to this type of shit, like tech shit. But are you suggesting that AI can have intentionality, like
It already
consciousness?
it already can, in the sense of like pursuing what we would call the intentional stance. It can
You're gonna
have
have to be
goals.
really like explain like I'm 5 here.
So I think
Okay.
he's talking
So
specifically about consciousness, not intentionality. So can AI have consciousness? We hope so.
It depends.
I
Well, it
think
depends on what you mean by that.
intentionality matters more than consciousness,
Well, it
right?
definitely can have that.
I think consciousness is like a spectrum of like competencies, which we as a bundle call consciousness in the human context. So we say human consciousness usually when we say the word consciousness, we're just implying human, right? Or human-like.
Sure.
And that's
I
a
agree.
particular bundle, right?
I think
And
it's
we
false,
expect.
but I agree.
Okay. Well, when we encounter aliens, we expect they're going to have a different bundle. They might have like mostly the same bundle, but it might be slightly different, right? So we can already imagine beings other than humans, and we know from the animal kingdom that they're beings different from humans. So it's entirely subjective to what bundle you're referring to as the minimal definition of consciousness, or if you're talking about something that's
Then
human level.
can we focus on intentionality? Is that what you're saying? That
We already
AI?
have
I guess I'm asking
intentional
because if you're not
agents.
saying that they have intentionality, and I mean
They do.
real intentionality,
They
okay,
have
I don't agree with that.
Okay.
I think
Real
intentionality
intentionality.
means that you have the ability to force your will onto something else.
Okay, real intentionality is a controversial term in and of itself, but
Okay.
I'm of the opinion that Daniel Dennett kind of nails it in the intentional
I don't know
stance.
these people. Explain
Okay,
like I'm 5.
Dennett's a very popular philosopher amongst cognitive scientists and AI people.
Okay.
Daniel Dennett wrote a book called The Intentional Stance, where he talks about like what actually is referred to by intentionality. Is it a thing, like a lot of Mysterian so-called philosophers want to claim, that is like an
Okay,
entity?
so my definition of intentionality is being able to force your will into something else from a quasi-original state of point of view, right? What is yours?
Okay, so by imposing your will, does the will entail like rational representation and some like global workspace to think about future states that you're trying to actualize, or would a virus have intentionality?
I would say that a virus is not necessarily intentional in the way that I'm describing it. It doesn't
Okay.
have a will. It just has an instinct.
It doesn't have a representation, right? So there's no place, there's no neurons for it to represent the external world. It just acts physically upon it, right?
It is,
So-
yes. It is chain
Right.
reactions, and so are we. I'll grant you that, right?
we
I will.
represent.
But we are a more complex form of reaction where emergence starts to happen.
Well,
So if you're saying that AI is getting to the point where it's complex enough, or will be complex enough that emergence, is that kind of the claim? I'm not arguing with you, by the way. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Right, and I'm just trying to like clarify the way I'm using the term, and then we can meet halfway. So, by Dennett's lights, a system can be described using a physical stance, an intentional stance, a design stance. So the physical stance says like this thing.
So a virus would be what? Design stance?
No, the virus is purely describable from a physical stance.
What differentiates a design stance and a
physical stance is saying when the virus's little hook thing attaches to the cell's little like hook receptor thing, the virus
Something just
attaches to the
happens.
cells, right? You don't need any like you don't need any recourse to any like agent like thought. You can just describe the virus almost like a bomb that just like hooks on and detonates, right? However, when biologists talk about how viruses got that way, they use like pseudo teleological language where they say, oh, the virus is designed by evolution to do this thing, right? They don't literally mean it's designed, but they talk in design-like ways about its capabilities because nature is a substitute for the intentional designer, right? But what you're talking about is, does the agent in question have an intentional model of the world that it represents as being its goal? In other words, does it know what world it is bringing about? And that's like what humans do. So humans, as designers, as intentional agents, think about the world they want and then actualize that world. And by that definition, agential LLMs are already emulating that. Are they doing it the same way or to the same degree as humans? Absolutely not. But do they have like
I agree with this.
Do they have like chain of thought and tree of thought arranged in agential
No,
loops, which are goal pursuing? They
okay,
do.
so I agree with your claim. So what's the next step here? What's
Well, I
like
don't
the
think they're truly
contention?
conscious because I think it's like if I took your brain and I lobotomized everything, but the part of you that's like a scheming asshole that just like wants to like
Are you a
talk constantly.
determinist?
I'm agnostic as to determinism. I think physics is
Okay.
probably partially random, and since it's not like epistemically predictable, but I think it might be because of a hidden variable explanation like Bohm,
That would
or
be
it
my
might.
assumption, where we're not seeing something that decides what things are.
Yeah, that's called a
It's
hidden variable, and like
yeah.
Bohmian mechanics entails that, and it's just a wave function collapse, and there is no like multiple possibilities actually. But that's actually not the preferred theory right now because it's weaker than the more complicated like spooky theories. And so it may turn out that Bohm is wrong, and there is some like complete indeterminacy, and like that's I'm not qualified to make that assessment yet.
So I
But
am to the best of my ability in terms of the best that I can know how to be a determinist. It seems to make the most sense to me. From my point of view, I don't see a difference between an octopus or a dog and a human. They both have consciousness. They all have consciousness. I would argue that the idea of an AI robot that is, it has a set circumstance, it has a certain amount of data points that it's operating under. You give it a question and it says, based on this question, the context of this question, here are the possibilities. But that's what we do. Emotions are a chemical balance and they can wave. We know this because mood disorders exist. If a computer has a virus or it is simply wired differently, it will interpret different things differently, and that's the human brain as well. If you have a mood disorder, right, emotions don't mean necessarily the same thing that they would in another capacity. The reason I'm bringing this up, right, is I'm just saying, like, I don't think we're any different from AI. I think we're just a little bit more complicated. I don't think that denotes, like, there's a certain level of complexity that denotes consciousness.
I think it's a
I
bit.
think that's arbitrary.
I think it's not totally arbitrary, right? So there's specific capabilities, competencies that we possess that
like what
are most sophisticated.
Physicality.
Well, so
Maybe.
physicality just gets into something that T-Jump brought up earlier, which I wanted to just mention. It's called the embodied cognition hypothesis. And the embodied cognition hypothesis says that once you have a body, like so much of the way the brain operates just is intrinsically tied to the nervous system, the physical world, and even the external world. So the external cognition hypothesis or extended cognition hypothesis goes beyond embodied and says that not only do you need a body to be like a cognitive agent the way that we evolved to be, not that it couldn't evolve some other way, but to be like a human, you need not just a body, but also the whole world the human grew up in. So like when they do like unethical experiments in the past where they like put children in like weird environments and they were never allowed to repeat those kinds of experiments because it's evil. Kids turned out
They're
weird.
a model of AI that was never trained. That's the equivalent, right?
Like kids that grew up in the wild were almost unable to learn language as adults because they just never developed it at an early age. They just like
they
they're
didn't
crippled,
receive the
right? Their language learning ability is crippled, right? So it seems like it's conceivable that a set of competencies which makes up a fully functional human is a little bit dependent on having the right environment. It's a little bit dependent on having the right kind of body and the right like awareness of its own body.
Biological.
All of these
So
are
for
contributing
instance,
factors.
right?
Yeah.
And I don't mean to interrupt. I don't mean to keep interrupting you, but like, so like when we know that physical touch from a mother when you're in early stages of development releases certain chemicals from your spinal fluid, right? And I'm probably using terms wrong, it doesn't matter, whatever, right? But the point is that we have certain stages in development which are going to be present in AI, but I don't know if that means that it makes their consciousness less conscious. You know what I mean? Like, yes, you're right. If you take a kid and you divorce him from the things that, as far as we can tell, are necessary for a human to develop a certain competency of interaction based on the axioms that we consider them, right? But AI it may simply be, like you said earlier, we expect aliens to not necessarily be playing by the same rules of framework, right, as far as consciousness goes. So don't you think that like maybe that's not actually a barrier? Maybe that's not a problem as far as like determining if this is conscious. Yes, it doesn't have stages where if you go past the stage and it doesn't have what it needs, you won't be able to teach it further. Maybe that's just a human weakness, but not necessarily a note on consciousness at all.
Well, like I said, one of the limitations in LLMs currently is that they don't do like a recurrent network does. They don't continuously learn. They pretend to continuously learn when you give them a prompt. They act like the prompt is kind of part of their model temporarily, but then they forget it again.
Yeah, that's my experience with most humans.
Yeah, sort of.
I mean, frankly, it is, right?
Yeah,
There's a lot of people that we can all point to who seemingly never received the kind of development where they're capable of learning new things, right? They're past that point and they don't take in new information and they don't learn from new information. Why is that different?
The point is that the human has all those capabilities innately from like literally from birth. Like you at the age of 12, you get worse at learning language automatically than when you were younger. The whole plasticity thing about language is true for automatic language learning. If you like go to school and like study, then you get better at studying after 12. But without studying, you're better before. So there is a thing that makes you intrinsically good at learning without even attempting to learn as a human being, which is not the case in a language model. So it's not just that they're like a dumb human, it's that they're incapable of being like even the dumbest human yet. But that's not that's not
everything's a
insurmountable.
trade-off, right? There are species that
Huge
are
trade-off.
fundamentally different, but
Huge
nevertheless are organic beings capable of certain factors that we do share with, right? Like,
Yeah,
I get what you're saying, but theoretically, if I were to give AI the ability to access all information, not necessarily search for it, but just have access to all of it, right? This isn't a problem anymore. No?
It is still a problem. Let me put it this way. There's going to be a whole bunch of steps that extend the competencies and agentialness and like sensory awareness and embodiedness and all of the things that we're talking about that make humans kind of special. And that even make like especially capable humans the way they are. And it's gonna be a combination of those things that's gonna happen over the next 5 to 10 years probably. That's gonna get us to Lieutenant Commander data type androids and the like, which are gonna be really actually.
I see it in my industry.
Yeah. And we're just not there yet, but it's in principle there's no like huge obstacle that prevents that progress from happening other than like political instability and our own sense of self-preservation.
Couldn't I turn around and say that the only barrier to AI intelligence is human political intrigue? Like, couldn't I make the same statement?
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is like the biggest barrier is that we're still really evil. And until we stop being really evil, we probably shouldn't play with such dangerous technologies so quickly, so recklessly. And
Feels like
I hate
saying the shovel is, or the horse, or the wheel.
We already covered that earlier. Like, I think there's a categorical difference between like a technology which can self-improve faster than we can improve it in the very near future, and which can tell us what to do, not the other way around, and be right and respected and listened to and seen as more worthy of authority than we are.
So then my earlier definition of being able to enforce will is the actual line here, right?
Well, it's going to be definitely like an alarm bell for people when it's crossed. Yeah. When we already have people who are just like, oh, well, I asked ChatGPT and it told me this, and so I believe it, right? And like we literally warn people that it hallucinates. It literally makes shit up. It literally will just completely fabricate an answer because we don't
did you
quite
see
know how to get
the
it to
court
stop saying
case
that yet.
where some lawyers actually did that and it generated like 6 different trials that didn't exist?
Yeah. So it's like intrinsically dishonest and incapable of like not fabricating stuff currently. And we're
I guess
building.
I don't see the problem.
Okay.
It seems like it just will become human. Like it just as unreliable as a human, just as prone to error as a human, just as like it's just another dude. who we now have to like share this with.
It's much stronger and much worse at the same time, which is a problem. It's a dangerous cocktail. It's like, let's look. Imagine if we like went to like some sci-fi setting, like the Clone Wars or whatever, and like Star Wars or whatever, like Noonien, what's his name, Khan, right? And they're like, yeah, we're just going to genetically engineer humans to make them like super powerful, and like what could go wrong? And of course, they try to take over the world. Like that's like the natural thing any sci-fi author is going to say happens next, right? They're not just going to like
don't. Most conscious beings are not looking for grandiose impacts, right?
Yeah, but the
I
larger
would
the
imagine.
population,
I would imagine that our future in the immediate term is going to be continue to exploit AI for personal gain. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And then the question becomes, do we call this conscious when it gets to the technological point where it could be considered conscious? And either we will rearrange our philosophy considering this and continue to exploit this thing, or not. And now we're in science fiction land. But either way, to me right now, it just seems like a tool.
I would actually partially agree with you there, but I think that unlike with previous technologies, that transition is going to happen very, very fast, like 10 years maybe before we start to
I know,
like,
isn't it exciting?
It is, yes, it is exciting. But I think that
that's my point. Like, why are we fighting this?
Well, yeah, I don't think.
Well,
I think we should go full
from my
speed,
perspective,
full speed over the waterfall. Let's go.
I think from my perspective, the issue is everything that involves a bad behavior, quote unquote. You know, bad is speculative, but you know what I mean. Is a matter of outliers. So within any population of people, there is some percentage of people that will do X bad thing, right? Whether it's try to take over the world or try to, I don't know, rape a bunch of people, whatever. So then the question is, what size is that population? That's the kind of thing, right? That's I think, Aldo, what you were referring to is, you know, when we have this many people, or the special created race of superhumans that we talked about, what percentage of those people are going to be trying to take over the world, and what percentage of them are charismatic enough to get people to follow them?
Isn't the real question what the opposition to that is? Because like I can imagine that there are AIs that are troublesome, but I would think that the vast majority of them in an ideal situation are going to be used to do things that would change the game fundamentally to a point that we're in a position to deal with the next problem anyway, right? Like we have right now in the US, in most metropolitan areas, we could be using AI to fundamentally change the way that we do city planning, to fundamentally change the way that we do like almost every, you can get really deep into this, right? You can start talking about economics and the way that we deal with distribution. The price signal is not going to be effective as an AI capable of understanding and taking in afforded full data will be able to distribute things in a way that is incredibly effective, right? Like I think that this is like I think it's silly. I think if you operate with the idea that AI will be a problem, it will be a problem.
Well, so I
right?
partially,
It's like
I
Roku
partially
Serpent
agree
or
with
whatever.
the. So I think there's always a Titanic. There's always one instance that goes really bad with the technology, and I think that's going to happen with AI. But I think the other instances of the technology are going to be able to outweigh the negatives for the positive. So there's probably going to be an AI Titanic situation that's going to happen eventually, for sure.
Yeah, I mean the first plane crashed, right? But now we have Airbuses.
Can I go?
Somebody
What
keep
do you
saying my name.
think of
Go ahead,
probabilistic
Captain
determinism?
Perry Wilk. Go ahead. What did you want to say?
Very well. Yeah, so I was wondering about like prophecies in the Quran, if like there was any like resources, because I've been looking for like debates and stuff, but I really haven't been finding much.
For which side? Are you an atheist?
Deist. So I mean,
Well,
like,
are you arguing for Quran or against the Quran?
I don't believe that it is the word of God.
Yeah, so Muslim debaters are hard to find because they don't like people who are educated or qualified. The best chance you can do is go into their call-in shows for like Thought Adventures podcast or the other Muslim podcast shows. They have call-in shows all the time, and that would be your best bet to try to find someone to debate.
There's a couple of like apostate Muslim, former Muslim YouTubers. I'm trying to remember the name of one of them.
Apostate Prophet.
I think apostate prophet might be one of them. Yeah. I actually had Muslim family growing up, so I've sort of grown up around people that
Wow.
were escaping from Islam myself.
Wow.
But I think it is, yeah, it is a rabbit hole to go down their like prophecy playing game where they want to like say that like there's a story about a guy talking to his own shoes and them telling him like about his family, and they think that some like weird like electronic talking shoe that some company tried to like promote qualifies as like fulfillment of that. Therefore, it is the perfect word of God.
The Bedouins,
I think
with the shoeless Bedouins are going to build the tallest tower. Therefore, Burj Khalifa. Therefore, God.
No, that with that prophecy, it was like I think it was a hadith where Muhammad talked about how like the Arabs were gonna like compete to build tall buildings, and they're competing to build tall buildings today.
yeah. I think it's helpful to
Self-fulfilling, no?
learn about the historic and like cultural context and archaeology of how all Abrahamic religions are derivative of Hellenistic, Egyptian, and other Mesopotamian religions. Not just in like a superficial way, like, oh, they're kind of similar. Like, I
directly.
don't know, like in like a like event for event, detail for detail. Like Abraham is derivative of another person. Isaac, who gets sacrificed, is derivative of the son of the other person. They both have descendant who will rule a new kingdom for 40 years. They both
Are
like.
you familiar with the proto-Jesus in Rome?
Wait, what?
There was a historical figure, and I'm very, very vague on this because I don't remember it completely, but there was a figure in Rome before Jesus, before Christianity swept through. There was a first attempt, a paganistic one, of a figure, and I'll have to look it up, but who is incredibly reminiscent of the mythos of Jesus that would come, but it failed. And then the second
The
iteration
Egyptian?
came.
The Egyptian?
No, I'm
His
just
name was the
saying this
Egyptian.
seems to be the way. This is emergence, right?
Josephus
And
recorded 6 other failed Messiah attempts, and all of those were persecuted by the Romans, and therefore were worthy of him mentioning them as such. And the reason they were all attempting this is because a whole bunch of people were forming like mystery cults within Judaism that were apocalyptic in nature, that thought the world was going to, come to a big climax and the Messiah was going to come and save everybody and bring the kingdom of God. Jesus is a reflection of a trend, not like a unique, one of a kind message. There's definitely some innovations, right? Like Jesus is very surprising in the sense that he's not at all a political military type leader. He doesn't do any of the things that Jews were expecting the other messiahs to do. But yeah, he's part of a pattern of failed attempts to fulfill the book of Daniel's 70 weeks prophecy, failing to explain Antiochus's non-death because he didn't die the way it said that he would. And so they instead have to reframe the prophecy to be about a coming Messiah in the future.
Interesting. But how does like the building tall buildings self-fulfilling?
If it says we're going to do this thing and then people do the thing that the prophecy said they're going to do, they are literally like scoring points with God by doing the things God said that's supposed to happen.
So basically, your argument is if there's a prophecy and it comes true, it's automatically self-fulfilling?
Well, no, if it's...
No, if the people who believe it are the ones who are able to make it come true because they want it to come true, they are literally intentionally self-fulfilling it.
Yeah, so it's like
Because I
in
think
the rebuilding the temple. Like in Jerusalem, there's a prophecy about how the next temple is going to be rebuilt in Jerusalem or whatever. And if Israel gets control of Jerusalem fully and is able to rebuild the temple there's going to be religious demagogues who literally pay money and send money to get it rebuilt so that they can go to their afterlife and say, we've done the thing that helped the prophecy. So because it is written that this will happen, people in the religion will devote time and money to make it happen because they want it to happen in order to fulfill their religious ideology. Therefore, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy because the prophecy was made in an ideology and the people of that ideology will make it happen, not just it happens to happen.
Got it.
Whereas if like predicted an asteroid will come in 2040 or something, obviously that's not going to be a self-fulfilling prophecy because there's nothing we can do to cause that.
Got it. then what about well, actually, I need to do more research into this. But I think like either the Quran or one of the Hadiths talks about how the Arabs will find massive wealth from like below, and that was like predicting oil.
So mining was the largest source of wealth in the ancient world. Athens conquered large parts of Greece because they found a silver mine that they didn't expect to find. And then they needed slave labor to like work in the mine and provide all the wealth that they could pull out of it. Getting money out of the ground was the most successful business plan, although it was hard to predict when it would pay off in the ancient world. So just because they expected to find minerals and they ended up with oil actually counts against them that they couldn't be more specific and say what kind of wealth it would be.
Got it. Oh, that thank you.
Yeah.
What do you think of probabilistic determinism? So, like, for example, there is what is determined. There's a certain probability that that what is determined will happen. For example, like in quantum mechanics, there's a probability of different quantum states in things like superposition. That when it's observed, it will enter a certain state, which is a certain probability of that happening, and of that determined thing happening. So, what do you think of probabilistic determinism as a concept?
Well, I take it that we're just saying that like there's some frequency at which something will occur, and if we have a large number of particles, it will occur in aggregate at a certain rate that's predictable. Just we don't know to which particles it will occur. So that's true of decay, and it's true of virtual particles and the Casimir effect. Those are the two examples I can think of what you're talking about. Are you thinking of something else?
I was thinking of superposition and more in terms of how probability, there's an aspect of probability there. So, like Einstein said that God does not play dice for the universe, but with quantum mechanics, it's that God that there is dice being played essentially with the universe.
Yeah.
So there's interpretations of superposition that are essentially deterministic. Are you familiar with like superdeterminism? Bell's theorem? It's very confusing.
Bell's theorem, I've heard of it.
Yeah, I'm not a physicist, so like I watch all the videos and I read all the things, but it's not my field. I don't do quantum computers or anything. Superdeterminism and Bell's theorem seems to be a kind of overblown theory that people often like take conclusions from that aren't quite warranted. I would watch Sabine Hofstadter's videos on that. She's quite good. Because essentially, like the thing that superposition doesn't do is it doesn't violate the non-locality and like the speed of light, like communication limitations. So there's no spooky action at a distance. There's just observations that turn out spooky in retrospect when you do the speed of light travel to get to wherever they happened. So there's a correlation, but not a communication, because no information can be transmitted at faster than the speed of light. I don't know if that addresses the like determinism aspect, but it seems like superposition is very interesting and spooky, but it's not quite as spooky as some people claim. And the woo-woo people, I'm not just talking about the woo-woo people, I'm just talking about people who think that you could create an Ansible like in Ender's Game and like talk to an interstellar civilization instantly with superposition. That does not appear to be the case so far.
There's limits.
Or sorry, I should say entanglement specifically, right? Because superposition
quantum entanglement,
yeah, superposition is a more narrow concept that's applied in the case of like a quantum computer, where you have like qubits and they go into superposition and you get some like statistical outcome that appears to do the equivalent of some statistical computation all at once. Just neat. But to be honest, it's not my domain of expertise, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think they currently trying to use like electrons for superposition and quantum entanglement with quantum computers. So electrons.
All right, I'm going to get off pretty soon. Does anybody else in the audience want to come up on stage before I leave? Raise your hand so you guys can chat up here, because I think I'm the only mod or admin who can let people on the stage. So if you want to come on the stage, raise your hand. I'm going to head off and go watch some anime and stuff.
I'm
Yeah,
probably going to sign off
T-Jump.
too now. It's like 4 o'clock
Yeah, but
here. So
T-Jump. I don't think you
Wait,
ever
before
answered.
wait, just one question. Before you go, any upcoming projects, like big projects, or
who are you asking?
Yeah.
oh,
You never answered. I don't think you ever answered the question of
Wait, one sec.
which.
Stop. Adam, who you were talking to me or X? What?
oh yeah, just if you have any upcoming big projects or announcements and stuff, I kind of follow you.
I'm working on starting the Church of the Best of All Possible Worlds. I have a church. I have 501c3 status. I'm looking for an event personal assistant, maybe an event coordinator to start setting up live debates locally. That's what I'm working on for the most part. I'm hoping to. I have potential tickets to Australia, which I'd like to do some debates there, but I need someone to email churches and call churches and get stuff set up for conferences. That's what I'm trying to work on right now.
Oh, very nice, very nice. Good to hear.
Nice.
T-Jump.
What?
Yeah. Earlier in this discussion, you were talking about technology that did more harm than good, that you had an answer to it, and I don't recall you ever answering it, and it's just been sitting at the back of my mind, like for this entire discussion. So, what is it? What piece of technology is it that has done more harm than good?
Potentially like climate change stuff. It's like pollution.
Climate change? I mean, but that's not.
People have tried to write books about that. I forget the word for it, but there's like a word for this like version of environmentalism that tries to say like, hey, the environment's important, but like, so is like getting what we want instead. And it's a trade-off. I've heard people make a defense just saying, like fossil fuels are great. We should burn them as much as possible because they're just like so efficient at like giving us what we want really cheaply. People have made these cases for like the cost benefit. I think it's hard. It's a hard one, but it seems like it's certainly the case that we must curb this technology, or there is an impending, unavoidable consequence of not doing so.
Okay.
Well, so I'm including not just climate change pollution, but all kinds of pollution, like sea, ocean pollution, garbage pollution, lead pollution. So pollution, I think, is the only one that's actually caused more harm than good, which is just byproducts of the other stuff.
Okay, well, thank you for answering.
Yep. All right, I'm gonna head off. See you guys later.
See you later.
All right.